Hey, let's go. Yeah, I finally connected Twitch. Hello, I see you. Ion. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, I am on YouTube and Twitch now. Very cool. Very, very cool. Wait, I should share the link in Discord though. I don't remember if my Twitch is still connected to my YouTube account, like my home page or whatever. I have no idea. Probably not. Just paying that. But that's okay. Where is everybody though? Why is it not? Why is the... I'm not seeing... Twitch settings. Oh, what? Am I not on YouTube though? Damn it. I think I messed up. Damn it. I think I messed up. No. Everything's here. Bro, it's so unintuitive. I'm sick of this. No. It took me like an hour to try to figure this out. To everyone on YouTube, I'm sorry. I cannot see your chat messages right now. It says that I... whatever. Let's use multiple. I'll just use multiple chat rooms. Whatever. Got the Reaver, not a strong looking one. Not a strong looking one at 3-star. Yeah, that's true. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I see you guys on YouTube now. The problem is that, for whatever damn reason, this chat box that's supposed to, like, it shows how many viewers I have on YouTube. This chat box, other chat box, is supposed to show the chat from both at the same time, but it doesn't. And that's annoying. It says it's connected to YouTube, but, like, whatever. Whatever. And it does, it did show, it showed, I think, all the way up to, oh, maybe that was last stream. I don't know. We'll just leave it. Just leave it like this for now. Anyway. Is Quasher Battlethon worth your credits? Potentially, because I think it has 8 coins, right? Yeah, 300, 200, 100. You'll spend a lot. You'll spend like 50,000 credits per token. It's like a 15% chance of getting A coins. Not great odds. I would probably only spend the credits if you were going to spend them anyway. For myself, what I might be doing is I might, because I kind of want them, I think it'd be interesting. What I probably will personally do is rank up my Paragon twice. I can pretty much afford that, and still have 3,100 for the Stormwreck reload if I need it. So, and it's one thing, it's a thing that I wanted to do. I want to max out my Paragon at some point, right? So I'll probably rank it up twice. I'll spend the credits for those upgrades. I'll spend the 8 coins for those rank ups. I'll complete a couple other tasks as well. There's like frickin' this one, right? I get some extra thing from that. I'm gonna finish this one as well. I kind of started off on it yesterday. And yeah, but I probably will only do it just because it's like, I don't know. I feel like gambling is good content. Yeah. Always gamble, fellas. Tier 7 guide sometime soon? Not sure soon, but I mean, like, I did make a full Gear Hub guide at one point, kind of a while ago. Tier 7, I don't think changed a whole lot. What's the token compensation? I have no idea. It's credits. Some number of credits. My guess is 10,000 per token at very most. And it's a thing that I've said so many times, and yet people still, they still don't understand. You will not ever, not a single time, make bank by saving your tokens, period. There has never been a time, and there will never be a time, where you gaining the compensation from not using your tokens will get you a substantial number of resources. It's always gonna be like some tiny amount of credits or some tiny amount of A coins, rather insignificant. So you can choose to just gamble it, why not? Or you could choose to just get whatever back. But here's the thing, if you... I think there's a fair chance, because you spent some number of credits getting them, right? There's a fair chance that if you save them, you'll get more credits than if you spawn it. But if you spin it, you have a chance of getting 8 coins. So that's up to you. I'm gonna leave that up to you. There's no right or wrong way of doing it. It's all about your luck. That. Yeah, I'm fine with this. He's a revoke. Wow. That's Revoker Solus. Okay, then. Sure, pal. The Solus is right there, yeah. I'm gonna blind me pretty soon. Yeah, you can mess him up. Now, this Seeker, because normally on this map, by the way, normally on this map, I'd go for... what's its face? Orion. Pretty much every time. I saw that Seeker guy, though. Revoker, was it Revoker 12 and 6? Yeah. That's really strong. I don't think I need to use my... I don't think I need to use my best mech when he has that. I was pretty sure he was gonna carry regardless. Hi. What's up, yo? Please don't. Alright, yeah, and the other guy's screwed. I'm not sure if this guy's leak dropping, but I kind of think he might be. Imagine Seeker is free to play. Technically, it should be the next mech, the next free-to-play mech. I don't think it's going to, though. The more I think about it, and I mentioned this last stream, the more I think about it, the more convinced I am that Halloween Day, October 31st, they're going to make the next mech free-to-play, and that mech is going to be Solus. Bro's got Gauss Rival, don't they? Yeah. You just leveled up your Orion to 16? Why did you buy a low-rank Orion? That doesn't make a lot of sense. You bought Overdriver 8s 5 minutes before the Crate Rush event? Oh, for Quasher 6? Well, you're not missing out on much. Quasher's damage is not high, guys. Like the damage per magazine, what it claims to be is high, but it's not. It's actually really bad. Gauss rifle soulless. What could be his situation? No, it's not soulless, it's a salver. But yeah, no, it's a very interesting predicament that he got himself into. That's what happens when you over-upgrade random stuff. Like, mechs are usually fine. It's kind of the same thing with, like, buying stuff at low rank. Like, you really shouldn't buy low-rank weapons, and you really shouldn't upgrade low-tier weapons. It's just, like, they just don't hold up. Doing either of those things for mechs is usually fine. You got it way too early? What do you mean? If it's soulless, it better be for credits? Why? That doesn't make any sense at all. There's no reasoning behind that. So people have continued to say, if they've continued to imply that because Hemlock is credits, that must mean that Solus is also credits, but the sole fact that Hemlock is credits is the exact reason that I think Solus will not be. Like, why would they make both of them credits? It doesn't make any sense. So, like, if you actually think about it for longer than, I don't know, a quarter of a second. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Also, double 12s. I need to check these guys. Double Revoker 12s. And I don't want to waste my best mech when he's got clearly a really strong thing. I hope he's gonna mess up the kill shot. Literally all he has to do is just fire his ability at the kill shot and the kill shot's done. Oh, I killed him. I didn't think I would. Hi. Yeah, this guy's way too strong. I don't know what's going on. I think he's league dropping. You think they're gonna do legendary price reduction within this year? Legendary price reduction, I think, will happen, yes. Do I think it's gonna be this year? I'm not sure. I kind of think it's gonna be early next year. Because think about it. They're a company. What do they want? They want money. And sure, they're not gonna, like, they'll still reduce the prices of stuff. Because ultimately, part of getting money also means making the game enjoyable to play. And if you're never getting anything because everything's too expensive, then you're just never gonna enjoy it. People are gonna leave. They're not gonna spend their money. But there's a fine balance between making things as expensive as possible, but then also making things affordable. But they want money, right? And so, because they want money, when's the time that people are willing to spend the most amount of money? Christmas time. People spend a crap ton of money on dumb, pointless crap like video games. They spend a lot of money on that sort of thing around Christmas time. So, if they reduce the prices before then, they'd end up getting a lot less money. They can just keep the prices up until right after, and then they can reduce it. And they can make a crap ton of money because people will spend money on it. But, I mean, it's just a guess, right? Stalker 16 energy video? I don't have it rank 4. I have it level 7, rank 3 level 7. But it's like 600 A-coins to... a little over 600 A-coins to rank it up. I'm more likely to spend those 600 A-coins on Orion Shield Piercing Implant, to be honest. Player 0 because I hate Killshot. Well, me hating Killshot doesn't mean that I'm not going to recommend people get it. I used to recommend people get Killshot all the time, but nowadays, the fact of the matter is that it's cheaper to upgrade Slingshot. It's cheaper and it gets you better results. I didn't check that guy's... okay, this guy's not league driven. So Slingshot You can spend less A-coins and you get a mech with the same similar stats but more energy capacity, and it has access to mods. There's no reason not to. Like, there's no reason to do kill shot if you could just do slingshot at that point. So yeah, if you had to pick one, I would go with Redeemer. But they're not in the same tier, so like usually you can skip one. Like if you're already in tier 6, there's probably not a whole lot of reason to go back and get a mech like Redeemer, which is like not phenomenal. You'll use it in Hangar Showdown. It's a top 3 mech for me in Hangar Showdown for sure. Very strong. But it's just one mode. Like, is it really worth it? It's kind of a lot of A-coins for not a whole lot of benefit. The problem is he will actually kill me. Can my teammate kill him is the question. He's well, that guy, he had no idea what he was doing. Shit, let's go with this. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Revoker time. Seeker. Hello. I'll just let him teleport me. I actually want him to teleport me. Thank you. Great. I'm actually surprised at how little damage I did to him. I feel like usually I can one-shot people, or one-mag people. Okay, I guess a lot of my... Wow. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. It was a 12 and a 10, and he was boosted by, his ability. This guy doesn't even have a pilot. What? Why do you have that? Why is that a thing that you have? Why is that a thing that you own? You're never gonna... He can't even hit him, guys. At this point, I hope he just, you know, hides in a corner to get himself killed. He literally can't even hit him. Oh, okay, never mind. Now he's on 1 HP, and he's trying to deal 5 damage with his Helix Rack. Oh, I better poke out, because I might deal small amounts of... Bro, this guy's an idiot. Even if he got his entire magazine off, he never would have killed him with a single no-pilot Helix Rack 16. It wasn't gonna happen. It was simply never gonna happen. He's just an idiot. He doesn't know it. He doesn't have no idea what. Play Macarena for a few weeks now. I don't know. I should focus. Upgrade. Haven't found my way yet. Yeah, fair enough. I do want to make another Gear Hub guide at some point pretty soon. Okay, both of them, nice. My goal essentially, and I might do a little bit more frequently with the tier lists. My goal essentially is like the Gear Hub guides that I've made, which I've made 2. Both of them are my top 2 videos, so it's like, yeah, nice. I'm glad people are watching those. Put a lot of effort into them, but I'm thinking like every 6 months or so I make a new one of those, like an updated version, because there's new stuff that comes out, new things that happen. The price reduction was a pretty major thing that happened. All of the price reductions, really. Pretty major thing that happened since the last one. And, yeah. The same thing with tier lists. I could make tier lists more often, because those also usually do pretty well, and people like to see them, but I feel like it's kind of obnoxious if I do it too often. Like, does anybody else get the feeling it's like, I don't know. Does it seem like I do too many tier lists? Like, I don't want to milk it, but at the same time, I kind of do want to milk it, because it's like 20,000 easy views. Tier lists could help. Oh, tier lists are usually, yeah, tier lists are usually fine. Like, I try not to overdo it is the thing. Like, I make it every, like, 4 months, roughly, I think. Could you do next one live on stream? Next what? Oh, this guy again. That's interesting. I'm gonna go with this. This is easily my worst mech. There's basically no chance that these guys beat a double Revoker 12 Deathwalker. So I'll just take the free W. You can kill that guy. What's him up, buddy? Yeah. This guy. Help a lot for beginners. Yeah, I mean, I try to make sure they're helpful. Like, I could make up, like, just, like, spam the same tier list over and over again, but obviously I don't do that. And I don't want to make, like, bullshit tier lists either. Hey, could you stop, please? That'd be great. I just disappeared. Yeah. Man quad-rocketed me in the face, and it was just GG. He might not win this. I mean, clearly he has some things going on. He's got a blast RPG freaking thing. Okay. That probably can't even kill me. Double missile rack 6s. That probably can't even kill me. The Hemlock will, though. See, that's what I was talking about. That's why I was confused that other time. When I didn't kill him. Usually I can 1 meg kill a Seeker. As long as it doesn't have mods. Oh, okay, he's dead. Next tier list on stream? No. No, I'm not gonna do next tier list on stream. Yeah, he's definitely league dropping. Look at this guy. Freaking Chain Gun 6 Paragon and then a whatever Ares. Absolute noob. I don't want to purposely throw the match. Because I probably would have won anyway. But I should purposely throw the match just to make sure that this little league-dropping little creeper doesn't get a free win. Tommy, I don't know and I don't care. Don't bring up political crap into my stream. Or the other Seeker had a legendary pilot? Nah, that alone shouldn't do anything. Or shouldn't do that much anyway. Yeah, this guy. 13,000. Yeah, how did I guess? Yeah. Pretty easy to spot a leak dropper. Yeah, double revoker 12, max revoker 6. Alright then. Podgun any good? Yeah, podgun's good. I mean, I have tier lists and stuff. I already have mech tier lists, weapon tier lists, that I made somewhat recently. Kill shot revoker. I'm not using kill shot, bro. Get out of here. Do the spend credits event? I probably will. Yeah, hold on. I'll just do this lesson. Should you get Overdriver 8 since you're collecting acorns for Search and Eclipse? I mean, you can. It's a good weapon. What am I saving acorns for? I want to get the Stormrack reload implant when it shows up in the shop. It's another one of those situations where it's like, I don't want to spend my best mech when I know that clearly this guy already has a really, really solid one. I'd rather leave it for when, you know, it was a bit more higher chance. Well, he immediately died. Well, never mind, I guess. Should have used my Orion, because this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Freaking gets cooked immediately. Wow. Alright then. Alright. Dang it. Yeah, I don't want to double down on Railgun either. I don't like doubling down on the same mech or the same weapon. You get the Storm Reload from basic crate? That's pretty good, yeah. You got him? There we go. Nice. Yeah, okay. This is Repeater Dreadnought. He's cooked, buddy. He's so gone. 16 is getting kind of rough. It should be okay. Ah, dang it. I don't like that very much. Although, I mean, like... Yeah, I was gonna say, he did rush a Repeater Dreadnought. Which should do a bit of damage. I mean, this guy's absolutely cooked. Like, what's he gonna do? In order to use Stormrack reasonably effectively, you need like a back border to hit the ground or something to use the radius. Because otherwise it's just very inaccurate. He had none of that. That's why getting high ground on people using Stormrack is really important. Alright, this time, doubling down on Revoker's not always necessarily the best idea, but this potentially, theoretically, hopefully the last round. So it shouldn't matter. Yeah. Poke. 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 Alright. Did we get it? Aw, it's a tie. Oh no, we got... Because we killed him first. I guess they can't just, like, counted it. I feel like most of the time when that happens, they don't count it. They just count as a draw. That was you? Well, very, very cool. Very nice. GG. That Repeater Dreadnought is certainly a decision. Is SP dropping still there? Hangar Showdown, yeah, it's not SP dropping, it's just League dropping, which is essentially the same thing, but yeah, that's still a thing. SP dropping in tournament, hopefully they fixed it. They did mention, they did ping us again. They did ping me again, and they did mention there was a bug with the tournament matchmaking last time, and that it should be fixed now. I'm not sure if it's gotten any better. Like, I'm not sure what all that bug entails. Like, because I know some people were getting some bad matches still. Maybe they fixed it so you should stop getting such bad matches. It was some people. Again, like, some people. I had pretty much perfect battles throughout my, like, I don't know, 20 or so. How many tier stars do you get by unlocking a mech or a weapon? However many stars it has. It's literally just... The tier stars are literally just the rank stars. So, like, Scorpius is rank 5 when you get it. So if I bought Scorpius at rank 5, it would give me 5 stars, right? Same thing with, like, Brickhouse, whatever. If I bought Fusion Cannon 16, it starts at rank 4, so it gives me 4 stars. Like, that's just... Yeah, it's literally that simple. It's not complicated at all. Giveaway results when? Hopefully soon, but I'm probably gonna have to collect... I'm probably gonna have to do it manually. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to. RPH, hello. How are you? Let's see. Well, we do have 3 of these from a couple days ago. I was just, like, collecting them, and I didn't want to spend them. So let's do this now. Why not? What do I even want? It's a good question. I don't even know what I'm looking for from this. I mean, getting the weapon would be kind of cool, but, like, not that good. I wouldn't use it outside of maybe Hangar Showdown. I kind of want these two skins. Yeah. Credits. I mean, free credits. I guess I can't really complain that much. You got the Redeemer skin? Nice. It's a good skin. I mean, Redeemer only has 2 skins, but both of them are pretty good. Okay, let's see. I think potentially, yeah, I could get 3 more. What do I need to do? Upgrade mechs or weapons 3 times. Well, I mean, I could do that with... Let's just do this. I wanted to max out my Paragon anyway. So let's just dump a bunch of credits into this. And I'm also doing this for the spend credits task. One thing that I did before starting the stream was I bought... Let's see. Helix Rank 16, because that's another thing that I wanted to do eventually. So I figured, like, yeah, there's a spend credit task, I may as well do it now. Cool. Acquire 2 skins, yeah, whatever. 5 Slayer rewards, okay, that should be easy. Just gotta play some battles. Okay, and then I get some more credits for that, that's fine. The rank of a mech or a weapon twice. I'll also be ranking up Paragon twice, so that works. This 1 token for that. Yeah. Let's just do it again. And then I don't think I need to max it out and get to like 4. 250. No, I spend like 56, 54, something, 1,000 credits on this crate right here. Don't really care that much. What else is there? Oh yeah, this. I don't want to get this crate today. Because, well, yeah, as you probably saw, there's an extra chance of getting Quasher 10 blueprints. I don't have Quasher 10, and I frankly don't want it. So I'm gonna wait and try to make sure that I don't do that. 5, 6, okay, and then I'll do the last I don't need to do the last level right now. I'll do the last level when I actually go to make a video. Same thing with like buying mods for it and stuff. I'll leave that for when I actually go to make the video. So that's that. Is this irresponsible use of credits? Yeah, probably. These tokens probably won't get me anything useful. Let's be real. And even if I got the weapon is also not something that's useful, so... You know. But I want it, so you know what? How about... What else was there? Oh, yeah, Slayer. Let's finish this first, and then we'll do those 3 tokens, and then we'll do the other 5 tokens at the same time. Spin the Quasher 6 or keep the tokens. Well, it depends. If you spin it, then you might get A coins. If you keep it, then you'll probably get more credits than if you otherwise spun it. So, if you spin it, you'll probably get less credits, but you might get A coins. If you keep it, then you'll definitely get probably a somewhat decent chunk of credits. Like, when it comes to, like, anything related to, like, gambling, when it's like, oh, yeah, it would be, you know, like, should I spend the credits to get the tokens for the Quasher 6 event? Like, I can't tell you. Like, there's no right or wrong answer to that. There's no right or wrong answer to that. Most of the time. Sometimes there are events where it's like, yeah, the compensation is so bad that even if you spun it and just got credits, you'd still end up with more credits. But no, you have to spend quite a decent amount of credits just to get the tokens. And then, you know, just to maybe get some A coins, maybe get a pretty bad weapon. The weapon's not good. But you might get the weapon, right? But otherwise, it's a gamble, right? Nobody can definitively tell you one way or the other which way is the best way. And if they try to tell you, then they're lying, right? can Gemini use in endgame? Yeah. Bro, I can't read that name. Subscribed. Well, I appreciate it. Power. Squasher is so bad they didn't even mention it in the devlog. Bro, I'd be upset if they mentioned it in the devlog, because they released it, and I actually made a short, but I forgot to make it public. They released it with completely bogus BS damage numbers. Like, almost everything's bugged on release, don't get me wrong, and I don't make a short about all this stuff, but I think that this specific case is particularly egregious. I think that the damage numbers alone were enough to convince certain people to get the weapon, to buy the tokens. I think the damage numbers were super high. If it actually did the damage that it claims to deal, it would be a fairly meta weapon. I'm rather convinced. It would be a fairly meta weapon, because that's a lot of freaking damage. And so people wasted their money, essentially, on something that doesn't even do what it's... Like, was never going... Like, it's not even that it's bugged. It's like, it was never going to do the thing that it specifically says it's supposed to do. My personal take on that is that anyone who bought tokens should be able to get a refund, but they probably won't. And if you do get a refund, they'll probably ban you. That's just like their general policy. Because, like, and we've talked about this before, but, like, the thing with refunds is, like, I think they're technically not allowed to deny you a refund. Or if you, like, get a refund through, like, your banking app or something. There's some way of doing it, I think. And there's not really anything that they can do about it. They're not allowed to deny that. And then, so then you get the refund, but you still keep the thing, because they're not... They also don't take the thing out of your account. So you keep the thing and you get your money back. And so, obviously, since that's something people will abuse, they just ban you if you do that. Sometimes it's temporary, sometimes it's not. But yeah, I would... Don't go around necessarily asking for refunds for everything, because your account probably won't last very long. But I think that they should just, like, specifically offer people refunds if they bought tokens for that weapon. Because I think it's just, like, completely unacceptable, bro. Especially considering this is something I noticed immediately. Like, I noticed immediately that those damage numbers were not correct, and yeah, like, they freaking make this game and they don't know. They don't know what the damage feels like. Somehow they didn't catch it. You got Oracle 6 recently? It was so bad. The Viper's better? Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. I want Oracle to do good. I want Oracle to do well. Because I kind of like it. Like, I like the mechanics of it. It's kind of cool. The reveal status effect is pretty pointless, but it's a nice, like, little extra perk. The thing with status effects is that almost always the game values them way too much. Like, way more than they should. So, like, any weapon that applies stasis almost always has way lower damage than it should have. Any weapon that has, like, you know, really, again, like, any status effect, shock, for example, is a status effect. It basically doesn't do anything, but it is a status effect. Any weapon that has shock is almost always really bad. Or pretty low in terms of damage, because they overvalue the status effects. They're like, oh well, we can't make it that strong because it applies this status effect. Yeah, well, the status effect's kind of crap, so no one cares. Can only refund specific mechs or weapons. I haven't done it. Again, if you tried to do it, then they will probably ban your account, and you won't be able to log back in. So, like, yeah, you get your money back, but then you lose all of your account progress. So, like, don't do it. if there was a legitimate mistake and you can prove that there was a legitimate mistake, then reach out to support and ask them how to do it. Because again, I have not done it. I don't want to pretend like I know what's going on in that regard. But I think there are ways of just like going to like your bank or whatever and being like, oh yeah, no, I didn't mean to do that. Grey Metal, hello. How are you? Strike Rocket Outlaw or Podgon Outlaw? I'd personally go with Strike Rocket, but it does kind of depend on the map, right? Alright, let's do this one first. We already did some of this. The chances of this has not gone up, like, at all. It's still extremely low. Okay, good. I'd rather have a garbage skin than to get blueprints for a weapon that I don't even have, and even if I did have it, I wouldn't use it. You got Quasher and it's genuinely really fun? That's cool. Yeah, I mean, let's go. If I get it, if I get the 6, because it's rank 4, rank 4 is not terrible. Rank 3 is really bad, but the rank 4 is probably manageable. This is probably something that I would consider using on, like, a Shadow. If I got my Shadow to rank 6, it would... Or rank 5, sorry. If I got my Shadow to rank 5, it would have 12 energy. And I probably would. I probably would, Aw, I was excited. I kind of wanted that. I probably would use, Quasher 6 on it, because it actually might be decent. Speaking of... Yeah, very low chances. Very low chances. I think collectively like 2.5%, yeah. But let's try it anyway. I'm mostly... Blueprints, okay, whatever. I'm mostly interested in the A-coins. I think there's a relatively decent chance of getting A-coins, so that's, I think, worth doing. Garbage. It was close, yeah. Well, at least give me the 15. Come on. I got the 3 in between the 15 and the 10, of course. Implant parts. I don't... There's something that I never really realized for free-to-play accounts is that it's incredibly difficult to get implant parts. Like, unless you're spending a bunch of credits on implants and then scrapping them, which obviously you can do, and that's probably the best way of doing it. But, like, I'm spending my credits on other stuff. I don't want to be spending... Yeah, I just got crap. But whatever. Implant parts are shot. And again, like, the stuff that I spent my credits on, being, like, Paragon and Helix Track, it was stuff that I was going to do anyway, right? So just doing it now just means that I can get some small amount of extra thing back, right? There's no reason not to. If I'm going to do it anyway, I may as well do it when it's going to give me some extra rewards. These I'm going to save until I get all 3 of them, and then I'll spin all 3 of them at the same time. Shouldn't take that much. It should be like a couple battles, I think. SP dropping is back, and I do SP dropping, you can check. Oh, shame on you. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes an SP dropper. I ain't checking you. In fact, if you're friends with me, I'm gonna unfriend you. SP dropping is cringe. You shouldn't do it. And because you're spamming it, I'm also going to time you out. Best weapon for Orion. For pay-to-win and free-to-play in endgame. Railgun's probably the best weapon for Orion, just period. It doesn't matter what stage of the game you're in. It doesn't matter how much money you have. Railgun's probably the best weapon for Orion. A close second, I think, is potentially Gemini. Just because it's like a stupid amount of damage. It's like an absolute nuke. But it does require a target lock, which can be kind of a problem, and it doesn't fire all of its damage super quickly. The quick damage from Railgun is the reason that I like it better than, like, Podgun. Because I used to say that Podgun was probably the best weapon for it. And it's good, but a thing that I didn't really realize at the time is that Orion really just wants to kill things as quickly as humanly possible. Because it is really squishy. Orion's very squishy. Oh, hello. Yeah, I wouldn't, like, stand right out in the open, but, you know, you do you. Oop. Hey. What is that? An Lancer. That's a problem. I want to get that guy. Oh, his mods are gone. Joker Fool. Alright, then. Boop. Eat one freaking tick of damage, bro. He's cooked. Nice. Long arm. Let's go. The other Lancer died too, right? I think so. He's got a Panther wall. I can't do anything. I'm gonna help out charge him. Got you, buddy. Did he just scrap? Yeah, he did. Okay. That was a good decision. That was a good decision, yeah. There's another... Hold on. There's a stealth something. Yeah, I noticed that. My cursor kind of stuck on something. Hi. Yeah, see, that's the thing with Gemini. I looked at him, he fired at me, I just took the time to mark him, I shot him, I killed him, and then I moved into cover, and by that time the Gemini still hadn't reached me, and I was safe. Like, I was perfectly fine. That's the thing with Gemini, is, like, if you know where it's coming from, you can actually take cover from it pretty easily. Okay, nice. Ah, come on, bro, what? Oh. Oh, that's not good. It's a Deathwalker. What is this? Stasis being Panther. 10 out of 10, no notes. Nice. Fine, right? Yeah. Oop. Thankfully, he did not stun me, so I did a good amount of damage to him. I did miss my first shot, though, which is a bit cringe. Yes. Don't need it. All mechs are rank 3 legendary and 4000 SP. Is Lancer good with mods, though? Lancer is good with mods, yeah. But if you have legendary mechs, like, I don't know, you probably shouldn't bother. Get him. Yeah, let's go. How many more do they have? You can kind of, like, glitch your way up here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, what's the problem? Can I kill the Panther? Yeah, I killed the Panther. Okay. Was that... Oh. Well, I mean, we just win, right? Apparently, all of my teammates are dead. I still had 3 mechs left. But we just win, because we had all that influence. Very cool. Oh, the bot's using the fancy skin. Flame speed, hello. Nice. Not bad. Please play deathmatch. Well, yeah. The tournament matchmaking should be slightly different, so I probably will play that. Yeah. Why is your chat pink? What do you mean? Like on stream? I'm not sure. You see no Reaver or Quasher, sad. Very true, yeah. Yeah. I, spun that. Got nothing. I spun this. I think all of my spins for this one were... No. I got this skin. And I think all the rest of them were, like, credits and whatever crap. Yeah. I would like to get both of them. Like, neither one's, like, necessary, obviously. And I'm also going to be spinning these. These are the last tokens that I need. Is it this one? Yeah. So I'm going to get one token for the Hornet. Bro, watch me get the Hornet 16 one. The one weapon that I probably will never use. I still got one more token for the Hornet 16, one more token for the Strike Rocket 10, and then I'll spin those. Mech Arena's the best anti-gambling ad. That's crazy. What weapons are best for Nomad? Are you kidding? You could take probably a wild guess. I'm gonna challenge you to an incredibly difficult thought experiment. What do you think is the best weapon for Nomad? Should you get mods for Deathwalker? I mean, probably. It's a good mech to keep around. You should probably get it at some point. Did I register for MAQC? I did not, no. I didn't. And, I don't really regret it either. Plus, it's just extra stuff to try to deal with. Revokers, but you said before Revokers Rack 8 aren't worth buying. There's no Revoker Rack 8. Bro, yeah, you get the 10 and the 6. What do you mean? The 10 and the 6 are both credits. Best assault weapon for... Okay, you shouldn't be using assault weapons on Orion. I'm just gonna hard stop you right there. Orion, like, one of the worst types of weapons for Orion is assault type weapons. Even close quarters weapons are probably better. You know, but you're lower tier. Well, you have the 6, right? If you can get the 8, then you can get the 6. Like the 6 you can unlock before the 8, right? So if you don't have the 6, then you should get it. And just use double 6s until you get the 10. It's not that, like, it's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's exactly what I did with my Zephyr. Strike Rocket meta. Yeah, fairly. There are certain, like, 5v5 maps that doesn't work very well in, but... For the most part, you will see... You'll see a couple Strike Rocket builds in any, like, competitive match, I think. Not a ton, because, like, it's not an aggressive weapon, right? It's mostly for, like, the support builds. Like Solus, right? Really would prefer... I was gonna say, I really don't want to waste all of my ammo on that Aegis, but... Where'd he go? Where's all that? Oh, bruh. Okay. No, I saw that laser and it was GG. You should be able to upgrade mechs to legendary. I agree with that. And I mentioned this before last stream. Legitimately, I think even if it was super pay to win and there was no way to do it, like in order to do it, it was some like really pay to win currency. I don't even think people would care. I think people would still prefer that over not having the option. I think people would not care that much. I think they'd still like it as a feature. what weapons are balanced in this meta? Well, being meta is entirely the opposite of being balanced. In order to be meta, it has to not really be balanced. But not to some extent, I'd say, like, Minigun, Overdriver, and Strike Rocket are all fairly balanced. Podgun as well, actually. Podgun's actually pretty meta. They're in, like, the top, they're in, like, the top 10 weapons easily, right? But just because it's, like, even if it's, like, a top 5 weapon, like, you guys have to understand that the bulk majority of meta hangers, like, we're talking, like, when people go into custom matches, they create, like, these custom, rooms, and they have, like, these clan battles between 2 teams of 5 people that they all just have, like, the most meta, OP, all maxed out, that type of, like, super competitive environment. You have to understand, in those environments, 90% of that, and 90% of those hangers, like, at least, right? Like, 90% of those competitive hangers have literally just 2 different weapons in it. Revoke or Stormrack, that's it. They have 3 mechs with Revoke or 2 mechs with Stormrack. That's literally 90% of competitive hangers. You have to understand that outside of those 2 weapons, there are weapons that are also good, and they are also useful, but they're, like, it's not even close. Like, the gap between the top 2 and the top 3 is, like, it's not even close. So excited for the Lancer map. Bro, I forgot about that, yeah. It's gonna be 5v5 maps, though. I don't really play 5v5 that much. Though I would. When it comes out, I'll play it. Ethan, hello. Why is it harder to aim long arm than railgun? Oh. Is there a possibility of having a balanced meta? Well, yeah. I mean, like, fairly balanced. Like I said, like, the definition of meta is essentially things that are, you know, relative, they're overperforming, right? And if it's overperforming, then it's, by definition, not balanced. But I think there's definitely a way to have a relatively balanced meta, yeah. Legendary mods for Deathwalker, just cheap one, get epic. Hardened Hole and, like, Perimeter Multilayer, I don't think you should ever cheap out on, really. You don't get the event that gives tokens for Strike Rocket and Hornet? Well, yeah, it's because you're not on PC, you're on mobile. It's a Plarium Play exclusive event. Plarium Play is the platform, the PC game launcher, right? So it's not available for mobile players. Which is, like, this isn't the first time that they've made an event like this. It's just the first time that they've put, event tokens in it. It's unfortunate, but else, I mean, at the same time, it's like, well, you're not gonna get the thing realistically, so it's not, like, a big deal, but yeah. I mean, if you have a laptop and you're able to just, like, log in, it's not like you need, like, a crazy gaming PC or anything like that. I stream, like, this stream that right now, I'm playing on a laptop, bro. I have a second monitor connected to my laptop, but yeah, it is just a laptop. So if you have a laptop, you know, do that. And if, you know, you can always just go back to mobile afterward. You know, if you really want to. But otherwise, yeah, not really much you can do. Should you get Disruptor 12 and 6? And then rank up Orion for it? It could be okay, but it's a very expensive way of getting something that's not even remotely as good as Railgun, right? Like, it seems like an incredibly expensive roundabout way of getting something that's just ultimately worse than what you otherwise could have. It's like, if you want to, if you really like Disruptor, or if you just want to have something different, like, I'm not going to tell you how to play the game, but when you're asking a question like that, you're asking which one's the most effective, and it's verifiably not the most effective to do it that way, right? You got it. I got you. Is he able to get that? Oh, he's a... Wait, you see his... He's not a search. Wait, come on. Kill shot? There's a lot of enemies on this side. What are you? Oh, should have marked that guy. Doesn't matter. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I wasn't willing to shoot at him to begin with. Ah, dang it. I wasn't willing to shoot at him to begin with. I shouldn't have gone to the left side. I should have stayed at the right side. That's my bad. I didn't want to shoot at that cheetah at first, because I knew that it would take at least 3 shots, and that's kind of a lot of my magazine. I should probably deal with that. But as soon as it turned sideways, then I knew I'd get the damage multiplier on, and I was able to kill it with just 2. So then it's fine. Like, kind of just getting used to how much getting used to how much damage your weapons deal is really helpful. Keeps you from having to waste your damage. But then again, on like a weapon like Railgun, it sometimes deals double damage, and that just kind of messes me up sometimes. Like, sometimes I'll one-shot something when I think I need to, and so I end up just wasting a shot. What is the benefit of even using perimeter multilayer on Deathwalker? You just don't get sent back as quickly. Like, if you're being... Like, what's the benefit of perimeter multilayer on anything, right? If you're trying to be aggro, especially, then you can survive and you can get further with it. And you'll be able to push a lot harder, and you'll be a lot more of a problem. And it's the same goes with Deathwalker. It just doesn't keep it when it respawns after the first time. Like, I wouldn't go hard into the perimeter multilayer, but it does have a use. How is your FPS so good on laptop? I mean, my laptop's decent. I have a decent laptop. It's not like a terrible one. My old laptop was pretty bad. I had to keep it at like 30 FPS. Does the double damage chance apply to each weapon separately? Yeah. And it's random. It's like 15% on Railgun, I think, which is about 1 in 7. 1 in 7 shots is going to deal double damage. And you don't know when it's going to happen. You don't know if it's going to happen. Control points, kills from behind, MVP. Okay. Quite a few MVPs that I need. Lancer or Killshot. I mean, again, like, it's a question of, like, is it useful? And I have to point out that upgrading a slingshot would be more cost-effective than purchasing a Killshot, like buying and upgrading slingshot at this point because of the price reduction. It didn't used to be this way. Killshot used to be worth getting. And I would say it, and I would say it all the time. Like, my preferences be damned. Name me a single time when I've said that because of my own personal preference, you should not do something. Bro, I don't like the meta, and yet all of my advice is meta advice. It's not a thing that I do. Sometimes I have opinions about things, and my opinion is just wrong. Like, maybe like Viper, for example. I didn't think Viper was that good. It actually was pretty good. But once I found out it was good, I told people it was pretty good. It has nothing to do with my preferences. You're pushing me around, buddy. Am I gonna need to go left? I might. Oh, okay, no, he's going back left, so I'll go right. I just need to make sure that, like, all my corners are covered, like all the sides. I don't want a bot to, like, creep out around, you know, around this side and grab the side beacon. I mean, it is bots, like, it doesn't matter, we're gonna win regardless. But, you know, it's just a nice practice to have. Doing it versus players is gonna be pretty important, right? This is how a lot of people lose to random teams as well, I've noticed. Like, a lot of times, the way that you lose is, like, you're just not even, like, remotely coordinated. You don't even need to be able to communicate, you just need to be cooperative, right? So, like, I'm here on the right side because there were enough people already on the middle and on the left side. People go too far into the aggro territory. They get, like, Revoker Surge or whatever the hell. And then they try to do this, essentially what I'm doing, which is just farming enemies in their home spawn. But against, and for players it'll work, or for bots it'll work, right? For bots you can just keep killing them over and over again, and they'll keep spawning. A player, they'll die one time and then they'll realize, well, that's not going to work. And so they'll loop around to your back beacons. And what very often happens is you have like 4 people that are back here all trying to farm easy kills in the spawn area. When you're losing all your beacons further back. So players just like, they just left. They're like, yeah, I'm not gonna bother. But I mean, bots will do it. Bots is doing it. Repeater Redox gotten, oh, because of the beacons, okay. New viewer here, how can you tell which is a bot? The names and also the clan tags, right? So, I mean, if they have a clan tag, this little yellow or orange, whatever thing, I mean, it's guaranteed that that's a player, right? Bots can't be in clans. So that's an easy way to tell. Apart from that, it is a matter of just recognizing the bot names. There are certain, like, bots won't use special fonts ever. So if it has, like, special, weird, other language font or crazy characters, that's also not a bot. Like, that's definitely a player as well. But, yeah, and there's ways of narrowing it down, but otherwise it's just a matter of, like, you kind of just get used to seeing names. Like, this is a bot name. I know that's a bot. And all of these are bot names. You just recognize the bot names. Bot names can't have spaces? Is that true? I feel like most player names don't have spaces, but I'm not even sure that's true. In Tier 7, should you get Aegis because everyone says to get it? Well, you should have gotten it when you were in Tier 5. It's a little bit too late now. I'd say just don't bother. No. I mean, like, in this hangar that I have right now, I definitely still use the Aegis, but Aegis is not my top mech anymore. My top mech is the Railgun Orion. And my second best mech is... I don't know. I feel like if I didn't have this 5th build, if I didn't have the Aegis at all, I think my battles would go relatively similarly. I don't think I would hurt too much. It would definitely cause some problems, and I wouldn't be able to do certain things, but I don't think it would cause too many. Have I spun the crate yet? Yeah, I've spun almost all of them. Not the Strike Rocket and Hornet ones. I'm still getting the tokens for those. Panther with Railgun 16 still OP? No. No, yeah. I'll recommend it after battle. But that's not really a way to recognize who's a bot in a match. That's only a way to... It's only a way to recognize who isn't a bot. after the match. Right? Not super useful in the moment. 4-star Dreadnought running dual Cryo 10. Stormrack or Revoker be a better choice if I doubled. Yeah, probably both of them would be a better choice. Probably both of them. But the question is, I mean, let's be real. And I said this earlier. When you're talking max competitive squads, max competitive matches, the uppermost levels of Mech Arena meta, 90% of hangars, 90% of these competitive hangars have literally only Revoker and Stormrack in them. Like, those are clearly the two best weapons. They're the two best weapons for almost anything. If you name me a mech, pretty much guaranteed the best weapon is either Stormrack or Revoker. Like, that's just the truth. So the question at that point isn't, is this mech the best with Stormrack or Revoker? The question is this the best mech for me to use it with Stormrack or Revoker? And I'm not sure, right? Like, both of those weapons would do good on Dreadnought, for sure. Revoker probably more so in, like, Hangar Showdown situation. But whether or not you need it for other things, I don't know. So I don't necessarily want to say, yes, you definitely should, or yes, or no, you definitely shouldn't. Because I don't really know what your hangar situation as a whole looks like. Poke. Poke. Eh. Energy spot's the only thing that's slowing me down, really. Oh, I just freaking fired into nothing. Rolls past me, fires the Savant backward, because why not? Which meta did I hate the most? The disc launcher meta. Not even close. Disc launcher meta. As the only meta that I refused to use. Like, I've played competitively, at least somewhat, for a very long time. Like, I've played in whatever team matches, right? I wasn't always in Flu, but, like, I've played competitive battles. I've always, like, not always, but for the longest time, past, like, 3 years, or two or ish years at least, right? I'd say. I've played at least every so often some amount of competitive battles. So I need a bit of meta. Even if I don't like using the meta, I still need a bit of meta. Disc Launcher is the one and only weapon that I just straight up refused to use for the longest time, and when I did use it, I refused to use it with the aiming mode that made it super OP. I never did. Not a single time. Because it was so obnoxiously ridiculous. %60 of your kills would be on accident, because you just threw a projectile somewhere, and because it had 18 meters radius, it just happened to kill something, right? And then people are spamming those stupid things everywhere, pretending like they're good at the game. I think it was one of the most brain-dead metas ever. Some meta hangers might use one other weapon like pods for a lacewing counter, but that's... but even that's somewhat rare. Yeah. The meta has fully solidified to the Stormrack and Revoker. Like, yeah, you'll see some Strike Rocket, some Pod Gun. For the people who use, like, Solus or maybe Outlaw, right? Because, like, Solus and Outlaw, they don't do well with either of the other two major weapons. And, like, you might see maybe one Blockhorn, but usually those are from people who aren't, like, super competitive. Those are the people who are, like, more casually competitive. You're saving for Eclipse, but confused if you should spin the Crate Rush for Parasite. Well, good for you. Good news. The Parasite Crate Rush event's not there anymore, so problem solved. EM rifles were also brain dead? Yeah. But they were bugged, right? And they were only like they remained meta even after they got nerfed, but I don't really consider that to be like I don't consider that to be its own era, really. When they were bugged and they had the auto aim, yeah, absolutely. Disc launchers were terrible. Nowhere was safe, especially awful in 2v2. That's true. Yeah. Just spin the crate yet. Yeah, I spun these. I had some tokens for this. I got nothing. I spun the tokens for this. I got nothing. I have one token for each of these. I want to get the one last token for... no, not that one. This one? Yeah. I want to get this last token here. So it's just 20 MVPs. Oh no, it's... Capture 25 control points. Oh no, 5,000 implant parts. That's annoying. I forgot that I did that. I was going to hold off on doing that one, because I don't want this crate today. There's a 5x modifier for Quasher 10 blueprints. I don't want Quasher 10 blueprints, bro. That should end in, like, yeah, 16, 17 hours. But at the same time, like, what do I do? I could just decide not to play CPC, or just specifically avoid control points. But, no, let's do this. Let's do this. If they changed the matchmaking, I think people are playing it a little bit more often, maybe. Let's play some tournament. If anyone wants to join for a tournament, I'll invite you. Overdriver Eclipse or Overdriver Aegis? Well, I don't know. I mean, like, if the alternative... Because here's the problem, is like, are you saying that you have both of them and you don't know which one the weapon works better on? Or are you saying that if you used the Aegis, you would stop using, like, you would just straight up not use the Eclipse? Eclipse is a better mech than Aegis, obviously. Gonna do hanger reviews later? Probably not, but we'll see. Gotta go back to work. Alright, 2:11. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. Switching game modes. What's next? Is actually water in the cup? No, there's never water in the cup. Never water. Let's go, fellas. Let's see. Let's see if this matchmaking is even decent. Because again, I've had relatively fine luck. Like, I haven't had any major issues with the matchmaking in tournament. Okay. Oh, are you freaking kidding me? I die because some other clown is behind me and they kept me from walking backward. Yeah, I didn't really appreciate that. Thanks for nothing. Fine. I could have easily killed that Seeker. Would you stop? Would people stop pushing me around? Okay, thanks. Bye. You should be able to kill him. Yeah. I got you. Hello. 2. Need a dome in short order. Thanks, sir. Okay. That's gonna be a problem for later. It's okay. Throw him up. Excuse me? Where'd you go? Okay. Maybe we'll cycle these. We can't let anybody through. Pro level strats here, fellas. Use this pillar. Drop it on the pillar. If the wait, how did we lose? How did we lose? How many kills did we get? How many kills did they get? Bro, what? Don't you dare follow me! I don't want anyone near me when I'm a freaking Orion. Nice long arm though. I like it. Yeah, I want to be able to... I can't kill him. I ran out of ammo. Sorry. Ow. Oh, search there. That's a problem. Did he die? Did he die? God dang it. Yeah, try it. Try it. What? He teleports like 2 seconds sooner than I thought he was going to. Whatever. Very clearly... Arj, you got a Aegis Dome? Never mind. Not anymore. You don't want to be on the bottom, by the way. The bottom's way too easy for people to... It's way too easy for people to like, just get up on the top and then sneak up on you. Go for it. Yeah, I'm cooked. But he also is cooked. Rank 4. I mean, these guys aren't crazy strong. I think we're fine. If, like, we might lose. Yeah, maybe. But if we do lose it, I don't think it's because of bad matchmaking. Cooked. Yep. I hate the sniper meta. You hated the sniper meta? That's fair. Yeah, I didn't like it either. It was pretty unfair for most people. Because if you were on PC, you just had a legitimate straight-up advantage. I'll let you guys go. Do whatever. Be a third wheel in that relationship. If you were on PC, you had a straight-up advantage because you had you have the specific aiming mode. Also kind of gaming mode. Bullshit, dude. This is, yeah, having a... Bye, turns out you're an idiot. You had a specific aiming mode on PC that mobile just didn't have. They have it now. Mobile players, they have the manual aiming mode now, and it's the best mode by far. But it's less important nowadays, realistically. But back then, it was really important. And if you had, like, even, like, the smallest amount of lag, you were kind of cooked. Like, you were kind of cooked. Because if you were even, like, 2 pixels outside of where you thought you were probably dead. Just straight up. Oh, wow. I almost died there. Am I dead? No, we're fine. Thank you for your contribution. I'm gonna go back here now. Please don't. In order to come back and kill me, they have to turn their back on every single one of those guys, so I think I'm fine. But that's a problem. That's a problem. I want to shoot at him. Ah, dang it! I wanted to shoot at that, Seeker as quickly as possible. We still win. Hey, let's go. The first round was not very good. I see someone incorrectly tagged Sanji. Is Sanji here? Oh, I don't see Sanji. No, whoa, wait, what? No, that's not Ceramic... Bro, I thought that was someone misspelling Sanji. What is that, dude? This guy. He tricked me. Carbine Surge OP, yeah, for sure. You said Outlaw's only meta because of Deathwalker? It's only useful because of Deathwalker. Yeah, it's fairly meta. Like, you're not going to see a ton of... It's kind of like... Again, it's like a Strike Rocket or something. It's like, a lot of people will just straight up never use it. But some people will. It's nice to have like one or two. You don't have a problem with Deathwalkers? Well then, yeah, don't bother using Outlaw. Outlaw's not really useful for anything outside of that. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay, but... I don't know. It's very bad. Outlaw's very bad against all of the other meta mechs, which is kind of the problem. Like, it's not strictly bad against anything. It's not strictly, like, a terrible mech to use. Like, just, it's really effective against Deathwalker, for sure. But if you don't deal with Deathwalker, it's still useful against most things, but I feel like it's specifically bad, like, specifically useless against, like, all of the other classic meta stuff, and so at that point, it's like, you may as well just not use it. You have Surge, so is Eclipse the next must-have? Yeah, probably. 300 silver crates? Yeah, well, I mean, I don't need to open them for any reason. Like, what am I don't need the credits for anything. I don't need the acorns for anything. Actually, I probably will open some. Hold on. I want to get myself back up to 3,100, so let's do that. 0 acorns from 10 pulls. Are we for 4, 3, 0, 0, 4, 4. You should get an average of 4 acorns. Yeah, 4 acorns per 10 crates. So I'm getting... Okay, there we go. 9. I was gonna say, I'm getting really unlucky right now. 0, 1, 8, 1. Okay. 3,100 exactly. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, that's all I want. I just want this so that when Stormrack Reload shows up in this shop, I can buy it. You have both mechs, just confused on what to put it on in terms of, like, the Aegis versus Eclipse question. If you have both, then just try it on both. I've said this again, I've said this before, and I'll continually repeat it over and over and over again. I cannot predict your future. I'm not here building your account for you. I'm not here to make decisions for you. I'm here to help you figure out what you like the best. And I'm here to, you know, guide you generally in terms of what usually works the best. When it comes to a situation where you can specifically yourself test between one thing or another, if you have both weapons, if you have, you know, it's like the Overdriver versus Viper. I think Overdriver's better on everything. So if you have, if you don't have either of them, then I'd say just get Overdriver, don't bother getting Viper. But if you have both of them, and you want to know which one to put on, like, an Aegis or something, it's like, oh, should I use Overdriver or Viper? Literally just try it. Like, there's... what do you mean? Just try it. Figure out which one you think you prefer. If you can, like, nobody... Because, again, nobody can, like, predict your future or anything like that. A lot of things do depend on what types of enemies you fight as well. Why do you want Stormrack Reload? Because it's the most important implant in the entire game. By far. Not even close. You could play... You could go the entire game whatever you want. You could spend all of your acorns on whatever you want. You could choose to get 0 implants, period. You could choose to buy 0 implants, period. You'll get some random ones eventually. And you'll get, like, random epic ones. There is only one legendary implant that you specifically need in order to be competitive, and that is Stormrack Reload. The only one. And you need it. It is not optional. You need it. Is it safe to be a pay-to-win player? I mean, is it a scam? I mean, all games are scams. It's literally like a digital thing, bro. I'd say you can get some decent stuff for cheap. But I wouldn't buy weapons, I'd just buy mechs. That's about it. If that's the way you want to do it, I think that's the best way of doing it. Just buy low-rank mechs. That's it. $211? Well, I have to invite him now. Indrium is getting Cheetah in his 28-day login reward, but I'm not. I also am not getting Cheetah in my 28-day login reward. I wish I was. Sounds like a dream come true, bro. Let's freaking go. Cheetah's OP. I don't know. See, the last time... This is what happened to me last time. The last time, there was Particle Beam 8. I think it was rank 4. I don't think it was rank 5. I think it was rank 4. It was rank 4 Particle Beam 8 in the daily login. And, like, Red got it, for example. The other, Red, the content creator. I didn't. I never saw it. Didn't get it. I would have loved to have that, bro. Because if I want Particle Beam, if I, you know, if I actually want to get Particle Beam, and not spend literally 8 years saving up Acorns to do so, then I have to get both the 10 and the 6, because those are the credit version ones. So getting the 8s for free would have been amazing. I wanted those, but no. So sad. Oh, that's a block one. I mean, if you did get it, would it compensate you with, like, nearly 1,000 acorns? If I already had it? That'd be pretty cool if it did. Be pretty baller. I'd take it. I have a hunch it's only for, newer players, though. I think the same happened with, what's its face, Particle Beam? Yeah. Was there another one as well? I feel like there was another one. Oh, dang it, I just wasted a shot on that one. If you make an account, you'll probably get it? Yeah, true. And I probably will make another account, January. Where I get shot into the ground. Yeah, because I want to make another account, I think the goal on that one will be meta progression. And to see essentially how quickly I can get from Tier 1 to Tier 7. And to get Search. On this, I don't want to meta progress on this account. I think meta progression's super cringe. And I also want to, yeah, do other things. And instead of Stasis Beam, you get Disc Launcher? Yeah, well, like the kill shot. There's like the kill shot one as well. Yeah, I'm aware of those, but I didn't, like, it's just for newer players. Oh, I shot before the market. That's annoying. Oh, the bots have a Gemini. That is brutal. I could have stole that. I almost did. I almost did. I'm not even gonna bother shooting at this guy until he's marked. So I know it would take like 3+ shots to kill him if I didn't mark him. It's not worth it. Ah, wasted. This is why you should use Rogan Ryan, guys. It is a bot farming machine. There you go. You can have it. Dang it. Missing shots is pretty brutal, though, I will say. Missing shots does not feel good at all. Birch twins. Okay. I'm stealing this one. Okay. How to join my match? I mean, you have to be on my friends list first. How many blueprints do I have for Evoker 10 and Stormrack? I think I have, if not the amount that I need to duplicate them, then at least close to it. You need 19. Let me see. Yeah, 21. 19. Yeah. Yeah, so I could for both of them. But why would I? Doesn't make sense. I don't have a reason to. Like, people make this mistake all the time, and what they end up with is they end up because they don't want to waste all the resources that they spent. They end up essentially butchering their hanger. So I'll see a lot of people, even a lot of people, they get like the Stormrack 10 and 6, and then they're like, oh well, Stormracks are really OP weapons, so I should duplicate the Stormrack 10. And then they realize, well, hold on, I don't really have any good builds for. I don't have any extra builds to use a double Stormrack 10 and 6, right? So it's like they have the 10 and 6 on Lancer. When they duplicate the 10, they could make another build with 10 and 6, but it's like, you know, I don't really have a good build for that. So, you know what instead I'll do? I'll use double 10s on my Panther. And guess what you just did? You essentially just tanked the effectiveness of your hanger and you spent a bunch of A coins to do it. So now you're poorer and your hanger's less effective. Good for you. Like, just because it's strong does not necessarily mean that you should drop everything that you're doing, put all of your resources into it. Because I couldn't use another Stormrack build. I could duplicate my Stormrack 10. I couldn't use another Stormrack build. Put it on Aegis, but like, it would be okay, but only if I had the reload implant, and I don't have the reload implant. Now, if you did have the reload implant, if you have multiple reload implants, especially, then sure, go for it. You know, if you have a good build, if you have a way to make good use of it, then go for it. But otherwise, it's just like you're just spending resources for the sake of spending resources, and then you know, it's essentially just wasted. What SP does bots start using mods and 6-star stuff? It's not a specific SP. I don't know. Why is LTA's every video about 2v1? What do you mean? He's been doing a lot of those hanger showdown matches, challenge whatever things, yeah. What's the best way to upgrade weapons? For the most part, just to not. I mean, like, look at all my weapons, bro. Rank 5, level 1. Rank 6, level 1. I needed to get this to rank 6 in order to use 2 of them. Because the equip limit stat right here. At rank 6, you get 2. That means you can use 2. Otherwise, it's just 1. You can only use 1. And I did this before Overdriver 10 was a thing. I would have probably gotten Overdriver 10 instead if I hadn't done that first. Overdriver 8, rank 5, level 1. Both these, rank 5, level 1. Both these, rank 5, level 1. Again, I have the blueprints. I could do it at any time. I could upgrade them. All my stuff is level 1, because guess what? There's no point in upgrading it. There's no point in upgrading it. Until there becomes a point in upgrading it, is when I'm going to start upgrading it. But there's not. And for people who are thinking, like, well, what if I'm trying to upgrade a low-tier weapon, like frickin', I don't know, long arm, or missile rack, or nade launcher, or something. For the most part, I'm not going to lie, I would stay away from low-tier weapons. Now, I haven't really used them, and I will probably use them eventually, because I don't want to make assumptions, but, you know, pretty much guaranteed rank 5 legendary weapons are just going to be the best option for you. Like, you could even max out your epic weapons, but most of them are still going to be worse than legendary weapons, so, like, why bother, right? So, yeah, like, for the most part, you just buy weapons, and then once your mechs, once you have, like, 2 mechs that require the same weapon, or a mech that requires 2 of the same weapon, like a Panther, right? My Panther has 20 energy. And, I didn't have if I had access to a decent 8 and 12 weapon, then I would have done that, but I don't. Like, the only 12 energy weapon that's cheap is Disruptor, and that's not exactly great, right? So at that point, it's like, okay, well, clearly you're going to have to duplicate some 10 energy weapon. And so I went with Graviton Beam because I think it's the best one for Panther, and I still do, even including Overdriver, by the way. Graviton is better than Overdriver on Panther specifically, but it's worse on everything else. So generally, I would say just get Overdriver because it'll be better in the long term, even after you stop using Panther. But while you're using, so long as you're using Panther, Graviton is technically better. Is SP dropping that bad? Well, yeah. Yeah, because you're ruining the experience of newer players. Newer players are what keep the game alive. If no new players are joining, the reason that everybody thinks that this game's worse than War Robots is because the SP dropping is so bad. The newer player experience is so bad. It's partially due, well, it's three major things. Not just the SP dropping, because there's tankers and bad matching making and whatever in War Robots as well. But SP droppers are a big part of it. Those special promo download links that give you free stuff when you make a new account, I don't like those. I hate those. They're really, really bad. They're really toxic for legitimately new players. They push new players away because you're running around steamrolling people with like a freaking rank 5 brick house, and they have a rank 2 Paragon. Like, no. What do you think is going to happen? Like, you'll have fun on your stupid little alt account for all of 30 minutes until the matchmaking catches up with you. But the experience that they get is so unbelievably bad that they're never going to play again. So, like, obviously, I think those are terrible. And then also, the pay-to-win factor of the early game, especially. This stage of the game, pay-to-win's not a big issue. If somebody spends a lot of money on something really strong, I see that all the time. Guess what? Every single one of my matches is against at least 1 Surge and 1 Eclipse. It ain't new. But if they have it, like, maxed out, then, they're gonna get a different match, right? Like, they're not gonna fight me if their stuff is way too high level. So, like, this SP is a good SP to run and is a good SP to have. This is a nice middle ground of the game, right? But earlier than this, and I know this because, like, I've made newer accounts sort of recently. Earlier than this, you get people who are using, like, rank 3 Guardian. Like, they got Guardian or Ares or whatever, because those are really cheap. You can get those easily. And they have those, but then there's other people in the same match that have, like, a rank 3 Surge, rank 3 Nomad, rank 3 Deathwalker. Supersonic, RuFFles, you suck, L content. Well, what's the reason for that? Nobody likes you. I'm better than you, RuFFles. Haha. I mean, like, I'm not gonna ban you or anything. I'm clearly trying to rage bait. If you have feedback, bro, share it. Yeah, I mean, like, is there something specific? Maybe you think that rage bait. I mean, clearly. But I don't want to shut them down. I don't want to shut down, like, legitimate conversation. If there's something that you think I don't do that I should be doing, you can say so. If there's something that I do that you think I shouldn't be doing, you could say so. But otherwise, nobody's going to pay attention to you, and you shouldn't pretend like your feedback matters if you're not actually saying anything. Weapon for Volti and Parasite. Volti is really just anything that you don't fire directly. Like, you want, like, a homing type weapon, pod gun as well. When's the interview with Pasha coming? Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. Like, almost definitely within the next week. If you weren't getting Eclipse or Surge, will you get Redux and Scorpius? Well, I didn't say that I wasn't getting Eclipse or Surge. I just said that I don't want them. I will get them eventually. Like, there's kind of no way around it. And no, I don't think I'm even going to bother entertaining the possibility of getting either of those, because I think that more like the more likely outcome would end up being that people see that I get them, and they think that because I got it, that must mean that it's good, and so they spend all of their A coins on it as well. And maybe it is decent, but it's never going to be nearly as good as like Surge or Eclipse, right? Like a Scorpius, I think, could actually be pretty decent at this SP, especially. But yeah, it'll never be as good as Surge and Eclipse, and I don't want to like inadvertently encourage people to actually use them. You saw me while I was at 15k? Very cool. Yeah, I appreciate everybody who's been here for a long time. Ember Howler and Repeater, which one's best? I don't know, like, that question's, like, I'm not even gonna lie, it's pretty irrelevant. The question's pretty irrelevant because close quarters weapons, any other close quarters weapon compared to, also, by the way, double Stormrack 10 Panther, but it's exactly what I was saying, bro. There's zero chance that that's the best hanger he could make, but he just has it because he duplicated his Stormrack 10 and he doesn't want to waste all those A coins he put into it. But what's this thing? Yeah. So, yeah, close quarters weapons, Revoker kind of just makes all of them irrelevant. There's not really much reason to use multiple close quarters builds. And if you were, you're probably better off using double Revoker 10 and 6. At this SP, anyway. At higher SPs, you really shouldn't even bother considering other weapons. Yeah, I don't know. And I feel like, and like, sure, right? That's not the question. The question is, assuming for whatever reason your Revokers are otherwise preoccupied, or assuming for whatever reason you don't have access to Revoker. Like, sure, I understand the theoretical question. I don't want to be one of those people who doesn't understand a theoretical argument. I understand the theoretical question, but I think by acknowledging the theoretical question, you're basically giving people a reason to buy one thing or another, right? Because people ask the question, oh well, you know, which close quarters weapon besides Revoker, which close quarters weapon is the best? And I could label one as the best. It could be Ember Gun, probably. Yeah, probably Ember Gun. Maybe Fragment Gun. Maybe Howler, right? Maybe Repeater. Could be any of those things. But by labeling one, you're essentially giving people, like, I'm essentially giving people the go-ahead, like, to, yeah, go ahead, get Ember Gun if you want another close. Like, no, don't do that. Because, again, like I mentioned with the meta, 90% of meta hangers are literally only Stormrack, only Revoker. Don't spam. I'm timing out for 30 minutes. So, like, 90% of meta hangers they literally only have two different weapons. They only have Stormrack and Revoker in their hanger, in terms of weapons. And there are other weapons that are, like, obviously there's a hierarchy, right? There is such thing as a third best weapon, obviously. Like, the third best weapon exists, but the gap between the second and the third best weapon is so large that it's kind of not even worth mentioning. But also I have kind of made videos similar to that. I think it was between Repeater and Howler and Ember Gun. Maybe? I don't know. I think it might be pretty old at this point. I need to remake a lot of my test videos. Revoker or Overdriver on Sentinel? Revoker Sentinel is bound to not work very good. Now, I haven't tried it, but I can't imagine it works great. You're the only one on Twitch, yeah. It's true. This is why I haven't necessarily been super desperate to connect Twitch, right? Because I knew that it would just be like one person, like one or two people, and then they get bored being by themselves all the time, and then they just move over to YouTube anyway. So I never really found it like super necessary to connect Twitch, but it's something that I wanted to do at some point, so I was like, may as well. No harm in it. What strat do you use to farm acorns? Pretty much my strategy is just to not use acorns when I don't have to. That's... I don't even play tournament, bro. Except for right now. This is the first time I've played tournament in a while. Because the matchmaking, they said the matchmaking should be different. Are you live on Twitch right now? Yeah. The first video you saw was when I posted the Stalker with the Graviton 16 and Thermal 6. That's crazy. You know that, but the is getting them and having them. Wait, what do you, I'm not sure what you mean. Are hybrid builds good? No, pretty much never. Even the most obvious one that everybody uses, which is Revoker plus Ember Gun, it's not a good combination. Double Revoker's always better. You still have interest in Warbots? Last saw your live for vids like 5-6 months ago. Oh, I think you meant Warbots Frontiers, yeah. No, there was an update for that a while back, and for whatever reason, my it wouldn't let me download it. I was having some problems with it, so I ended up having to just uninstall it. It was a nice game. It was a nice game, but the people were very sweaty. I had a very sweaty player base, I will say. What do I... Okay, one more MVP. Alright, let's just get this over with. Let's just get this over with. Wait, no, I want to change the mode. I always like to change the mode first, because I hate when people invite me to some mode, and then they change the mode right after I join. It's like, I didn't join for that mode, bruh. Bruh. Most toxic mech in the meta. Hemlock, I guess. You can't find it on Twitch. I might... Do I have a link to that somewhere? Well, I think I do have a browser link here. Did you do the credits task? Yeah, I did. I did. How do I share them? Well, this is not the right thing. Well, this is, that's my username on Twitch, so I'll just go with that. I don't want to keep people waiting in the lobby too much. Ringer, good morning. I think Graviton would be fun, but is it good? It's pretty good for this SP, but it doesn't hold up for super long. That's why I say between Graviton and Overdriver, you should get Overdriver, even though Graviton is technically better for Panther. Like, specifically for Panther, I would go with Graviton. Probably like 9 times out of 10. But being the generally inferior weapon... What the... What was that? Did anybody else hear that? Was that the game sound? Whoa, wait. It was Cosmo. Well, thank you, sir. Is that what it was? Bro, that's what I heard. That was the Twitch alert. Bro, I had no idea what that was. That scared me. It was really quiet for me as well. I didn't do it. But I legitimately thought... I was like, wait a second. I'm like seeing into the 6th dimension or something. It's like I could hear a voice faintly. I'm like, there's no way that I'm just like hearing somebody else's voice on the game. Like, that's crazy. Would be a Mech Arena type bug though. You can't discount anything. Much appreciated. Yes or no is RuFFles above? Oh, I definitely know that I'm not. And that's something I would like to deal with, but it's hard to, like, create habits, you know? Like, if you... Keeping up with habits is whatever, but it's like creating a habit that you don't currently have. That's tough. There are 2 bots left. It's like a 50% chance of spawns here. Yep. Butt pole, he says. I don't want to see all the no votes. I already know what the answer is. I know what the answer should be. Put that one. Well, that's dumb. Yeah, I'm dead now. Check Mech Arena messages. No. I don't like reading DMs while I'm streaming. Unless it's something important. Whoa, hello. We're here. Hey, Liz, I heard the alert. I don't know what it's from. I don't know what it's from. The chat isn't telling me the chat box thing that I have here. Twitch sub. I much appreciate it. I'll have to figure out a way to... I'll set up an alert thing. Okay, so this is my first time streaming on Twitch for a long time. I'm doing both, YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I downloaded like a plugin thing for OBS. Bro, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, it was super confusing. I barely managed to get it to work this morning after, like, trying to figure it out for like an hour. Oh, on accident. But it's good to know what I'm missing and what I need to figure out. But yeah. I'll deal with it. Much appreciated, though. You're setting up all your Twitch things again because I forgot to do it after I installed it again? Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, be that way. I switched from... Because I used to, not at the same time, but I used to stream on Twitch and YouTube, like, in relatively short succession. I think I have to restart the game. Oh yeah, because somebody DM'd me while I was in game. In battle, sorry. Which is a thing, by the way. If you DM me while I'm in a battle, then it usually crashes my game, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't. But... oh yeah, and then there's this. I get this thing. It's like, oh wait, are you sure you want to do things? And then it loads, and then it does it again, and then it loads, and it should be fine now. It does this every time, and I'm not sure why. Oh, I just realized, oh, does it have a little animation when it switches to the rocket mode? That's kind of cool. Because I know normally it's like all scrunched up. Interesting. Yeah. But yeah, so like back when I used to stream, I would do it with Streamlabs. I switched to OBS because Streamlabs was giving me some problems. Mostly with recording, not streaming. But yeah, OBS or Streamlabs was giving me some problems, so I switched to OBS. I have to try to figure out what everything does. I don't know what's going on anymore. You're the Dreadnought guy. Well, welcome. Welcome to Twitch. Good sir. Does it display on screen, Twitch and YouTube chats? Yeah. So the little chat box above my camera here should show both of them at the same time. I'm not sure if it does. Yeah, it should. Galactus Prime. Hello, how are you? Just want to ask, what do you think about anime? Like, you're an anime watcher? No. I've seen one or two, but I've never really gotten into it. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't really watch any shows or shorts. I don't watch any shows or movies. I've pretty much exclusively just watch random YouTube videos, and I'm not like doom scrolling shorts or Instagram or anything like that either. No, it's like longer YouTube videos. That's about it. You're getting way more radius on your Stormracks than I do with my Max implants on Max Stormrack. It has nothing to do with radius. It has everything to do with how you aim it. This is why you need to be using the aiming mode. And this is why I've said that if you're good at aiming Stormrack, you don't need the radius implant. This is why I've always like some people say that like the radius is a good implant to have. And sure, for some people I guess it's fine, but like I've never really needed it because so long as you're decent at aiming, you can always make up that difference, right? You don't really need the radius implant. So, I don't have a problem with it. Just like try to get more used to it. I'm not sure what you're using your Stormracks on, but using it on something like a Lancer is a nice way to just kind of get used to like aiming the rockets at the ground or walls or whatever, trying to use the radius to deal damage, whatever. I'm not seeing your comments. Well, or are you talking about Galactus? I only saw the one other thing that says, thanks, Galactus. That's all I saw. Hold on. Wait a second. Oh, we got the token. Yeah. Let's do this one first. I got 5% chance. Can you open it? Yeah, I got it. Oh, bro, I was so sure. And I said it earlier. I was like, watch me get the freaking Hornet, because it's the one... Like, I would never use that, bro. It's such a bad weapon. This one, I also have weapons. I might be able to get it. Got 2 tokens. Garbage. It was close, Pablo. It would have been OP. Yeah, for sure. Just over 10%. Big money. No. Bro, come on. If you're not going to give it to me, don't give me blueprints, yeah. Garbage game. That's fine. I didn't expect to get it, realistically. But it's fine. Free stuff is free stuff. And that's a fact of life, yes. Should you get Stormrack first? Between Stormrack and Revoker? I'd say most people, if you're in tier 4 and you're looking at the 6s, yeah, you probably want the Stormrack first. Because if you're in tier 4, you don't really have any good mechs for Revoker. The first, like, legitimately decent Revoker mech that you get is Zephyr. Which mech to buy from tier 6? Orion for sure. Panther's also good, but you don't need it. And then, like, you could skip the others if you want to. Bastion with Storm 6 and Parasite with Revoker 6. That's crazy. When does the stream end? In exactly 14 minutes. No, I don't know. I don't really have like a timer or anything. What are your expectations for Frost? Okay, so I got a comment, which was true, and the comments, they were essentially saying like that I said that Frost would probably be useless because it wouldn't affect Eclipse, but like Eclipse is pretty weak. Like Eclipse doesn't just because it doesn't affect it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like Surge doesn't affect Eclipse, but Surge is obviously super strong. And for sure, I was like, that bit of the video is a little bit of just me being tired of the constant Eclipse glaze that apparently the devs seem to have. But I think I don't expect it to be that good. I think it'll be okay. I think you might see it in some competitive hangars. Maybe. When it first comes out, you'll almost definitely see it in some. But it really depends on how it works. Because the thing is, like, okay, let's say Frost versus Surge. The Frost is only going to be useful if it has longer ability duration than Surge does. Surge has, what is it, 5 seconds? 4 seconds? I think it's 4 seconds, yeah. 4 seconds plus you can use ability duration implants. That's like a little over 5 seconds EMP time. So Frost is only useful against Surge if it has 5 or more seconds of ability time. And even then, it really depends on how the freezing effect works, because it seems like you can still fire your weapons, and you can still use non-movement based abilities. You can potentially still turn your head around. If you can turn your head around, I don't even think Frost is going to be very good against Nomad, because Nomad will probably have more resistance. Nomad has 60% resistance. They'll probably have similar HP because they're both scouts. Frost will also get damage resistance of some kind, but it's more likely to be something around the lines of like 30% at most, because it's essentially a combination of like Sergeant and Nomad, or like not Sergeant Nomad, sorry, Zephyr and Nomad is what I understand it to be. But it depends. There's a lot we don't know about it technically, but it sounds something similar to like a combination of Zephyr and Nomad. And yeah, so it's very likely to lose a 1v1 trade against all 3 of the major legendary scouts. And if that's the case, then almost guaranteed it's not going to be useful. Like, of course. Like, nothing is good if it's bad against all 3 of those. UV Gaming? Hey, so, you're asking me that set of questions? That set of questions is on its own fine, but I recognize that as a DM conversation that I had with you earlier. Trying to figure out where it was. You DM'd me about this earlier. I unfriended you after? I don't remember doing that, but I would have unfriended you right now, yeah. I answered you. And you said, oh, okay. Yeah, if I find out that I'm still friended with you, then like you're DMing me and you're asking me a question, and you know exactly what my response was. I gave you a response, and then you're gonna come in here and you're gonna ask the exact same question that I already answered, literally for no reason except for just to try to get attention. I don't need like somebody like that in my friends list. Can't you play CPC but not click claim? Yeah, you're right. You're right. I don't trust myself, though. I'll do it, bro. You don't understand the level of disconnect that I have when it comes to notification bubbles. I will click on them. I cannot help myself. I can't help myself. Best implants for Revoker Surge. All of the Surge implants. If you had, like, max level competitive gameplay, you actually don't even need Revoker damage implant. It's not necessary. Even you could use double Revoker 10s. Like, Revoker is just that strong. You need a close quarters pilot, of course. But you just use like 4 surge implants, so dash distance, cooldown, duration, ability radius. Now you could use Revoker damage still, if you wanted to, but you don't really need it. Revoker's just that strong, bro. Then go help yourself. That's crazy. Valid response, though. Are you going to do clips again on Twitch? Or, wait, chips again on Twitch? Oh, like the, oh, like the currency thing that you can, like, redeem for certain things? I would have to set that up so that I actually get notified of when you do it. Because, like, I don't have both streams tabbed where it's like I have YouTube, the YouTube stream and the Twitch stream up at the same time. I don't have either of them up right now. I just have OBS, and then I have the chats for both streams. Please run Stormwreck Redeemer. It's actually really good. I used that in my Hangar Showdown. Hangar. Yeah. No, I agree. It's really good, but only if you have it maxed out. Redeemer's really pointless to use otherwise. It's a completely useless mech unless it's maxed out. When it's maxed out, it's actually really freaking good. But otherwise, not really. You weren't in my friends list before, now you are? Well, I told you, I don't recall unfriending you. I didn't think I did. Because I wasn't going to unfriend you over that. No, I don't mind that you ask me a question. If you're DMing me asking a question, like, I'm just gonna say it like 70% of the time I'm just gonna not respond, because I can't spend, like, you guys understand how many questions I get on the daily. Like, I can't spend all of my time answering people's DM questions. So, if I don't want to deal with it, then I'm just gonna not deal with it. I'm not gonna unfriend you over it unless you're, like, spamming my DMs. I don't mind. Like, I don't want to unfriend you over it. I don't think it's a big deal. But yeah, which is why when you said I unfriended you, I was like, no, I don't think so. Jack, he's spamming the bot message. He's spamming the don't spam message. Yeah, that's just an automatic message that a bot sends every... I think it's on a 10-minute timer. Should probably increase it. I don't know, I feel like it sends it too often. Yeah, should probably increase it to like 30 minutes, every 30 minutes. Ouch! I am sorry, I got you potted by association. Which is not very nice. Oh no, what is that? Wait, that's only rank 4, wow. And that felt a lot stronger. This poor soul. Bro, why is he getting 5v1'd right now? I'm not sure... Okay, look. Phoenix, this one's all on you. I'm not sure how you didn't see him there. He was right there. you get him? Okay. Yeah. I don't want to waste my storm axe here. There we go. Oh, where's this guy? The player. Did he quit after his dreadnought died? I think he might have. All of the bots have 0 kills. That's crazy. That means nobody on my team has died to a bot. Good job. I shouldn't be saying good job. No, he's right there. He's right there. Saying good job when it's literally a 5v1 is a little bit cringe. Why Stormrack over Revoker? Cause like I said, when you're in tier 4 specifically, you don't have a good Revoker mech. Like, it's a strong weapon, sure. And you should still get it, right? Because you're probably using Ember Gun, right? And Revoker's going to be better than Ember Gun. I'm not saying that you shouldn't get it. I'm saying in terms of which one you should get first, you should prioritize Stormrack because it's going to make the biggest difference. Dang it, I'm trying to, like, clip him in the forehead. I'll see myself out, bro. I missed so many of those freaking shots. What is that? Helic Rack? I want that. Get me in on that action. That is probably the... Oh, I didn't realize there was a wall there. Goes up. Goes up. Damn it, bro. Can't aim. I really want to kill that kill shot, though. But I'm not going to. It's annoying. Hello. Poke. Poke. Try it. Poke. I'm cooked. Oh, wait, I'm actually gonna be cooked. Roasted. One could say. Come on, target the guy that's actually closer, you stupid game. That was weird. Usually it just automatically targets that guy that's closer. Ah. Wait, oh, come on. Oh, a Bastion. I like Bastion. It's one of, I think it's like very underrated mech, Bastion is. Nice pod gun, 11 assists, that's great. I like seeing the guy with the most assists as the top instead of the guy with the most kills, though. It should be like that more often. Do you know if tournament matchmaking is back to normal? No, shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. It should, Bro, it's been like, what, 2 days? So they said that it was gonna... They changed it. It should be effective for like 4 weeks. But they also said that there was a bug with it to begin with, and so there was an update to it earlier today. So usually, if you had problems with it yesterday, I would recommend trying it again and seeing if you still have problems. And then again, giving feedback, because, you know, Plarium's going to need that feedback in order to figure out what to do with it. I bought Redeemer when Gear Hub was released because I thought, or I heard or thought it was good. But I don't think I used it in months, probably years. That's, yeah, there you go. There you go. Perfect example. See, and I'm not surprised that you heard it. I'm not surprised that you heard it, that it was good. Because there are like 4 or 5 different mechs that people will constantly glaze always. Guardian, Redeemer, Killshot, Tengu, sometimes Stalker, but the big 4. People don't usually glaze Killshot that much, I feel like, but they do get very upset if you say that you don't like it, which is weird. But then Redeemer and Guardian get the most amount of unnecessary glaze. So you absolutely, yeah, you would have heard from somewhere, some random person. That Redeemer's actually really, really good, and you should 100% get it because it's super OP. It's not. Do you or have you used any kind of device to help move your mech instead of the keys? Well, what do you mean? Like a controller? Ares Glaze. Ares Glaze is kinda based, though. It's actually, like, even rank 4 Ares is kind of... That's pretty strong. I don't know, I feel like Ares Glaze is kind of big. Like, I don't personally use it. Anymore. I did, obviously. When you first get it, it's ridiculous. But I don't feel like anybody really... I don't think anyone's ever goes around saying, like, oh yeah, you should definitely use Ares as a long-term mech in your hangar. You should try to max it out because it's super OP. People do that all the time with Guardian and Redeemer. They don't do that with Ares. People are a bit more realistic about Ares, I think. Keeping the 8 coins for Eclipse? Nah, I want to buy the Stormrack reload implant. If I was to get a mech, though, I'd probably get Surge first. Helix is pretty good on that mount. Yeah, yeah. Lancer Glaze. Sort of. I'm guilty of small amounts of Lancer Glaze. Yeah. I definitely think it is better than a lot of people give it credit for. And people have been realizing it lately. You see a lot of Max Lancers at this SP. And they do good, too. But I do oversell it sometimes a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. I will say. Alright, fellas. Let's freaking go. 5v5. Are we dead ass? How did that kill me, though? I don't understand. Nice. My man's dying like 4 seconds after the fact, bro. That's insane. I might be cooked here. Yeah. Rank 6 zipper. Alright, this matchmaking might be kind of cooked. We might be kind of boned. But, on the flip side, we can learn some things from this. Boop, 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 boop. We can learn some things from this. Hi. Why did you step outside your dome? Are you dumb? Boop, boop. Yeah, we got him, we got him, we got him. The bad start, really bad start. But you can come back from it, don't... Ah! This is why I hate when people see something that's stronger than what they... Like, I feel like... And maybe this isn't really true. But I feel like it is. I feel like there are a lot of people who, as soon as they saw the rank 6 Zephyr, they would have just given up. They've just been like, oh, yep, it's unfair. I can't win. No chance. Their stuff is too strong. No, don't do that. Like, don't freaking give up. I know I'm not doing the greatest, so, you know, to some degree I'm being carried, but... Like, don't make excuses and just give up for no reason. Like, you can still win. You can still... Let's check this. How, though? What? You know, maybe you can't win, because the freaking game's lying to me. Did we or did we not have 19 kills? So they were like 14. Did we or did we not have like 4 kills on them? Gotta ban that bot. That's ridiculous. They had 20? I didn't see that, bro! Oh, whatever. I guess I'm just blind. Boop, boop. It's fine. 19 to 20 is still not bad. Either I read it wrong, or they got, like, 5 kills in the span of 4 seconds. Which they might have, I don't know. Clearly, I have no idea what went on there. Oh. Hello. Hi, sir. I would really like for this Zephyr to die. Ah! Yeah, nice. Thanks. He wasn't locked onto me, was he? I guess I'm just like... I'm throwing today. Okay. Well, I did shoot him once, and he is marked, so he's definitely cooked. Yeah, we're doing fine. We're doing fine now. I don't know what went on last round, bro. I am see. Blip, 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 blip. Yeah, you're dead, buddy. Never mind. I mean, what is he gonna do, though? He can shoot me all he wants. He can take, like, 5. Yeah, this time they're not gonna win. At least they freaking better not. There we go. Am I using stream elements for your chat? No, I'm using, for, like, the chat on screen, or just to watch the chat to see what it is? No, I'm using just a dock on OBS. That's all. A dock that was, by the way, supposed to show both YouTube and Twitch chat at the same time, but it's not, so I had to pull up a different one. It's really annoying. What do we have here? We have a little jerk. Careful. It's a big bad Zephyr in there. Oh, he's going over there. They have like, what, they have like 4 Zephyrs? Insane. Oh, I'm so dead. Maxed Namor is crazy. Thank goodness. Oh, my shield's gone. That Tengu didn't see me. I'm so grateful for that, bro. That could be a problem. What is that? Close quarters. I don't like it. Yep. I'm at a 6-star. Excuse me. No, we did lose that. That's unfortunate. What are your thoughts on Reaver? I think it's a good weapon. It's not better than Revoker, but I think it's a really good weapon. For sure. The chat on screen? I don't remember, actually. I set that up kind of a while ago. There's a mini joystick on Temu that fits on the FBSS keys, and I'm very curious if it works. Oh, yeah, I guess that sort of makes sense. Yeah, I can picture that. I don't know. I probably wouldn't use it. Personally, even if even if it does work, I probably still wouldn't use it. Because I don't really care that much. And I do play other games, so it's like I don't want a freaking joystick for one game and not for others. But then at the same time, it's like... Well, and also, okay, look... If you're... Because it like goes over like WASD, right? If you have that, if there's a joystick for that, it would be a lot more difficult to press the Q and E buttons to reload, I think. So I don't think it would work very well. And again, even if it did, the benefit of like a joystick is that you can put it on any angle, right? But for keyboard, it's literally just it's either straight or 45 degrees, right? There's no like in between angles that you can get with like a legitimate joystick. So even if like simulated a joystick effectiveness, I don't think it'd be very useful. And also, I feel like if it was a good thing to have, you'd hear about it more often. You'd see like a lot of people using it. Do you think they're going to be mechs with higher energy capacity? At some point in the distant future, maybe, but I don't think they really about it that much. I don't think they really care to do it. I think they're more likely to make a new rarity of stuff. They're like a mythic grade. Like a new rarity over legendary. That's the more likely thing that they do. I don't think they'll mess with energy too much. Because the problem with making let's say a 40 energy mech along with 20 energy weapons is that you wouldn't have any options for weapons until they released them. So, like, on release, you'd have a grand total of, like, 120 energy weapon. And that'd be pretty cringe. So, they'd have to release, like, I don't know, like, at least 5 different 20 energy weapons all at the same time, or at least in short succession, and I don't think they want to do that. To use an actual PC or a laptop with a monitor? Just a laptop with a monitor. At some point, I'll get an actual PC, but it's expensive. I was on a Revoker strike and didn't buy it, but got it in the recent event. Now I can't get used to it. Used to the hit cone of Ember Gun. Now I can't aim at close range. Yeah, it's just a thing you gotta get used to, yeah. Whatever. It's just bots, I don't care. What laptop do I use? I don't remember. It's kind of old one. It's an MSI one. It's not very good. I could put money into just like a better laptop, but like, if I'm gonna put money into something, I'm just gonna get a legitimate PC. And I do have some parts for it, like slowly buying. Slowly collecting some decent parts. But yeah, it's expensive as hell. Though. Excuse me, why is the Orion not dying? I marked him and shot him like 3 times. Ah, what? Okay, bye. Yo, dude, there's spot. Okay. I didn't think we were gonna have a problem. We're gonna have a big problem with that. Oh, you don't want it. You don't want it. I'm gonna mess with it. You don't want it. You don't want it. Hi. We all need minigun 28, 24, and 40 energy mix. We can put it on Chungus and see how big. Minigun 24 would be bigger than the brick house itself. And you know what? I agree. We need to see how thick it can get. Kill shark. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, you see what I'm talking about? Like, the game... I don't know, it's like the game doesn't want me to get kills. It don't want me to kill shots. It's like cringe. I want to kill shots. And the Sorak Eclipse. That's true. Just finish building your second PC. Might start selling them. Yeah, fair enough. Best of luck with that. Probably get people like me who have no idea what goes into building a piece. Is Redeemer worth buying? Nah, I kind of don't think so. Like, if you really think that you'd absolutely love using it, then go for it. It's pretty good for Hangar Showdown, but it's about the only mode that it's good for, to be honest. What mech does Reaver go good with? Really any brawler type thing. Gemini Orion build is incredible. Dude. If you have the means to try it, and you haven't tried it, that's all I can say. To anybody who's able to try it, if you haven't tried it, bro, do it. It's amazing. It's not necessarily the best build out there. I think arguably Railgun's better, because it deals damage faster. But it's funny. Did I use the tokens? Yep. I spun this. I got 3 tokens for this. Spun this. Actually, I think I got 6 total. I can give you that. Let's go. $1 toward PC. Much appreciated. Thank you, Cosmo. Yeah, I got the 5 tokens for this, because I spent the credits. Wasn't really worth it, let's be honest. I got the 1 token for that, got nothing. The 2 tokens for this, got nothing. Yeah. W Hall. Gemini Orion's been tried on me enough times, both by bots and players, for me to know what it does. Fair enough. You use Gemini Lasewing? No. If you have Orion, you haven't tried Gemini Orion, do it. I promise you it's worth trying. Again, you might not use it permanently, but I promise you it's worth using. Should you buy Zephyr when you have Parasite? I think probably, yeah, because they don't really counter the same things. I think it's probably still worth getting. You're gonna try it right now? Yeah, go for it, bro. It's a completely different experience, I promise. Aesthetic. Was it saying that they should invite Zam? This time, lol, he is good. Okay, well. Is that you? Is that you trying to... Is that you advertising yourself? I don't care if you're good at the game. I'll be honest. Like, I'm not that good at the game. I'd rather have people that are just... You know, nice to be around. People who aren't, like... really toxic or whatever. What is the value of 1 token for Quasher 6? I have no idea, actually. It's some amount of credits. There's no A-coins involved. Dual Disruptor 12, good with Max Orion. I think it could be okay against bots, but I don't see that working against players at all. Gemini hits like a Spanish bull and then just... Yeah. But then throw that on Orion, you get a completely different experience, bro. Legendary pilot for Gemini. Yeah, I think it's probably worth it. It's not like a top pick for, like, clan wars, but it can be used in an ESP, right? Like, if your one and only goal is to be as top-level competitive as possible, then you could probably skip Gemini, but in any other scenario, Gemini's a good one to kind of double down on. It's such a strong weapon. They're all just hiding in the back, bro. No, my mortars. Ow! I thought those were mortars. Those are double javelin 16. That's crazy. I stood no chance, bro. Alright then. I got you, Ringer. Hold on. Will has left the chat. Hit me. Oh, you try, bro. You replaced it so perfectly. I didn't even realize mine went down. That's incredible. Good. Thanks. It's hard for me to tell who's AFK, like, in the moment. This guy back here. I was shooting at that guy who was AFK, which is pretty cringe. I didn't mean to. Yeah, Will. I don't want to shoot him. These poor souls. These poor souls, bro. Like, what in the world? That's so sad. How many guys did they have quit on them? At least one, for sure. Will. What? Was it Warsag as well? They both, I guess both of them quit, probably, huh? Oh, yeah, I know I need to change the game, yeah. I can do that from... Oh, gosh, okay, never mind. I don't know what the title is. There we go. I should be able to save that. Yeah, crap. Dang it. This is why I always, by the way, this is, like, so not applicable to almost anybody, but if you're, like, clicking off the screen, I always recommend pressing the escape button first. So that you don't have a situation like that, where it's like, in order to click back onto the screen, you have to, you know, that fires one of your weapons, and that's potentially a really long reload time. Is that long-armed cheetah? Are we for real? Are we for real right now? Hi. Oh, come on. Hey there. It's a kill shot. Must kill. Must. Yes, let's go. Will does not have a lot of willpower. Yeah, Will lost the power, that's for sure. And we are gonna have to kill him eventually. Never mind, we aren't. Is Orion worth buying for permanent use? Permanent? Probably not. You could technically use it permanently, but a lot of people won't. It'll be extremely effective for a very long time, though, yeah. Womp womp. Hello. How are you? Poor people, 2 Aegises, they can't do anything. Yeah. But 2 of them quit, I think. Like, I knew it was one-sided for sure, just based on, like, at least one of them quit. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 2 of them, actually. Just got Reaver 8, not very good because it's rank 3, yeah. If you're around my SP, I would actually recommend using it in Hangar Showdown. I think it's actually going to be pretty... It should be pretty good there. Best weapon with Parasite. If you're using it in, like, Hangar Showdown mode, which is, like, it's one of the best mechs for that mode, by the way. It's, like, easily top 3. It's almost impossible to kill a Parasite 1v1. If you're using it in that mode, probably Revoker. But otherwise, I'd say, like, Overdriver or Minigun. Maybe Podgun. Just because Podgun does well on pretty much everything. takes 12 years for the game to realize all mechs are dead and that it should finish the match. It's like, oh, wait a sec. Whoever's in charge of ending the matches, they don't pay him enough. He's sleeping on the job or something. Trying to figure out who I've invited most recently. I'm Redo. Well, I definitely haven't invited you. Or you. One of them quit? Well, I know at least one of them quit, but I'm saying that I might have been two. Was Zam good by any chance? Like, I'm be honest with you, I wasn't paying attention, bro. I don't monitor your performance. I'm not one of those people who's like, you know, always looking out for OP meta boy talent or anything like that. Literally just like, I'm just inviting people who are in the chat. That's it. If you see me later, just know that I'm aware that Fusion Cannon is a bullcrap. Wait. Did you buy Fusion Cannon? I heard it's kind of OP. Now, I actually did hear from somebody that Fusion Cannon 16, I think it had a Fusion Cannon 16 and 10 build, and that it was actually half decent. I kind of want to try it. They're both credits. Double Fusion 16 would go hard on my Paragon, I ain't gonna lie. He had a maxed minigun Eclipse, wielded? That's crazy. Did he actually? Fusion Cannon was A tier? Not even close, bro. Hornet is the biggest disappointment in missiles? Yeah, I think you're right about that. I agree. It doesn't even, like, you use Hornet, I think the last thing that you think about is missile weapon. Like, it's absolutely not the foremost thing on my mind. Like, I'd call that a guided, maybe a barrage. It's kind of a mix between pod gun and cryo launcher, if you think about it, because it fires bursts of 3, applies a status effect, and has the homing. The vertical homing. Not vertical, horizontal. I don't know my directions. So, like, in that regard, I would assume it would have been barrage category, but yeah. It's missile, cause that makes sense. Oh no, it's so cringe. I don't like wasting my Hunter's Mark on Deathwalkers while their abilities are active. I always try to make sure that I kill them first, and then mark them, and then kill them for real the second time. Oh, that's kind of scary. Jeez. You can go away with that. Thank you very much. Oh, it's got Blast RPG. Most OP weapon. The Blast RPG also has that cringe homing thing, but at least it seems like a missile weapon. Like, it is legitimately a missile weapon. There's no mistaking it. Hornet is not. Like, what exactly makes Hornet a missile weapon? Couldn't even say the radius, because it has smaller radius than most random other weapons. Okay, Gemini Orion felt like a bully. I'm telling you, bro. It's a complete, like, it's a completely different experience. There ain't nothing like a Gemini Orion, bro. Honestly think Voltaic RPG is a close contender for most disappointing missile weapon. You know what? It might even be the more disappointing missile weapon. And my reasoning for saying that is because I forgot it existed. I forgot it existed. My man said it, he was like, Hornet's probably the most disappointing missile weapon. And I thought about it for a second. I was like, what are some other bad missile weapons? I was like, yeah, you know what? You're probably right. Didn't even cross my mind that Voltaic RPG was a thing. Which I think by default gives it some points in the most disappointing weapon department. Ow! Thanks, buddy. Deal 350k with the first shot with Gemini Orion. You should deal even more with the second shot because you have the weaken effect. Hunter's Mark and the weaken effects do stack. You can stack both of them. Viper 8 better than Stork Rack 8. Stork Rack? Are we making up words now? Buying Fusion Cannon 16 and duping it will hurt our soul. Well, it's a good thing it's not your credits then. No, but for real though, I probably won't do it. And I probably won't do it because it'll take way too many A coins. If it was just a matter of credits, then I might, because it should be pretty cheap. But nah, the rank up in terms of A coins is going to be way too much. Podgun Orion or Viper Orion? I don't put assault weapons on Orion. They don't do well. Podgun Orion's pretty good. I'd say Railgun Orion's the best. That's the best combo. And if you don't have Railgun 8 and you have the means to get Railgun 8, getting it sooner rather than later, you got 2 weeks. 50% damage modifier on Railgun 8, so it's gonna do a ton of freaking damage. But even without that modifier, it's still the best weapon for Orion. Like, to be honest, I think just overall, it's the best weapon for Orion. Next free-to-play weapons after Dreadshot. Tetra Rifle. And then I think Strike Rocket. And then I think Gemini? Question mark? No, I think there's one between Strike Rocket and Gemini. Check. Let me see. The Mech Arena Master database is a link labeled in all of my video and stream descriptions. That is what I'm going to right now. I go there at the very end, the tab called Calendar Tracking. That's where it shows the release date of everything. It stopped being updated a while back, but it's still like it was, yeah, stuff doesn't really release that fast, so it's still. Yeah, so it was supposed to be Tetra Rifle and then Hellfire, and then Strike Rocket, and then Gemini, I think. But they did Hellfire already. So the next one should be Dreadshot, and then Tetra, and then Strike Rocket, and then Gemini. Tetra Rifle, Strike Rocket, and Gemini all 3 of those are really, really solid weapons. Yeah, all 3 of those are really, really solid weapons. So I kind of want to get Dreadshot too. Like, when it does eventually come, I'll be honest, I kind of want to get it. Just to see, because I feel like it could be okay. It definitely does bad against multi-layered shields, but I feel like it could do okay if you're not dealing with multi-layered shields. Rishi, much appreciated. Hello, welcome. Big Chungus worth it? Nah. I mean, realistically, you probably wouldn't even use it. I want it because it's funny, but that's about the only reason. Yeah. Should I buy Sentinel as a replacement for Ares? No, Sentinel's actually worse than Ares. Rank 4 Ares is better than rank 4 Sentinel, and I'm being so serious, by the way. I don't know how they managed to do it, but they managed to make the epic version worse than the rare version. Is my Lancer maxed? Yeah. You're saving for Aegis? Very nice. Everyone has a Normad and Dreadnought. Yeah. Yeah, those are very strong. You better bet I'm gonna spend a few bucks on Redox so I can use Jovers on it for the vibe check once they become free to play. That's crazy. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Jover Redox, yeah. Ain't nothing like it. Better watch out, bro. And you? Well, I invited you. You just didn't come in. Good replacement for Guardian. You already have Zephyr, Orion, Redeemer, Ares. Aegis should have been... I mean, Zephyr's obviously cheaper, I guess. But Aegis is way better than Redeemer in Tier 5. But if you're in Tier 6, and you have Orion... Bro, what is that? It's OP, bro. No, what are you talking about? Most of people I've ever seen in my life. Yo, wait, the bots have mods on them. That's no good. I don't like that. That's scary. That's really scary. Oh, well, it's probably because I invited somebody who's a little bit too strong, or it's just a one-off thing. Because this happened before, where it's like they just give me one match just to see if I can handle it, and then like, oh, okay, fine, I'll stop. Eh, that's not. Actually, no. Hook. Ah, come on. What in the world is that, brother? Oh, what are you doing, by the way? Oh. Yeah, alright. That's fair. Oh, I has Disruptor jump scare, dude. Is that a Reaver Sentinel that I see? Who is that? What's a bot? Man, I was hoping that was one of my boys. That would have been great. So, you know, and the funniest part about that was, like, if it was a play, I would have known that was rank 3. It would have been incredible. Alright, I gotta be more careful now. I didn't realize the bots were freaking being OP. Ethan, you're back. Welcome back. Why did you buy Panther? Because it's really strong. What do you mean? I mean, on this account, I want to buy almost everything. Just to see how good it is, right? Because the whole point of this account was as an experiment. As an experiment to just kind of figure out what works at this SP and what doesn't. And some people got... Ouch! Some people got a little bit triggered that I wasn't going the meta progression route, but I can't tell you what works decently. I can't tell you really what works if I don't try these things. Like, yeah, I could take a guess, but that's not exactly useful information, right? So I want to be able to try things just to see how good they are. Including, like, Cheetah and whatever. That's why I bought Cheetah. Plus it's OP. Dang it. Your account is 9k and I'm getting max spots in CPC matches? I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, you can have a max tanger. It's a matter of, like, how many, like, how strong are their mods, I guess. Do they have maxed mods as well? So I know a lot of people who have maxed, like, they have maxed hangers. And they're only, like, 9k-ish. Mods count for a lot. The mods and the pilots and the implants, really. How much does Surge cost? Like almost 10,000 A-coins. Best weapon with Parasite? I mean, it depends on what mode you're playing. If you're playing in Hanger Showdown mode, which it's a really, really strong mech in that mode, by the way, then you should probably use, like, Revoker or some really high damage weapon. Otherwise, like, Overdriver or Viper or Podgun could all be pretty good. Level 4 or 5. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really played it like the 9-10,000 SP range in a hot minute. So I'm not really sure exactly what every stage of the game looks like. Should I save up for a Carbine? No, Carbine is like probably one of the worst weapons in the game. Best looking mech. Redox default paint. Easy. Redox with default, it looks incredible. All-time favorite weapon on Aegis. Minigun. Bullet spray. All day long. I mean, I just like minigun a lot. It's hard to beat minigun, although Reaver is very satisfying to use. And I definitely enjoy using that as well. Redox and Fusion Cannon. Yeah, it's OP, bro. You know, you didn't catch the update? Surge updated looks the best. No debate. Well, what do you mean no debate? Yeah, let's have a debate. First off, it's your opinion. You can't say no debate when it's your opinion. Second off, it literally looks like a... Bro, it looks like... Have you seen Star Wars Clone Commando? Look it up. That's what that looks like. I'm not saying I dislike it, but I'm saying there's a lot of room for debate there. Free Cheetah and daily events. I heard about it, but I haven't seen it. I hope I get it. Why did I ban you? Well, because you were spamming. You were spamming the same question over and over. Sorry. I didn't ban you. I just timed you out for 30 minutes. That was it. Oh, bro, I forgot this was a map. I was about to say, I don't want to do CPC. Oh, guess what? I'm not doing CPC, bro. Can we all agree the new sniper weapon should from now on be referred to as disappointment? Bro, I can't read that whole thing because, bro, what? The chat keeps dying and I have to reload it constantly. Updated Surge looks like a hyper modern vacuum cleaner, bro. I'm not a huge fan of the updated Surge, but I do kind of think it looks better than the old Surge design. I will say it. I do think it looks kind of better than that. I think most of the redesigned ones look better. The ones that were legitimately redesigned, by the way. I'm not talking about, like, the frickin', like, Zephyr one, where they just used a different skin. Wait, hi. Bro, I didn't even realize he was back there because he wasn't dealing damage. That's pretty much confirmation that the dread shot's not going to work very well. Imagine sneaking up, bro. Imagine sneaking up behind somebody, and they don't even realize you're there because you can't deal, because the damage that you're dealing is so nothing. That's crazy. Can Missile Rack be as strong as Storm Rack? No, definitely not. The reason Storm Rack's strong is because of the reload implant. The legendary reload implant reduces the reload by 50%, which is a massive amount. It goes from 11-second reload to 5.5-second reload. Every second counts when you're dealing with, like, revokers and surges and whatever. And so it turns the Storm Rack into, like, more of an actual legitimate brawler weapon. And that is that implant is the sole reason the Storm Rack is a top meta weapon. Like, you know, it's still strong, obviously. Without it, it's still strong. But so is Missile Rack, right? Like, Missile Rack, it's still strong. Oh, Ringer's got the Reaver. Broke Reaver. Let's freaking go. Actually, on Panther is probably what I would have done. It's probably what I would have done on my Hangar Showdown thing. My Hangar Showdown lineup. That's probably what I would have put it on. Or maybe the Howler. I might have gone Reaver. I might have gone Reaver Aegis and Howler Panther. Because Reaver has a little bit more range and Aegis needs a little bit more range than Panther does. In terms of Hangar Showdown, I think. Stalker looks worse after the redesign? Bro, you take that back. You take that back right now. 100% disagree. And Stalker. I think the Stalker one looks good. Trying to think of which one I don't like. I'm not sure I dislike any of them. I think the Panther one looked nice. Paragon one looked nice. Jover is only detected by its sound, never by damage. That's an incredible way of putting it, but you're probably right, actually. I am sorry. Okay. Paragon's so ugly? What do you mean? Bro, what do you mean? No, it's fine. Worse by a wide margin. You're a wide margin. What do you think about that? Nah, just... I will disagree, but only because, like, a lot of people know by now. I'm a little bit more of a fan of, like, the slightly more realistic designs. So, like, I obviously prefer, like, this Aegis design over the, like, the classic Aegis design. Which is, like, more... It's, like, more sleek and, like, cartoony or whatever, but I kind of prefer the ones that are a little bit more, not necessarily realistic, but the ones that are a little bit more... I don't know what you want to call it. There's a certain, like, militant aesthetic to it. Like Sentinel, I've always really liked the design of Sentinel and Onyx. I just think they look really cool. Anyway, let's see, what are we doing? Yeah, Brickhouse didn't have one. At least not really. Gatecrashers was great. Gatecrasher looks way better now. Thank goodness, bro. That thing looked so bad before. Paragon Lancer. Arachnos. Okay, the only issue that I have with the new Arachnos one is that it kind of takes itself a little bit too seriously. Like, come on, bro. Like, you're an Arachnos, alright, my guy. It ain't all that. Like, let's be real. Yeah, nah. Yeah, I think I like all, like, I think I like all the redesigned ones better than the original ones. And again, I'm talking about, like, the actual legitimately redesigned ones, like Guardian, not the ones that they just used a different skin, like Juggernaut. Like, I like the skin, like, it's fine, but, yeah, they didn't really put effort into that. They also take looks and loudness into account when balancing. That's probably true. It must be true if somebody gave the okay for Jover. Redeemer or Aegis? Aegis, it's not even close. Favorite skin in the game? Not sure. Not sure. Star Slayer Hemlock is a top contender. If you have not seen it. Oh, I don't have it. I have it on my main account. But it looks really good. I'll just put it that way. Should have made the Snowman Arachno skin as default. That's crazy. I do kind of like that skin, though. I don't know why, but it's hilarious. Chungus with Continuum. Continually Chungus. I don't know. I don't know if I've used it. Well, I probably have used it realistically, but I mean, it's not going to go well, so I'm not really sure what you're looking for. Parasite, best weapon for Parasite. I keep getting this question, and I should have made a video for best weapons for Parasite. I should have, but I didn't. That's my own fault, I guess. I'd say Revoker if you're playing Hangar Showdown. But if you're not, then probably like Viper or Overdriver or Viper or Podgun. In that order. Your opinion is Lancer, Tengu, and Stalker got worse? What? Lancer got worse? Bro, as far as I'm concerned, the only difference between base Lancer and the new Lancer is literally just that they made it look more dynamic and less like a freaking 5-year-old children's toy. This looks so stiff and plastic. This actually looks like dynamic. Bro, what do you mean? Man. I mean, clearly you just appreciate a certain aesthetic that I don't really agree with, but that's fine. That's fine. Base the best for OGs. That is a ridiculously dumb statement. I'm an OG. What do you mean? Did he spin? Did I spin? Yes, I did. I got the tokens for this. I had some tokens for this. I spun it. I got nothing. I got tokens for this. I spun it. I got nothing. I got token for this. I spun it. I got nothing. I went to yeah, nothing. Garbage. No. The whole stream was a waste. Parasite is quite skill-based. I kind of agree with that, actually, yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Let's just invite, like, all of the 5k people. Anyways, close to 5k. You cook. I know he has a fusion cannon Redux, which is pretty OP. Tonpussen, bro, I don't know what it is. I don't know how to pronounce that, but hello, how are you? Parasite versus Volti versus Aegis? Parasite's better, not even close. Why does long arm feel harder to aim than railgun? have you used both? And like in your own personal experience, you've used both, and long arm feels harder to aim? You feel like you miss more long arm shots? Or is it just a matter of like, you have long arm, you don't have railgun, but you see people using railgun and it seems like they're hitting more shots than you are? Graviton 10 was a weird die. It's very hard to fine aim long arm. Yeah, it might be true. Using achievement weapons, using minigun and parasite. Oh yeah. No, that's a good build for sure. Railgun is better because it has slight famous. What? Guys, you like... Oh, well, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Oh, hello. I shouldn't be here. Okay, bye. Long have a slower projectile than railgun? I don't think so. It could potentially, but I don't think so. Ouch! If I was to put my bets on anything, I'd say that people tend to hold the trigger down when they're firing a long arm because it has 5 projectiles, but I really don't... Like, it's not good to hold the trigger down for sniper weapons. Like, you want to individually tap it. I've always had really hard time aiming consistently while I'm holding the trigger down with long arm. Like, long arm used to be, like, my top weapon back in the... Like, long arm was really, really strong back in the day, so I used it a lot. I don't know if it's changed, but I know the way that it worked back then, it was... I don't know. I found it very difficult to aim if I was holding the trigger down. I am not dealing damage. That's incredible. Ow! Goodbye. The budget account? I'll do something with a budget account at some point, but... Yeah, I haven't really been playing on it, to be honest. It's hard for me to keep up with multiple accounts, bro. I don't think you guys understand. Panther or Orion. Orion is better, and it's... Yeah. I don't think there's really any notes about that. Orion's just kind of one of the best mechs that you can get. It's the best epic mech in the game. What are you? Hi. Oh. Nice skin. Is that the hazmat? I like those. I knew there's stealth something somewhere. Do I even want to move up, bro? By clapped. Hey. How are ya? Boom, boom, boom. He just like slowly turns his head. Strike rockets everywhere. Very cool. should you keep a Rhino hanger in the field? I mean, if it loses value, then take it out. You know, like you'll know when when it becomes weak, right? Are they going to tease us with a new robot Earthquake and then just never release it and rename it Frost? I don't know if they're never going to release it. Some people think that they replaced it. I kind of think they're two different things. They had a separate model for it and everything. It's supposed to be a support. I kind of think that they decided they wanted something a bit more like Christmas themed, so they went with like the Frost, right? I think they decided they wanted something a little bit more themed for the holidays for when that comes out. I think there might be, because we still got a bit of time, I think there might be another mech between. They showed What's-Its-Face Duel, the Beam Healer. They showed that mech in the devlog. They didn't, like, highlight it, but it was there. It showed up on the screen for a second. And I think that's going to actually be the next one. And then Frost is going to be the one after that. And then maybe they release Earthquake, like 1 or 2 mechs down the line. I don't know. I kind of think that there's still a decent chance that they do release both of them. The matchmaking so unfair in tournament. I haven't really had issues with it. I still haven't really had issues with it. Like, what's the problem? Because again, like, and I said this before while I was, like, we ended up winning the match too. Like, we ended up doing fine. But like, I specifically brought attention to it. Like, I was playing a tournament match, and somebody else had like a rank 6 Zephyr on the enemy team. Yeah, like, there were some mechs that were rank 5, some mechs that were rank 6. I don't have any of those, obviously, right? They had, like, rank 5 Legendary, rank 6 Epic. Just because they have higher level stuff doesn't mean it's unfair. Doesn't mean that you can't win. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't try to win. Like, we ended up winning. It was fine. So I don't know. I feel like too many people, they see that there's a rank difference, and they immediately just like, nope, forget it. I lose. Matchmaking's so unfair, I'm not even going to bother trying. Like, it's not all about SP and mech ranks. I can and have beaten fully maxed players in Hangar Showdown. Like, this guy had maxed Revoker Surge, max Ember Surge, max Revoker Eclipse, max Gemini Lay Swing. I still beat him. He was league dropping. Still beat him. And I did that multiple times. Not to the same guy, but, like, I've done that on multiple occasions. Like, just because there's a power difference does not necessarily mean there's, like... Because the matchmaking also, whether you like it or not, you can decide that you don't like that. And that's fair. I mean, like, however you want the matchmaking to be, that's your own opinion, but I'm just telling you how it is, not necessarily how I'd like it to be. I'm not saying that I like the way that it is. I'm just saying how it is. It does not necessarily only care about your SP. There's almost always going to be an SP difference. Most of the people I fight have like 5,000-6,000 SP. That doesn't mean they have better hangers than me. A lot of them have really bad hangers because their builds are terrible. They have really weird builds. But more than that, their win rate's really bad, and they just, like, that just generally I'm just a better player. And so they put us together, and they're like, yeah, this is probably pretty fair. I still end up winning most of the time. But even if I lose, that doesn't mean it's unfair. Because realistically, a fair match is any match that gives you a 50% win chance. So anything above 50%, you know, like you should be losing about half the time. In a fair environment, I think people don't understand that in a fair environment, you would be losing half the time. But people lose a third of the time, and then they scream that that third of the time is unfair. Should have added him on Facebook before he forgot his login. That's true. I don't know if I'm ever going to get that back, bro. If you want to send a friend request on Plarium Play, then go ahead. I will accept those always, without hesitation. But otherwise, yeah, no, my list is always full. Podgun or Railgun for Orion? I'd say Railgun. Overdriver 8 or Overdriver 10? Well, if you got Overdriver 10, then you'd only be able to use one of them. But if you get the 8, then you'd be able to use 2. You use 16 energy, essentially, worth. So, that's probably better. But it depends on what you want it for. Once was pushing it. Twice you're banned. New lore about Craneyard? Bro, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I have not paid attention to the lore. All I know, something Rosa de Silva. It has something to do with Rosa somehow, because everything does. Apart from that, it's all just random bullcrap. I don't care. I will send you 400 A-coins right now if it doesn't have anything to do with Rosa. I'm that confident. Should you start playing this game if you support... Bro, I don't think anybody cares. You were here asking that earlier. Like, look, it doesn't really matter if they specifically support it. What matters is if they're... Like, if they said something specifically against it, then sure, yeah, no, that's pretty bad. But not everybody needs to, like, specifically go out of their way to try to say the thing that you want them to say. Like, play it if you find the game fun. Like, I didn't realize the games that you played had to be tied to political beliefs. Crazy. You don't see any Rosa references? Well, you know what? I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe that. When do I need to play to possibly get matched up with you on your maxed account? That's rough, because I'll be honest, I don't play there. When a new mech or a weapon comes out, then I'll stream it around this time. So that's a pretty safe bet. Otherwise, I'm not really sure. I actually don't play on that account very consistently. Because I don't get players. That's the thing, is like, at higher SP, you basically don't fight players at all. It's all bots. Really annoying. Very boring. No Rosa reference, it's Killshot? What? That's bullcrap. You played around with Mayor the other day? That's crazy. Just by random? You're definitely not in the North American server, if that's the case. Yeah? Eh. Okay. The post was titled Mavericks, man. Bro, I didn't freaking read it. I'm telling you, like, I don't care. No rose. Okay, okay. Everybody's saying that he's right. Who was it? I'm sorry. Who was it that said that? Oh no. Bro, the dread shot almost didn't kill me. You got it, but not worth it. Should you upgrade it? Got what? The weapon? The what's its face? The Reaver or the Quasher? Actually, well, the answer would be the same for both. Just don't upgrade it, yeah. The answer is the same for both. Don't believe them. You know, I probably shouldn't. Yeah, Reaver. Oh, that's sad. Actually, Reavers should be pretty good in Hangar Showdown if you're around that SP, where a 8 energy weapon would actually be useful. Like, I'm not even joking. This, like, around this SP, right? If you're in League 2. If I got Reaver 8, I would unironically replace my Gravitons. Even though it's, you know, even though it's 8s versus a 10, Graviton Beam just doesn't deal damage fast enough, and I would actually deal... I think I would do a lot better with Reaver. I would actually unironically do that. Alright, man. What's your ID? I forgot this guy. Honey da Buzz. Tommy, ain't nobody care what you like. We don't. Get that crap out of here. Yeah, send your ID. No, not you, Glitch. That's not for you. Can you rate hangers? Probably not. I don't think I will this time, but I might make it like a weekly thing. Alright, I got you. Hold on. Plarium play 400 player ID. This guy, boss. Oh crap, I did it on this account. Whatever. Well, I got that task done anyway. I forgot I always, yeah. I always have it logged in on this account so that when there's a free pack, I can claim it. But that just means... But that just means I got this task done. I'm not going to do it. That also means we can do control point. We can play CPC. I'm not going to claim that. I will resist. I promise. I promise. I can do it. I can do it. I believe. Damn it! I am being so dead ass. I was not doing that for the bit. I promise you. When I see notification bubble, I click, bro. It's just a fact of life. Anybody who watched that one stream, there was a bug one time. There's a little notification bubble on like the profile or whatever. It's like a bug notification. I did that on stream, bro. I clicked it like 40 times. That's that stream. I clicked it like 40 times. I can't help myself. Rest in peace, free to play account. No, it doesn't count. I didn't buy anything for my account. I finished one task, like freaking cry about it. And I finished a task that I would have gotten that crate anyway. I would have gotten it if I just grabbed a couple beacons. So it's not like I even did anything that anyone else couldn't have done. I didn't help. Yeah, you're correct, bro. I was literally in the process of talking about how I wasn't gonna do it. And I swear, I promise you, I was not trying to be funny. I legitimately, I just automatically autopilot. It didn't even occur to me what was happening until after I claimed it, and then I realized what I was doing, and I was literally in the process of saying that I was gonna resist the bro. I freaking can't. What did I buy? I sent somebody 400 acorns. Because I said, they were talking about the lore, some game lore. And I was like, I bet you 400 acorns that it has something to do with Rosa. Because it always does. Like, literally everything has to do with Rosa in terms of the game lore. But apparently it didn't, so I did that. Does Plarium message you about upcoming updates or events? Kind of? Not really. So, certain updates like the repricing, for example, like the epic item repricing, they did tell us about that beforehand, yes. Only like a week or so. The thing is that, and I'm pretty sure they'd like to tell us a lot more than they do. They actually don't tell us that much. And part of the reason they don't tell us that much is that us content creators, we're essentially just, just a group of random people. And insider info is relatively prone to being leaked. I will never do it. I will never even hint at anything. If you ask me, like, I will specifically always make sure to give you everything that I know that I would normally give you. Like, if there's something, I don't know, if there was something free-to-play coming out tomorrow, and you're asking me if you should spend your credits on getting something, I will make sure that whatever it is that I say has nothing to do with the insider info. I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, maybe just save your credits for a little bit, wink, wink, right? Like, I'm not going to do anything like that. Some people would. I would never do that. I would always make sure that everything that I say is under the, is from the lens of assuming I don't know certain things that I technically do know. So I will never hint at anything like that. But, like I said, we're essentially just a group of random people. So, yeah, especially really big news is prone to being leaked. Tommy, I'm gonna ask you to stop bringing that up. Because, like, it's so unnecessary. And you're being unnecessarily extra with it. It's such a nothing statement. So I'm gonna kindly ask you to stop bringing that up. Doesn't Railgun do good even without Hunter's Mark? In terms of damage, sure. The reason you should use it on Orion is because of the shield pierce, not because of the damage, really. I mean, the damage boost helps, obviously, because it makes it so you spend less ammo killing each enemy. But why do politics need to be part of our fun? They don't. That's exactly why. I'm gonna ban him if he mentions it again. What do you even mean by Jover? Dreadshot. Dreadshot. It's our little meme name for Dreadshot. It's such a bad weapon. It's Jover. What do you think of the devs video they did recently? Oh, well, I made a whole React video to that yesterday. You can watch that. Which, by the way, I mean, I guess there's some things that I kind of would like to... Some other things I kind of like to mention. Maybe... Any idea yet when Pasha video will be available? I'm thinking, within the next 7 days, almost guaranteed. Yeah. Race story, yep, pretty much. Pretty much. I don't care what you, like, I don't care what you believe. You could think whatever you want, but, like, it's like, if it's something that you know is really divisive or prone to cause arguments, just don't bring it up. It's not even relevant. It's not even a relevant conversation. Whatever it contains, I will probably... Here's the problem, is like, I don't want to trick people into thinking that I'm going to make it members only, but I do kind of want to give channel members early access to it. I'm not sure exactly how I do it. But we'll see. But anyway, yeah, what was it? Hold on, I gotta close the Twitch chat. I don't understand what the problem is right now. It keeps, like, every time someone sends a new message on Twitch, it just crashes, and I have to refresh it. I don't know what the problem is. Why all players got Plarium Play exclusive event? Plarium Play is the PC version of the game. It's like the PC launcher, essentially, right? So it's only for PC players. Which is unfortunate, but yeah, it is what it is. How many A-coins you get for the content creator program? Not allowed to say. But I will say that there's 3 separate tiers, and this is public info, so it's not like it's insider info. There's 3 separate tiers, so, like, you know, being like a higher tier, like someone like, let me think. I'm trying to think, like, someone like Sanji, who doesn't really have a lot of subs, he doesn't get a lot of views. He's tier 1, and then I'm tier 3, because I have quite a bit. Bro, okay, the Twitch chat just straight up isn't loading now. Why is that? Streamlabs chat. Stream chat. Nope. That's not anything. This chat. It's just a white screen, bro. That's wild. Alright, well, I can pull you guys up on the side here. Yeah, there we go. I have fun at all your streams. You're so special to me, with all respect. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's not something that I guess I hear a lot, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. And I do my best to be useful. So joining Plarium, you get bonus? What do you mean? Oh, well, like, if you have the PC, like, if you play on PC, then you get, like, this one event that gets you some free tokens, right? This one. That's how I got those 3 tokens. It's not available for mobile players. That's the thing we're talking about. You got lucky and pulled Hornet 16. That's crazy. I don't know if I could call it being lucky, but you definitely got something, that's for sure. Hornet is pretty sad. Also PC player, but I used mobile also. I didn't have it. You'd just wait. Okay. You have to be on the mobile, like you have to be on mobile at the time, right? Why only PC, not mobile? I wouldn't know. That's not a question for me. That's a question for Plarium. We can play CPC now because I already absolutely whiffed that, bro. That freaking crate. I didn't want it. Which, by the way, did I get? The whole reason I didn't want it was because I didn't want the stupid Quasher blueprints. Did I end up getting Quasher blueprints? Probably did because I'm stupid. But yeah, whatever. A week ago, my anger was so balanced, I was getting win after win. And then I bought Surge, and now the game thinks I'm tanking, puts me in matches for full legendary mechs. How many matches have you played? It could take, I'd expect it to take like maybe 10 battles before the matchmaking really figures out exactly where you're supposed to be. Right? Because in order to, because here's the thing, it's not just like a, oh, you have this SP, therefore you belong here. Like it's again, people thinking way too much in terms of SP. The SP does not have nearly that much to do with it. So, in order to figure out where you belong when your hanger changes significantly, they up the difficulty until they feel like, okay, maybe this is a little bit too difficult, and then it's essentially sometimes it's pretty slow, sometimes it's pretty fast, but then from that point, once they realize, okay, this is a little bit too difficult, then they start to ramp it down and tune it down until the point where they feel like it's pretty fair, right? Pretty cool. Is the Strike Rocket event goated? Strike Rocket 10 is, like, not that good, I feel like. If it was the 12, then sure. Because that'd be relevant to almost everybody. Even a maxed player could use the 12. But ideally, you'd want the 16, because if you're going to use a weapon like that, you want as much energy, as much damage per shot as possible, to be honest. I got Parasite from Crate Rush. They gave 6-star Deathwalker in tournament. Yeah. But that shouldn't be, like, a permanent thing. It should be, like, you know, maybe 10 or 20 matches, and just give it some time to balance out, is essentially what I'm saying. But if it's been, like, a really long time, then, you know, for sure, especially if it's tournament, you can mention it, like, kind of share your feedback for whatever's happening for you personally. Share your feedback in the comments. I'm going to send that to developers. They can do whatever they want with it. I don't know what they're going to do about it. I don't know if they're going to do anything about it, but they asked for feedback, so there you go. Oh. Sorry, I can't really do anything with this. Got baffled by Strike Rockets like 2 minutes ago. They're way too broken. I hate them. It's really difficult to be in even like a somewhat open area when Strike Rockets are around. They're very strong. And you can very clearly tell why they're a meta weapon, right? Very good against multi-layered shields and stuff too. Like even if it doesn't hit the top, ideally it'd hit you from the top and it'll hit the canopy, bypass the perimeter or whatever. But even if it does hit perimeter, it's a lot of projectiles, so it'll chew it up really fast. Savant 16's on main account. Put it on Panther and it's fun, but doesn't seem very good. It's smoked by mods or anything that gets close. Yeah, the sad thing about Savant is, like, I feel like for whatever reason, even though it has, like, I think, what, 6 projectiles? It doesn't seem to take down 6 layers. It doesn't seem to really do... It doesn't seem to, like, physically take down as many layers as it has projectiles. I don't know, it seems weird. I don't know what's really up with it, to be honest. Please tell how to use referral codes. Like these. You just have to share a link with somebody. And then if they download the game, somebody who hasn't played the game before, and if they download the game, and then they play it, and then they, you know, they reach Division 1, for example, and you get 1,000 acorns from that. And then if you do it for 3 people, you'll get that. Yeah. Yeah, so like if all 3 of them, the first person, you'll just get that just in general. So you'll get, if you get 3 people, you'll get all those. Plus you also get this Cryo Javelin 12. Strike Rocket 10 first spin, that's crazy. You're gonna use it on Silverthorn, which you also got for free? Bro, this guy's cooking. Wish they had more emojis in battle. Yeah, I kind of do too. I feel like the cover me and the help button are essentially the same, and they should get rid of one in favor of something else. You didn't get blueprints for Quasher? Well, okay, at least, right? Because bro, I can't freaking help myself. It literally took me 4 seconds. It literally took me 4 seconds to cave, and I'm not even joking. It's crazy. Mjolnir. Die, that's crazy. I'm trying to think of who I have not really invited. You got your 3 referrals from your own devices? Yeah, you could just... If it's on mobile, then I think you have to use a different mobile device. But if you're on PC, then you could like just create a separate Plarium account, and you could just play it on the same... Like my this free-to-play account, the free-to-play account, literally the account that I'm using right now. This account is a referral for my main account. So you can do it on PC, like as many as you want. But on mobile, I think it has to be a completely separate device. You can't. I don't know why. I don't know how they figure it out for mobile, but they can't figure it out for PC. But whatever. Did I make my clan or did I join it? Which one? The free-to-play one, I made it. Or Flu, I did not make it. Although, like, there really is no leader for... Like, there's a, this Nihilus technical the leader. But I'm pretty sure when we made it. But it's basically Nihilus is just like... I kind of want to make a clan. Would you join it? And I was like, yeah, let's go. Yo, hi. Hi. How did I get EMP'd, bro? That's my question. Okay. I didn't even think to do that. Time to get those referral rewards. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, the problem is that you don't get you only get the rewards, like, well, for me anyway. Oh, the Venom got me. I only got the rewards on my main account. So I don't get the 1,000 A-coins on my free-to-play account. Which is very sad. I wish it did. But I don't. Because I don't think so. But I did want those I do want those Cryo Javelin 12s. It's the only weapon that I don't have on my main account, and I actually really want it, because I think it's a pretty decent weapon. New lady has the same name as your clan. Did she make the clan? No, she's one of the community managers, right? For Plarium. So the clan was named after her, yeah. Flames, but you gotta leave. Okay, bye-bye. You're trying to use it with yourself by using the code on mobile. So I can have alt, but I don't know why my new account's not making connection with my main ID. Well, in terms of the referral, see, that's what I just said, is like only one tap to kill your robot is too broken. Yeah, bro, back in the day, imagine this all the time. Before mods existed, this feature right here that gives you like shields and whatever stuff. There was an absolute freaking sniper meta, and I was not super I was not super fond of that, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm kind of grateful that's over. It was replaced by a different meta. It's also annoying, but whatever. But anyway, yeah, like I was saying, you can't have a referral account on the same mobile device. Like, you can't do it on a mobile device. If you're on mobile, you have to download the referral code on a completely different phone or whatever. It is very nice, only guided weapon with slow and very easy to rank up now. Yeah, it's true, that's true. I hated EM so much, bro, same. Bro, same. I mean, like, I used Railgun, and I used Disc Launcher to some extent, but I really did not use EM rifles at all. I didn't use them. I owned them, but I just never ranked them up because I didn't care. I think the 16s were the only ones that I had duplicated, because when I first got them, I wanted to try it for a video, but they ended up being, like, hella broken on first release. Thank you for the 211. Let's go. I'd take one shot over disc slinging. Yeah, agree with that. I agree with that. I did not like the one-shot meta, but at very least you could use pretty much anything. Like, that was the one thing that I did kind of like about it, is that, like, nade launcher, even voltaic RPG was actually pretty solid, pretty usable. But almost any bullet spray weapon was completely garbage. Yeah, I'm not rating hangers, sorry. Blast RPG or Voltaic RPG? Blast RPG, for sure. Blast RPG is, like, not that bad. It's just a weird weapon, and its mechanics do kind of actively fight against you. Which is annoying, but it's, like, not... It's, like, genuinely not that bad. Orion just brings back the sniper meta. Well, it's also because there's no mods at this stage of the game. Right? Like, a lot of people don't have access to them, but also the bots don't have access to them. So, yeah, it's the bots especially are really easy to farm with Orion. And if that wasn't the case, Orion would still be good. I just don't know how. Probably wouldn't be as good. Blast RPG would actually be better without the homing. That's so true. That's so true. It's such a weird mechanic to give to a weapon like that. Like, it's so unnecessary, and it just makes your job harder. That beam build is ridiculous. Ow. Yeah, I'll leave. Don't worry. I'll do. Oh, come on. Bruh. Of course, he has one implant, and it's max legendary range. Freaking screw you, bots. Oh, wait, right. Can't say. The bots have mods now? What? Why are they using those? What are those? Might be Juggalo. I think he's normally a bit higher. It's fine. I'll take care of that guy when he comes up the left side. Hello? Hello? Are you here? Excuse me? Did he die at some point and I just didn't realize it? That might have been what happened. Or he's just really slow. Ugh. Okay, yeah, let's just not deal with that. Oh, he's got it. Poke. Poke, poke, poke. Ah. When I won Oracle, I was so happy, but now I feel like I wasted my 210k credits. Well, what did I say? I said Oracle is not very good. It's not like I didn't warn you. To be fair. To be fair. Did I mention my Savant Panther got smoked by a Revoker cheetah? No, you didn't. Pretty important information. It's pretty vital. Meta information. How would I have known that the primary counter to... Oh, crap, bro. I'm so dead. Yeah, you see a Tetra Rifle bot, you know it's GG. Missile Rack Panther. Why, though? Isn't that, like, kind of a waste of, like, 9 out of your 10? So... Okay, bye. I'll just stay here. Is there anybody coming up on B? Well, I guess you wouldn't know. It's fine. There's somebody. Like, there's 2 enemies. One of them's here. Where's the other one? Oh, yeah, they're right there. I'm probably cooked, huh? Yes, sir. All these bots are so OP, bro. Why am I getting strong bots? You know, I couldn't tell you. Wish I knew. But I don't. I have no idea. Hopefully, it sorts itself out. We're just gonna... Yeah, I'll just put it that way. It's not the first time. Like I've said, sometimes when they're, like, the matchmaking every so often needs to test you against stronger enemies. And just to see, essentially, if you're ready for it, right? Cheetah not OP, the mine's OP? No. Cheetah also is OP. They're giving Cheetah in the monthly log, and that's what I heard, but I haven't seen it. I hope that when this refreshes, like when I get to 28 and I start all over again, I hope that I get a Cheetah in there. I already own Cheetah, but and so maybe just give me like 1,000 A-coins compensation. That'd be great. I'd like that. But I just want to see it, bro. I think it's because it's funny. Everybody running Cheetah after... That'd be great. I never get modded bots in CPC's only tournament. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I also don't get... That's what I'm saying. I also don't get modded bots in CPC. And I was getting, like, a couple times in tournament, but this is the first time we're seeing it in CPC. But what I'm saying is, like, essentially, like, every so often they need to test you against stronger enemies, because they don't, like, to see if you're ready for it. So I could expect to run, like, maybe 5 battles against rank 6 bots, and, before they decide, like, nah, we're just gonna bring it back down to, like, rank 4, rank 5. That's my guess. I don't think that my matchmaking is forever cooked and that I'm, for the rest of time, going to have to deal with modded bots. I don't think that's going to happen. Full Sniper Orion Squad, bro? Alright, sure, let's go. Let's go. Who else has it? Who else has it? Who's in the stream and has it? That's also on my friends list, sorry. Yusuf, do I have you? Wait a second, I have your alt account, don't I? I don't know what I don't remember what it was. It's that Lancer that puts you against modded bots in tournament? No, because I've had Max Lancer for, I don't think you understand that. I've had Max Lancer for a very long time. Like, for, like, months. Like 3 months. Ever since the repricing, I've had a Max Lancer. I did it immediately. And I've never had that issue until just now. Yusuf, you'll join the next one? Do I not have you? We buy Surge or Eclipse first? I would probably get Surge first. But, I think Cybertron does. I'm trying to remember who has it. It's Umbra. Yeah, but your main account's too strong. Didn't I have, like, an Umbra Junior on my friends list at one point? Swarmhammer, you do? What's your in-game name? I forget, I'm sorry. Gentarge? Targe. Okay, my bad, bro. I remember the in-game names, but, like, trying to keep track. It's tough. Not as tough as avoiding notification bubbles, though. I'll tell you. Platinum got Parasite on his free-to-play account. I know, dude. I wanted to. Like, I'm sort of glad that I didn't, because it would have been really OP. I'm sort of glad that I didn't, because it would have been really OP, and it would have been, like... You know, I don't necessarily want my free-to-play account to be carried by something I just got by dumb luck. Right? Ayo. Bro, he's got a long arm. Let's go. I'll go right. But at the same time, it would have made such a banger video. I have no idea what video Platinum made. Actually, no, I think I briefly saw it. But I don't think he really... What did he even cover in his video? Did he cover, like, the top weapons for it? Or did you just, like, play a couple matches? He doesn't talk very much or very often, so... It's not always easy to tell what he thinks about certain things. We three are racing for Surge? I ain't racing for Surge, my G. My A-coins, the ones that I have currently, those are going toward Stormwrack Legendary Reload. You can get Surge all you want, boy. I am dead. That's 6. Umbra Jr.'s in free play. Yeah, that's what I thought. But he's logging in, that's why. That's why I didn't see him. But yeah, he said that. He said he's logging in. Oh, a little bit of lag. That's dangerous. It's fine, fellow. Okay, bye. They better reprice the legendary implants too. They're not going to. My guy, if they were going to if they were going to do anything with the pilots or the implants, they would have done it the first 2 times. They would have reduced the pilot, the rare and epic pilot cost already with the other ones. They would have already done it. So I very much doubt they're going to change the pilot or implant cost. Period. I kind of agree with you. I think the pilot cost is fair. I'm gonna be may be controversial, but I do think the pilot cost is fair. I think they're relatively expensive, but they're cheaper than Mech's cost, and they give you very significant bonuses. I think it's fine. The implants, though, are a bit too much, yeah. I wish that they'd reduce the cost of the implants. I think an implant should cost significantly less than a pilot. But are they gonna do it? I doubt it. I doubt it. The rare and epic implants are balanced, though? Yeah, but every single time they've specifically stated we're not gonna change the pilots or the implants. And I think if they were going to reduce the cost of legendary implants, they'd probably also want to reduce the cost of pilots. Like, if they're going to do one, I think they'd probably do the other. So if they were going to reduce the implants, I think they probably would have reduced the cost of legendary pilots. And if they're going to reduce the cost of legendary pilots, they would have also reduced the cost of epic pilots, but they didn't. And it's just my train of thought. That's just my line of logic. Maybe I'm wrong, and they do end up reducing specifically legendary implant cost. Maybe they do, I don't know. But I kinda doubt it. That's what I'm saying. Do you think they'll reduce legendary mech weapon cost? Yeah, I think they will at some point. I think they'll do it after the holidays. Because I think the holidays is when they get the most amount of money, so it makes sense for them to keep everything expensive during that time. And then after that, they probably, like, early January, I think they'll probably reduce it. It's exactly what you meant, only legendary implants. Well, I know, and that's what I'm saying, is that I don't think that they would only do legendary implants. Is it not obvious that gen refers to general? I mean, I don't think of it that way. But maybe to other people it is, I don't know. What do you think about Tengu? I think it'd be okay, but only if you get it to rank 6, because it's like, as an aggressive mech, it requires mods to be useful. It's the same thing with, like, Guardian. The people who are glazing Tengu are the same people glazing Guardian. It's because they either have it at rank 6 with mods, or they have the mods access on all the low-rank stuff. They're able to put mods on low-rank stuff. Without mods, both of those mechs are pretty garbage. Minigun or Overdriver on Deathwalker? Probably Overdriver. I'd say the two most common Deathwalker builds I see are Stormwreck and Podgun. Finally, I built a max Tengu yesterday. Let's go. I want to at some point. At some point, I will. Alright, let's go. This is pleasing my OCD. Alright. Nice. So long as there's no notification bubble, you're safe. Alright? If there's a notification bubble, it's GG for you. Epic 23%, 600 Acorns. Legendary 30%, 3100 Acorns. You're telling me 7% is 2500 Acorns? Yeah, they are telling you that. They are exactly telling you that. Which is why, once again, which is exactly why the only legendary implant worth buying is Stormwreck Reload. Because it's not 7%. It's 27%. Which is more than double. So at that point, it's still expensive. It's still way more Acorns per percent, but it's actually, like, kind of worth it. Excuse me? I just exploded, but he did... As far as I was aware, he did not... We should not have all started with our Orions, by the way. I'm glad that we did, because it's funny, but we shouldn't have, realistically. Yeah, alright, bye. Sure, you know. These are kind of crazy, bro. Like, we're gonna need some help. Some help here. Okay, I do have Panther. Panther's good. Really good for this map. Mess him up. Mess him up. Please, please, please. Wow. Are they tanking? Don't they have like next? Or how am I like taking half of my damage after my dome is up? How is half of my HP going away? This is ridiculous. I don't understand. Okay. That was my last one. This is pretty bad. This isn't even tournament matchmaking. This is just regular season matchmaking. Clearly the game thinks I'm ready for things that I'm not ready for. I'm okay. I mean, like, I expected it to take like 10 battles. Even like up to 20 battles, maybe. I think the matchmaking is going to be pretty bad for a little while. But I don't know what these guys have, bro. Fully maxed out Revoker kill shot. That's what I'm saying, dude. Really sweaty opponents, yeah. Well, they might also be SP dropping. Because first off, they're using kill shot, and all kill shot people are scummy. You know, like, can't deny. But also, secondly, they seemed very in sync with Revoker Eclipses. Potentially maxed Revoker Eclipses. I said I would accept your friend request after the stream, but I didn't. I don't usually say that. I'm not sure that I did say that. 19k, 20k. Yeah, bro, 9k hanger. This right here. I don't know. Also, yeah, like full hanger of Revokers, essentially. What did I tell? Killshot users are always scummy. Yeah, they both had their 9k hangers out, though. That's crazy. That's crazy. You can tell it doesn't happen that often because of the win rate. But that's wild. That's wild. We're not gonna leave it on that. Bro, stop inviting me. We're not gonna leave it on that. We'll get it back. What's this? A ruffled Twitch stream? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Forgot how annoying starting a new account is, bro. I save all my crates for a new account for a few months. Would you open them all for a video? Just to see how many resources I get? I mean, I couldn't open them. I couldn't open them, but, like, I do kind of think that I may or may not, like, part of the reason I've been saving up a lot of crates, I kind of, at some point, I think it'd be interesting to do, like, 1,000 silver crates or something, and just see what I get from it. Ringer, you're gonna go, okay, bye-bye. Is it worth it to save up Acorns now? I mean, it's always worth it to save up Acorns. We've seen quite a few decent events, right? Like, 6,000 Acorns you could get rank for, was it Parasite? And that's 6,000 Acorns at most. 6,000 Acorns at most. Like, saving up a decent chunk of Acorns for Crate Rush events is not a bad idea. And, you know, if you want to just hold on to A-coins and then only spend them every so often on like really good Gregorish events, but mostly just like waiting for like a legendary repricing, that's fair, that's valid. But then again, like at the same time, the thing is just that, like, yes, ideally waiting and saving until after the repricing is the most cost effective. But at the same time, you don't technically know, like, you don't know when it's gonna happen. I don't know when it's gonna happen. I mean, my own personal guess would be that it's probably gonna be early January, but I don't know. That's just a guess. I don't actually know. There's a tropical storm called Melissa on your island. Dang, bro. Well, good luck with that. Yeah, man, stay safe. Doesn't legendary storm rank cost actual money? No. No, because you could find it in the shop. You just go here. This refreshes every day with random implants. So I'm just waiting for it to randomly appear. All of these cost 3,100, so I'm literally just saving 3,100, making sure that I have that amount. And then when it shows up, I'll buy it. Statistically, it should take about a month. It should show up at least like one time a month. Should cycle through. I saw one not too long ago, but, you know, even if it takes up to upward of a month, it doesn't really matter. Like, okay, here's the thing. It's like, if I'm saving up my A-coins, at this point, I can basically just act like I don't have any A-coins right now. So from here on out, if I got like 600 extra A-coins, like if I had 3,700 A-coins, for example, then I basically just treat it like I have only 600, and then I could use that 600 on like a stalker rank up or something like that, right? And I can use the extra A-coins that I have, no problem. It's not a big deal. And then, you know, I have plenty of things to spend A-coins on. And then when it does show up, I'll just spend it. Worst case scenario is I don't have anything to spend my A-coins on, and it takes forever to show up, and I end up with like 10,000 A-coins, in which case I'd probably just be like, yeah, you know what, screw it, I'll just buy Surge. And then I have to save up for the legendary Stormwreck reload all over again. Even in that case, it's like not a big deal, right? Either I'm saving up for the reload, or I'm saving up for a Surge inadvertently. Either one's fine. Doesn't matter. I don't think it'll take that long. Like, technically, I guess it could, but I don't think it'll take that long. My goal anyway was to buy Surge and potentially Eclipse, but Surge first. My goal is to wait until the legendary repricing to buy those, because that's when the bulk of people are going to be buying them, I think. I think as it is, they're just way too expensive, and they're relatively unattainable to the bulk of people. And so I think the bulk of players just kind of don't care that much, or it's like not really applicable to them. So I'd rather wait until it's like a little bit more mainstream accessible before getting them. Stormhammer, take care. Thank you for being here. Ryan Railgunner, Hemlock, Stormrack with reload implant, both base rank. I mean, Hemlock's way better. Stormrack Hemlock is legitimately meta. Railgunner Ryan is not. Strong, but it's not meta. Oh, you guys said that. You guys rated. Oh man, yeah. You're not the first. You're not the first. We've been getting some pretty strong bots the last couple matches. Don't worry about it. Get rid of the kill shot though. Nasty. Screw kill shot. Since you're getting rank 6 bots, can I join? Well, then I wouldn't know if then I wouldn't know if it's gonna fix itself. If we play this round and these are all rank 6 bots, then yeah, sure, why not? Yeah. I don't get to very often, so I might as well. Once you get Surge and Eclipse, if you get them, you'll be in my SP range. I can finally have at least one game. Let's go. Yeah, I'm not sure how long that'll take, but I don't know. I feel like within the next year, almost for certain, I'll have both of them. Plus, it's like, it might not seem like I have that much. Ow. It might not seem like I have that much. Why? Oh, yeah, they're back to rank 5, at least the Scorpions. It might not seem like I've gotten that far, but you have to keep in mind that every single one of these Acoin-based mechs, except for Cheetah, I think, or maybe Cheetah as well. Every single one of these things are things that I bought before the repricing happened, including, like, Guardian and, like, Aegis and whatever. Orion. Like, I've gotten quite a lot of Acoins the past year. 10 months, more like. I've just spent them on, like, very basic stuff. So yeah, I think probably, I mean, at very least by the end of next year, I'll almost certainly have both of them. Uh-oh. No! Killshot Ruiner of all things fun, bro. Also, yeah, we're getting rank 5 stuff again. Nice. I just grinded Acoins for Surge and Tournament and Fortune Vaults. Yeah, fair enough, but, like, Tournament is such a waste of time, bro. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. The Tournament's such a waste of time. I don't play that mode. The only reason I played that mode today, or the last few days, is because there's supposedly matchmaking like, the matchmaking is supposed to be different. And so I want to do it for, just to kind of see what's going on, to see what people are dealing with, and also potentially for content, right? So, like, that's the only reason I'm doing it. But it's, like, such a waste of time, bro. I'll spend, like, 20 hours throughout the week, and I'll get 50 Acoins for it? Yeah, no, thanks. You use foul language. That makes you really cool, yeah. It's me, GNR. You're super popular on Mech Arena. Very cool. Is that somebody that I ran into? Rate your hate for Revoker from 0 to 10. I don't really dislike Revoker as much as I dislike the scouts that use it. I'm not even gonna lie. I think Revoker in itself is not that bad. Like put Revoker on, like, Zephyr and it's balanced. Like, Revoker is just straight up a really bad weapon choice for quite a few mechs. I think the thing that makes Revoker so freaking broken is the fact that there's, like, so many mechs that can close pretty insanely long distances incredibly quickly, and then, you know, first off, apply a 4 or 5 second EMP to you, which is basically just insta-kill. Tournament has been lame a very long time. I have 3,800 tickets I won't use. So based, bro. So based. Like, nobody wants to play Tournament. They play it because they really want the Acoins. Nobody enjoys that mode, like, almost certainly. Grey Metal, welcome back. One of our teammates has rank 5 legendaries. Who? Who was it? Juggalo and welcome. Well, having one, I'm not sure, makes a big difference. If they have multiple, then that might be a problem. What's your favorite pilot lore-wise? I don't know the lore of the game, like, at all. The only thing I know is that almost everything has to do with Rosa somehow. You have 2? Alright, fair enough. I hate tournament and I already have 100 tickets, yeah. It's crazy, like, this is a free-to-play account, right? I play this account more than my main account. It's really difficult for me to grind resources, and yet, even I do not even bother attempting to play tournament. I don't even, it's not worth my time. You'll get more you'll get A-coins quicker by grinding out achievements, and that is a really, really, really inefficient way of getting A-coins. Let's be real. And it's probably, okay, it's a bit of an exaggeration, like, you probably won't never turn. Achievements are probably worse, but it's comparable, and the fact that it's comparable is pretty bad. Like, it shouldn't be. I want overdrivers for Aegis with 16 energy, but can also rank it up, but don't have any, so should I go for overdriver 8 first or overdriver 10? Well, overdriver 10 for, like, Panther would be fine. You'd have to rank up your overdriver 10. The thing with the 10 versus the 8 is that in order to be able to use 2 of the 10 at the same time, in order to use 2 of the 10, you'd have to get it to rank 6, which is kind of expensive. So you could get 16 energy worth out of the 8 for cheaper. You have Eclipse and Surge. Nice. I kind of, like, don't really want those. Like, even if they were affordable, I kind of just don't really want them. I think people stop trying to play the game. Like, I think people stop trying to learn the game as soon as they get those mechs. It's just like, oh, I load into a match, I use Revoker Surge. Oh, when my Surge dies, I use Revoker Eclipse, and then by that time, they have, like, 15 kills, and the match ends, right? And, like, I don't know, and then, but then, like, every time I see people like whenever I see people with those mechs, I mean, like, because again, I fight them all the time. Every single one of my matches against players, almost every single one of my player enemies has at least a Surge and an Eclipse. Maybe a Nomad, too. Like, almost all of them. As soon as I kill both of those things, it's like their hanger just folds instantly. They don't know what they're doing, but without those mechs. I feel like people forget how to play the game once they get those mechs. It's literally just brain dead Revoker spam. And I think, yeah, I don't really want to focus too much on that. I think it's crap bots can sprint in any direction. It's crazy. They could do a lot of things. Is Big Chungus worth getting at 4.8k? I'm gonna get it at some point because I want it and it's funny and, like, obviously people know me. But no, it's not worth it. It's a really, really bad mech. Avoid it. You and Platinum have your own little thing. I genuinely, I don't want any. Have your own little Surge bonanza. I could not care less if I had it. Would Chungus work better than Sentinel? I mean, probably, but then again, Sentinel works worse than almost everything, so, like, that's a bad comparison. All of that. All of that just for him to repeat the thing that he said. That's crazy. Imagine reading live chat, bro. Imagine reading live chat, bro. This guy. So here's my question. It's like, if you're gonna ask something or say something that, like, specifically to try to get my attention, why would you then decide to immediately go do something else or just stop paying attention right at that moment? Like, sure, don't, like, go do something else while the stream's playing. Don't pay attention all you want. But doing that right after asking me something specifically is crazy, especially if you're gonna keep repeating yourself until I answer. You don't know if I answered. Like, I did answer. What do you mean? Only if Chungus got inflated and kaboom after dying and kills everyone? I actually do want. Who is familiar with Hellburner in War Robots? I want something like that in Mech Arena. I think it'd be cool. What's stream ending? Not sure. Missy Goat, I'm be 100% real with you. I'm opting to ignore all of your messages from here on out because clearly you're not paying attention. So I'm not gonna bother responding. Ow, ow, oh, come on, I knew that was gonna die. We need a sword unit, bruh. You have one. The sword unit is essentially their version of Tengu, right? Well, no, that's Mercury. But it's kind of like Killshot, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, the sword unit looks so out of place in that game. It looks so out of place. It's weird. It's so weird. And also, I don't want any more freaking close quarters. I don't want any more close quarters melee type abilities, bro, because you know that those things are gonna be broken as hell. They're always so OP, and I do not want any more. My bad, misjudged how much time you had left. Oh, my left one burned out? Okay, whatever. It's my bad. Didn't realize. Please? Please? Got an assist for it anyway. Take it. Oh, minigun 8s, let's go. As you know, those are rank 3 too, which is crazy. What do I think needs a rework? Oh, like everything. Tetrapods need to chill. So true. So true. Tetrapods are some of the scariest ones because you know that somehow, some way, every single one of their shots are the last shot, and they always just like absolutely destroy you with it. It's like Nether, but they're Gundam style. Yeah. No, I agree. And it looks really strange. Like, the style itself is fine, but it looks so strange compared to other War Robots stuff. Like, it's so out of place. Like, the style itself is fine. Like, I've played, have you seen, what's it called? Mecha Break? Yeah. I've played that a little bit. It's pretty cool. I like it. It's the wings? No, it's not the wings, because the sword unit's kind of the same way. Do you know energy cap at the new Frost mech? I'm gonna guess it's 24. But if it is 32, yeah, you're right. A 32 scout, another 32 scout that potentially has like a freeze effect would be kind of wild. I think a Mercury-like mech would be cooler than Hellburner. You realize that Tengu is literally Mercury, right? You realize that, right? Can I look at your trailer ID? What trailer? No, I'm not looking at yours, sorry. Likes Red Bull, you think? No, bro. Red Bull is not only nasty, it's also mega overpriced. No, sir, no thanks. Tengu is a Japanese demon. Yeah, I'm aware. Do you think adding another rarity of mechs or just higher energy capacity on a mech would be ever added? Yes, I think that they're going to add another rarity at some point. I think they might add higher energy as well, but I think it's more likely that they add another rarity first. I know I should be responsible with my acorns, but I want to get Cheetah and Redeemer so bad. It's kind of not that expensive, so I feel like you may as well. Like, okay, look. Is your goal to get the most meta OP hanger as possible on your free-to-play account? If yes, then don't do that. If no, then get whatever you want, bro. Redeemer is genuinely kind of worth it for Hanger Showdown, though. Like, if you know that you'd enjoy it, even just, like, Cheetah, obviously, is pretty bad. But also, like, Cheetah game. Okay? But Redeemer, like, actually, legitimately, it's a permanent thing in my Hanger Showdown lineup, so. Pasha should truly listen to your advice at times. Sometimes... Yeah, I mean, like, I wish you did sometimes, but also it's like, sometimes it's just things aren't really practical. Like, there's certain things coded into the game that it would take a lot more work to change it than it's really worth. Coffee better than energy drinks, thought? No, I kind of agree. Coffee is pretty often better, yeah. Do you think Plarium adds higher energy weapons than 16? I don't know. Like, at some point, maybe, like, 10 years into the future, probably at some point. But I think it's more likely they add, like, a mythic category of mechs and weapons instead. I will get Cheetah for free in daily login. Oh, bro, yeah, I forgot about that, yeah. Umbra, just wait. Maybe you get the daily login thing. I hope I do. I mean, I just get the A-coin compensation for it, which would also be neat. But I just want to see it. I just want to see it, because the last one was the Particle Beam 8, and I never even got that. Some people got it. I never even saw it. I freaking wish I did. I wanted it. Even if Pasha listens to you, the Meta Eclipse guy won't listen to it. That's so true. He has one job and one job only, bro. Do I stream War Robots? I don't. I know a lot about War Robots because I've, like, loosely kept up with the game, and I used to play it a lot, like, back in the day. That was the game that got me, like, into, like, mech games to begin with. And then I got tired of War Robots, bro. The Hawk meta actually broke me. I was so done after that. And so then I was, like, looking around for other games to play, and I came across Mech Arena. That's about it. I am, like, I'm not even gonna lie, I'm kinda considering going back and playing some more robots again, though. Like, like, for content. I don't know. I kind of have an idea of how to, like, kind of break myself back into that game. I kind of have an idea for how I would do that. And if I decide that I, like, want to continue, then I can. If I decide that I want to, if I decide that like, no, this is stupid, I don't want to, then yeah, whatever. You didn't get Particle Beam, now you're sad. Particle Beam is terrible. Well, yeah, obviously. But here's the thing, is that, like, it's my goal on this account to get it and try as many things as possible. It would have been so much easier for me to get Particle Beam 8 for free than for me to have to try to get the freaking 10 and 6 for, like, 1.3 million credits. That's so expensive. I'm not going to do it anytime soon, because, again, that's so expensive, but I want to do it eventually, Because how can I verifiably, I mean, let's be real, like, how can I verifiably say Particle Beam is really bad if I haven't tried it at this SP? Like, I have to try it. Because if I don't try it, then how do I know it's that bad? So, yeah, it's gonna... There's so many things that cost so many credits, bro. I hear it's more pay to win than ever. Yeah, I mean, like, Warbots has never really changed, right? Like, almost every new release is the new meta and all that crap, right? Like, we know how it goes. It hasn't really changed. But, I don't know, there's also, like, there's a lot more options in that game. You can, like, actually, there's a lot more free-to-play options as well. It's easier to get stuff as a free-to-play player, I feel like. And... like, you're not gonna have, like, a max competitive account, but then again, I don't care. I don't, like, even for Mech Arena, I don't want this to be a max competitive account. I don't care that much. Like, I'd be perfectly okay just having, just, like, a random free-to-play account, right? And so, yeah, I don't know, it could be fun. It could be fun. There's a certain charm about Warbots. It definitely, like, it plays very differently. And also the fact that you actually get players as opposed to Mech Arena, which is like 60% bots at least. You bought the 6 and it was terrible. Yeah, I mean, I believe you. I believe you. But, like, you know, still, I think it's worth trying, right? Because people are going to be like, well, is this good? And I want to be able to have a video to reference to them. Like, I want to be able to have a video for people who don't know, rather than having to, like, specifically say, like, you know, having to have them, like, specifically come and ask me, right? I'd rather have a video that actually, like, says a video that covers that. Before the price drop, I bought the Disc Launcher 8 for 1.2 million. That's crazy. Warbots as a workshop, helpful for free players. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, it's also like you can get stuff. I think you get stuff faster, right? Like you can grind resources a lot faster. I honestly don't care about Warbots anymore. The game is way too unbalanced. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, there's a good reason that I left Warbots in favor of Mech Arena. Like, let's be real. There's a good reason that I quit Warbots like 4 years ago. And there's a good reason that I play Mech Arena instead of Warbots. And the reason's because I think Mech Arena is a lot more balanced of a game. But even still, there's a certain charm about Warbots. I don't know what it is. I feel like if it wasn't my main game, right? Like, Mech Arena can kind of be the same way. If you play it too much, if it's the only game that you play and you play for, like, you know, 3+ hours every day, you kind of just get to resent it. You just start to, you just hate all of these tiny little things about it. It's like, if you play it too much, you're just gonna start, everything's gonna irritate you. That's why I don't play this game every day. Like, I like Mech Arena more than I like Warbots, but still, I don't play this game every day. It's not healthy. Gauss is 10, one of your favorite weapons. That's crazy. Warbots looks like actual Warbots? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I really prefer the aesthetic of Warbots, yeah. Like, it's a lot more, like, realistic and whatever. I really like it. And the ability animations, bro. The weapon and ability, all the really cool animations that they have look so good. They have so good. Both are fun, that's the point. Yeah, exactly. And so long as I'm not dropping like $5 bajillion into it, if I'm just having fun on a free-to-play account, nobody's being harmed by that. Nobody's being harmed by that. I feel like it's not that bad. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe at some point I'll try to get back into it. The problem is, like, covering multiple games on this channel is not super practical anymore, dude. Everyone's here specifically for Mech Arena. Nobody's here. Like, there's some people who would watch anything that I play, for sure. Probably a larger percent. Like, and I appreciate it too. I think there's a lot of people actually like a significant percentage of people would watch anything that I do. A larger percentage than most people, you know. But at the same time, like the majority, the vast majority, like 90% of people probably, are only here for the Mech Arena stuff and they wouldn't watch anything else, so it would do really bad things to my channel. You're not playing on main hanger today? I don't play my main account most days. I'm actually gonna be honest with you. I don't play my main channel or main account most days. Because there's like not a lot to do. What am I gonna do? Like log in and freaking grind resources? Like everything I have is all my mechs are maxed out. And playing battles, like every single match is against just bots. There's almost no players at that SP. That's why I have more fun on this account. Like, I don't just play this account because, like, oh, I want to grind the free-to-play account. No, I play this account because it's more fun, that's all. You'd watch me play robots? Yeah, I know there's a lot of people who would, like, and I appreciate it, too, because I feel like for most people who specialize in one game, like most channels that specialize in one game, I don't think that they'd necessarily have that many people willing to watch anything that they did. And I so very much appreciate it. But it is still a matter of, like, I have tried it before. I have tried it before. And it didn't do very well. It really tanks the YouTube metrics, and it makes YouTube think, like, oh, this guy's uploading crap. Nobody likes his stuff anymore, so we're just not gonna... we're not gonna push his videos anymore. And, yeah, I could probably, like, brute force it. I could probably just push through it. Eventually. Eventually it'll be fine. But, I don't know. I don't know. Depends on how much fun I have playing it, I guess. Am I doing hair reviews? I'm not. But you know what I am thinking of doing? I'm thinking of watching some of, this is a BMP video. I'm here to give you 30% ad rev. Let's go, bro. 30% of my audience, this guy. You quit after homing bullets. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. I saw... because, like, even after I quit, I did sort of loosely keep up with Robots content. Like, I'd watch Adrian... honestly, mostly Adrian. Like, I'd tune into some of his streams every now and again, especially. So, like, I kind of still get what's going on for the most part. But in terms of, yeah, in terms of the actual game, I'll be honest, I was so lost in terms of drones, and I kind of still, like, I don't even really know how drones work. Motherships didn't even exist. I'd have to get used to it all over again, and I have accounts. Technically, I have two. I have one for mobile, one for Steam. But, I would probably just start from scratch, just to kind of see how it goes. Anyway. Let's do this. Pin. And then this. Pin. Let's go with, like... cool. Harpy grind. Do you play Minecraft? I mean, I have before, but I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really enjoy it. It was a little too slow paced for me. Drones legit make up so much power. I mean, I understand that, yeah. I understand that, but it's like, I didn't really understand how they worked. And they changed the microchip system, so like on release, they were very confusing to me. And I quit before I bothered to figure out how it worked, I'm gonna be honest. Reacting to BMP. Yes, let's go. Okay, hold on. Legendary Scout Trio secrets you need to know. Very secretive. Very legendary. Real quick, though. Score. I changed this audio source to that so that you guys can actually hear it. Let me know if it is... Oh, it's muted. That would probably help, huh?
Of one important...
How loud is it? Is it too loud? Is it fine loud? Is it not loud? Willing to bet Chong would hook you up with an account? What do you mean? Oh, in terms of, like, content creator stuff? So, like, what I heard from that is that you can't be an official content creator for any other game, or, like, a competitor game if you're one for, if you're in the War Robots program. That's what I heard. I think it was Manny who said that. I don't know if they changed it, but that's what I heard. And at the same time, if I was going to play like a free-to-play account, for example. It sounds muffled. Okay.
This video...
Yep. Okay.
This video will be an explanation of one important aspect of the Mech Arena meta, which is the...
How's that? How strict are they on the 18 plus? They're very strict, though technically you could lie about it. If they know that you're not, then they're not going to let you in. It's good. They took Manny's account away. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I was saying. Like, I'm pretty sure if you want to be, like, in the program... If you want to be in, like, the creator program for War Robots, you can't play any of the competitor games. And, yeah, as far as I was aware, I'll be honest, I didn't really hear great things about the program anyways, like, whatever. But at the same time, like, if I was gonna make content for War Robots, I think I would prefer to be more of a free-to-play friendly type person anyway. I don't want to spend money on a game and you know, getting a bunch of stuff that people realistically are never going to get, or, you know, at least you're not going to have access to it right then. They can watch it somewhere else. I don't think I need it. I remember this YouTuber named Manny, yeah. He was really fun back in the day. I feel like he got a little bit too complaining over time, though. Kind of understandable. Kind of understandable. But anyway, let's go with this.
This video will be an explanation of one important aspect of the Mech Arena meta, which is the relationship between the legendary Scout trio. This trio is Surge, Nomad, and Eclipse. I will use the term meta in this video to describe content within Mech Arena that is the strongest available, and the term counter to describe a relationship where one mech generally defeats another due to an advantage in that matchup. Yeah, so, like, something that people, I guess, I don't define those things often enough. People don't really know what meta means. Meta just basically just means that it's the strongest thing possible. Like, if you were to play a competitive, like a max competitive clan war type battle, meta is the type of thing that everyone's going to be using. It's the stuff that's the strongest, the most OP, right? And then counters, yes, essentially. Counters are things that generally defeat other things, but not always. That's the thing. It's like, just because something counters something does not necessarily mean that it always wins. Is the video lagging or the stream? Might be a little bit of both. All three of these mechs are legendary scouts and very powerful within the game, generally considered to be meta. Scout mechs are typically fairly strong when compared to other mech classes. This is because increased speed that scouts tend to have is often more valuable than other stats. For example, tank mechs tend to have higher HP, and attacker mechs generally carry higher firepower, but speed is more helpful throughout matches.
Well, there's a very... Yeah, and he's not wrong. There's a very good reason for that, though. If you have a certain... There's a certain amount of damage that everything has. And if that amount of damage is adequate to kill almost everything, something with, you know, something that has double the HP isn't necessarily going to last double the amount of time. It would in like a bullet spray situation against, like, let's say, minigun or something like that, right? So, like, something that has double the HP is going to last double the amount of time against something like minigun. Sure. But, I mean, like, Revoker can basically two-shot almost anything. First off, it doesn't really matter if it takes a couple extra shots, because especially if you have the EMP effect from Surge, which is stupid. But then also, like, Stormrax, where it's like one salvo, one full volley will kill pretty much anything, no matter what it is. But on top of that, another thing that makes Scouts so strong is simply the fact that mods exist, the multi-layered mods exist. Taking down the multi-layered mods is like, it's like 60% of the amount of time that it takes to destroy the mech just entirely. So, 60%, like, I don't know, probably like 50-60% of the amount of time that it takes for you to kill something is spent taking down just the multi-layered shield. And then the rest goes into the HP. The HP isn't that much of it. Like, the HP doesn't actually matter that much. So double the amount of HP doesn't actually mean double the amount of kill time. It's more like 50% extra kill time. So it's like stuff with lower HP, because of the way that multi-layered mod shields work. Stuff with lower HP isn't necessarily that much at a disadvantage. It is slightly, but it's not that much. And when you compensate that with, like, really, really strong abilities, like Surge and Eclipse, then, like, obviously, those things are going to be really good. Your opinion, Stormrack is useless without the reload implant? You're correct. Yeah, that's factual. And I've been saying that for a long time. Well, not useless, but not meta. Yeah, it's not... The thing that makes it meta is the reload implant, for sure. But the thing that makes... I mean, in order to use something that's stupidly strong like Revoker, right? In order to use something that's stupidly strong like a Revoker, you need something that's actually fast enough to be able to get from point A to point B and close that distance. And that's where Scouts come in once again, right? Because, like, even though attackers, like you mentioned, have more firepower, they don't have more damage output. 32 energy mechs very rarely are capable of effectively using something like Revoker. So their actual damage output, because Revoker is just so much stronger than everything, their actual damage output is less than what the Scout's damage output is. Surge has more damage output because it's able to use a much, much, much stronger weapon effectively. So, yeah, that's most of the reason that Scouts are really, really strong. Even something like Blockhorn. Like, Blockhorn's is a mech that I like to bring up a lot. Because, if you think about it, kind of the only thing that it has going against it is the speed, and that alone was enough to kill him. Like, it's not a meta mech simply because it's not fast. That's the only thing that was required to make it not meta. Which is crazy.
So yes, legendary scouts are powerful, but how do these three match up into each other? This particular trio form a great example of a rock, paper, scissors meta. This nickname describes an interaction between powerful characters, weapons, or in this case, mechs within a game. It takes,
or as I like to describe it, the hate triangle of legendary scouts.
The simple and well-known rock, paper, scissors game and applies it to describe the strategy within another game. In case you don't know how rock, paper, scissors works, I'll explain it briefly. Two players each pick either rock, paper, or scissors. Both players then play their choices against each other. Rock always beats scissors, scissors always beats paper, and paper always beats rock. The same choice played against each other is a tie, and players choose again until a winner is decided. Each option beats one other and is beat by the other one and ties with itself. This simple pattern can be applied to our legendary scout trio in Mech Arena. So we have Surge, Nomad, and Eclipse as our 3 different mechs in the rock, paper, scissors meta. Of course, if any of these mechs are in a fight against themselves, it's a 50-50 tie on who will win, just like in rock, paper, scissors. But
generally true, although if you want to, and this is why I say ability duration is such a good implant for Surge, when it comes to specifically Surge versus Surge, whichever one has the better ability duration implant will win. Pretty much guaranteed. Or the better mod, like, or the better, like, higher level mod shield, right? That's obviously really important. But for those two, for those specifically, for Surge specifically, it very much just comes down to whether or not you have extra EMP time. Even like a half second of EMP time is way too much damage for anything to be able to really make up for. Like, it's a lot. You can do a lot of damage in half a second with Revoker. Crazy.
when these mechs are put up against each other, who beats who? First up is Surge. Surge has the Storm Dash, which allows it to dash and then stun any enemy in the radius at the end of its dash. Eclipse can negate this stun with its Phase Cloak, which lets Eclipse bypass all status effects like the stun. However, Nomad has no protection against the stun from a Surge. Surge can easily defeat Nomad by stunning and then destroying it. This means that Surge counters Nomad. This is the first part of our meta triangle. Now onto Nomad. It is countered by Surge, but what about when it fights Eclipse? When Nomad dashes, it gains a 60% damage resistance, meaning that it only takes 40% of the damage dealt to it after it dashes. And since Nomad has more HP than Eclipse, it can dash into an Eclipse with more HP and a damage resistance, and is almost always able to outbrawl Eclipse. This means that Nomad...
Unless you're really bad, or if you have like a major disadvantage in terms of like firepower or mod shields or something like that. Yeah, a Nomad should beat an Eclipse every time.
Nomad counters Eclipse.
It's one of the more,
this is the second part of our meta triangle.
Very clearly
and lastly,
obvious
Eclipse. I'm sure you can see where this is going. Like I said earlier, Eclipse ignores all status effects while its Phase Cloak is active, so if a Surge tries to dash and stun it, the stun does not work and Surge is left vulnerable. Eclipse is the clear counter to Surge, and this...
Surge is not left vulnerable. Surge is left with 24 energy capacity of whatever, of probably Revoker, right? 24 energy capacity of firepower, good speed, full mod shield. It has the exact same thing that Eclipse has. So when it comes to Eclipse versus Surge, it's actually 50-50. It's completely 50-50. In that case, neither ability really affects the other. The Phase Cloak of Eclipse doesn't actually give you an advantage over Surge, it just keeps the Surge from being able to insta-kill you. So like a Surge can very obviously just like it'll straight up beat a Nomad every time. Or at least it should. But it can't do that to Eclipse. But the thing is that the base HP is the same. The base firepower is the same. And the speed is incredibly, incredibly similar. So at that point, yes, between Eclipse and Surge, it is 50-50. Eclipse is kind of your best bet for dealing with a Surge, but that doesn't make it a direct counter. It's not actually a counter. Eclipse can jiggle better than Surge. That is a metric that one could use to determine value, yeah.
Finishes our meta triangle, and Surge is left vulnerable. Eclipse is the clear counter to Surge, and this finishes our meta triangle. So, as you can see, each of these mechs counter another in a way that we have an infinite cycle of them countering one another, just like in rock, paper, scissors. But how can you actually apply this to your gameplay? The strategy is fairly simple.
And then, between those three, the counter to all three of those is either Deathwalker or Lacewing. It doesn't hard counter them, but it's a pretty good counter to all three of them, both of those mechs. And that's why those are the 5 mechs that you see everywhere. That's why those are the 5 mechs that you see everywhere. Because you have those 3 that basically break everything. And they have their little triangle thing going on there. Relative triangle. And then the Deathwalker and the Lacewing are the extra ones that can kind of gain an edge on all 3 of those. The Lacewing very much depends on the map. Deathwalker kind of depends on how you play it as well. It's not like hard counter, but it's kind of like Eclipse versus Surge. It's like not exactly 50-50, but it's a little bit in its favor. Hemlock hard counters Surge into Nomad. I mean, not really. Kinda, technically, yeah, but... Nomad, yeah. There's other things that exist in the meta, right? It's like Soulless technically kind of counters Nomad as well. And to some degree Surge. Like, there are ways of, like, these things exist in a meta, but they don't exist in a vacuum, right? So, like, there are other things that can influence them. There are other things that can beat them. Like, a Bastion can beat both a Nomad and an Eclipse without trouble. But the more specific, like, those three are so prevalent that, like, the only way to make any other mech useful is if it's at least moderately good at taking down all three of them. And that's why Deathwalker and Lacewing are the only other two, like, popular meta mechs. For a map where Lacewing isn't broken, would you use something like Hemlock instead? Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. That's exactly what I'd do.
Simple. How can you actually apply this to your gameplay? The strategy is fairly simple. Use the counter when fighting against each of these mechs. For example, if you were destroyed by an enemy Eclipse, spawn your Nomad next to take it out by countering it. Or if you saw an enemy Nomad destroy your teammate, use your Surge to stun and destroy it. This goes a bit deeper if you really analyze what your opponents have already deployed during a match. For example, if my opponent deployed Surge at the start of a match to capture beacons and then was destroyed, I know they can't respawn and Surge again, so I might expect them to use another meta mech, like Eclipse. To counter this with my prediction, I used Nomad, hoping to counter the Eclipse that they might spawn. Additionally, I already know their Surge was destroyed already, so they don't have the mech to counter my Nomad. In Hangar Showdown, it's easy to track which mechs the enemy has already used. If both of my opponents have spawned Nomad by round 3, I know they won't have that.
This is why Surge is the safest mech to go with, by the way. Because, like I mentioned, Surge versus Surge, it's basically 50-50, but it depends on if you have the longer ability duration. Surge versus Eclipse, also 50-50. And then Surge versus Nomad, the Surge wins every time. So Surge is the safest mech to go for, always. Does that necessarily mean that you should always start with it? No. Because, again, Surge is the safest mech to go for. So it's going to be very good against almost everything. And if it dies right off the bat, if you don't want to waste it, right? You don't want to throw a Surge into... you don't want to throw away a Surge killing nothing useful and then end up needing it later, but then you don't have it later, right? So, yeah, it depends. It depends. But, yeah, Surge is, like, by far the most, the safest mech to go for, and it's probably the most OP mech. And if you're gonna, like, if you're thinking, like, oh, between Surge and Eclipse, I'd probably go for Surge. Because, again, basically 50-50 Surge versus Surge, basically 50-50 Surge versus Eclipse, and Surge easily wins versus Nomad. So, yeah. JDM, you gotta go. Okay, bye-bye.
Mech to counter my Eclipse, so I spawn my Eclipse. This strategy can also be applied when synergizing with your teammate in Hangar Showdown. If my teammate has selected Surge as their mech, I want to pick something that complements it best. Surge is countered by Eclipse, so I will pick Nomad to counter a possible enemy Eclipse spawn. This way, each of us has a higher chance of getting an advantage in our matchups, leading to more success in Hangar Showdown. These are just some simple examples of how the rock, paper, scissors meta of the Scout Trio is important to consider in your gameplay. Keep in mind, each of these mechs have other mechs that counter them, and they all counter other mechs. The meta is wider than just this interaction, but this is important to understand and apply to other interactions within the game. I'd also like to note that while Eclipse does ignore Surge's stun, it is not nearly as strong of a counter as Surge is to Nomad or Nomad is to Eclipse. Eclipse doesn't get stunned, but it still has to destroy the Surge, and the Surge can fight back just fine. Thanks.
So he does kind of mention what I say, but I think to an extent you can't really call Eclipse a counter. Eclipse isn't countered by Surge, but Eclipse itself is not a counter to Surge. So I think you can't really call it a counter. You could just, you could mention the fact that it's not countered by it. Eclipse is like one of the only things that isn't countered by Surge. which is what makes it valuable, right? Parasite counters all but Eclipse, of course. Yeah, there's a lot of things that don't counter Eclipse. Most things don't counter Eclipse. And the thing to keep in mind as well is, like, it's also a speed thing, like I mentioned earlier. Like I mentioned at the start. The speed thing is really important because these mechs, these scouts, are all using Revokers, which are the highest DPS you can get. Anything that's slower than that, and I think Eclipse just barely makes it, right? I think Eclipse is about the slowest you can possibly get while still making good use out of Revoker. Almost any other mech, it can be a natural counter to it. Like, it could be a natural counter, whatever. Like I mentioned with Bastion. Bastion easily counters both Nomad and Eclipse. But only if it also has Revoker. The problem is that mechs that are fast, like these scouts, they can use Revokers, but most other mechs can't. So the scouts have like 3 times the DPS that these other mechs have, even though they have the same energy capacity, where they even have less energy capacity, they have more DPS. Even though, let's say freaking even like Deathwalker, something like a Surge or a Nomad or an Eclipse with Revokers, they have more DPS, they have more available damage output than Deathwalker does, unless the Deathwalker's also using Revoker. And that's the problem. And even if the Deathwalker was using Revoker, it would still take out the multi-layered shields at the same rate, and it would only increase the kill time, or decrease the kill time by a little bit when it comes down to just the raw HP. And so it's not a big deal. So the problem is that, including multi-layered mod shields, almost everything is about equally as tanky. Anything with Revoker gains an absolutely massive advantage against anything without Revoker. And so at that point, you're left with mechs that are trying desperately to be able to kill these 3 mechs that are everywhere. And that's essentially what defines the meta. Is what else can actually kill these three scouts. Zephyr is the slowest. Well, technically you could say Parasite's the slowest, but I'm talking about, like, in a competitive scenario that isn't 2v2. In a Hangar Showdown scenario, yeah, you could use, you could use Parasite, you could use Deathwalker. Deathwalker's really good in Hangar Showdown with Revoker. But no, I'm talking about in a more generic sense. In a more general sense. In terms of actual meta. Like, yes, Zephyr can use Revoker well at the SP that Zephyr is used at, but in terms of the meta, no, Zephyr cannot be used well with Revoker. If you see that Eclipse isn't counter to Surge, it's not counter to much mechs, it's only counter to mechs like Redox. It's not even a counter to Redox. So given the assumption, here's the thing. And it's exactly what I'm trying to say. Exactly the reason why speed matters so much. We're in a speed meta. And this is why I don't necessarily hate Revoker as much as I hate the scouts that use them. Given the assumption, because Redox has the same base HP as Eclipse, given the assumption that neither ability affects the other, or the assumption that the abilities cancel out each other, let's say, given that assumption, you're then left with 2 metrics to deal with. You're left with raw HP, raw energy capacity, raw firepower. Raw HP, raw firepower. Assuming they're using the same weapon, the mech with the most HP and the most firepower is going to win. Redox has the same HP as Eclipse does, but it has more firepower. So realistically, 1v1 in an isolated scenario where they're both using the same weapon, Redox would win. But you can't think about it like that. The problem is that Redox can't be used with Revoker. And this is where the speed meta becomes a problem. The problem is that Redox has to be used with some other weapon. Even if it's Stormrack, Stormrack the other best weapon, even if it's Stormrack, Revoker has, once again, might I just bring to people's attention, like, I can't stress this enough, Revoker has 3 times the DPS of Minigun. 3 times. There is no weapon, I don't care what energy it is, there is no weapon that will outperform Revoker. Especially Revoker 12, but even Revoker 10. I would also have you know that Revoker 10 does just as well as Revoker 12 because it's just that strong. So, at that point, the one that wins is the one with most firepower. So, yes, in terms of energy capacity, Redox would win almost anything, actually, would win against an Eclipse. Almost anything. Because almost everything has at least a bit more HP and the same or higher energy capacity. But you can't think about it in terms of energy capacity. You're thinking about it in terms of firepower. In terms of brute firepower, with Revoker, Eclipse always has more. So Revoker Eclipse is just way higher DPS than anything else that you have. So it doesn't matter, like, the energy capacity doesn't really matter. So at that point, it's, yes, Eclipse has less energy capacity, or not less energy, but it has less HP, significantly weaker in terms of HP, but the multi-layered mods make up for a lot of that. Once again, like, the multi-layered mods essentially worked to, like, bring the gap between HP together. Well, not even just the multi-layered ones, but all of them, really. The multi-layered mods make up for a significant portion of the total kill time. But not only that, something like an Eclipse gets a higher percentage bonus from, like, Hardened Hull than something like a Bastion does. Bastion gets, I believe, 43% from a maxed legendary Hardened Hull. And Eclipse gets, I believe, 57%. Just off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure those are the numbers. So it's, you know, the mods as a feature essentially work to, like, shrink the gap in HP. So you end up with mechs that are relatively similar in terms of kill time. And you have the faster mechs that can, like, wield these insanely OP weapons that have, once again, can't stress this enough, 3 times the DPS of Minigun, which in itself is an insanely high DPS weapon. So it's not even close. It's not even close. The reason the, like, and because like, yes, under normal circumstances, yes, something like a Redox technically should normally defeat an Eclipse. It should normally, because it has the same HP but it's more energy capacity. But in a practical scenario, in a more practical scenario, then the, you know, something that's slow can't use Revoker, and that's why slow mechs are so freaking bad. Unless that slow mech is able to specifically counter all 3 of the legendary scouts, like Deathwalker. Deathwalker's not that fast, but it's like sort of decent, right? Sort of decently fast. It is a relative counter to all 3 of them, and that's the only reason that makes it good. It's the only thing that makes it good. Same thing with, like, Lacewing. What about Minigun Eclipse? Well, that's exactly the reason that most people don't use Minigun Eclipse. Now, I think the downside of Revoker is that it doesn't have that much range. And so, you know, when we're talking strategy, if you want to talk strategy, then I think that Revoker Eclipse, if played well, can counter the Revoker Scouts. If you play it well, if you play it carefully. It can counter most Revoker Surges, most Revoker Eclipses, because it's still fairly fast, and you have, again, good DPS, not nearly as much as Revoker has, but good DPS, and you have much better effective range. So you can chew them down from a distance, and even if they do get close to you, by the time they get close, they're at way less HP, and they're not able to necessarily kill you instantly. So if you play it well, if you play it carefully, I think that something with range can potentially outdo something with without range. And that's, like, obviously, right? That's the difference between close quarters and ranged weapons. There's just like a pretty obvious difference there. The sun's coming up. But yeah. So like there's differences, right? And like BMP even said, there are other mechs that counter the trio of legendary scouts, and these trio of legendary scouts do counter other things, right? They don't exist in a vacuum. So it's like, yeah, there are ways to kill it. There are other ways to kill it, but it's just like not exactly practical, right? It's not exactly practical. Eclipse can make many weapons effective because Eclipse has almost 0 counters. Well, yeah, that's true as well. Yeah. Eclipse doesn't really have specific counters outside of things that just... Well, okay. I don't know. That's technically correct, but it's technically incorrect. It's not going to be hard countered by abilities. Most abilities. But technically, it is technically countered by most things. Because in terms of when you're talking just generic weapon damage, generic energy capacity, when it comes to just HP and energy, Eclipse is on the lowest end for both of those in terms of legendary mechs. It's on the lowest end of both of those spectrums. So anything with even like a Redox, right, which has the same HP but more energy capacity. Even a Redox is technically a reasonable counter to something like an Eclipse if it didn't have Revoker. Or if both mechs had a Revoker, for example, right? Use Overdriver on Eclipse right now because I'm broke. No, that's fair. I mean, Overdriver, Minigun, they're essentially the same. Like, one of my clanmates prefers Overdriver over Minigun, so, like, yeah, if it works for you. I don't blame you either, because it's way cheaper, yeah. I wouldn't at this point. Minigun's just a personal preference of mine. Most tanks counter Eclipse? Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it's exactly what it says. Like, Eclipse is on the lowest end of both HP and energy capacity spectrum. In terms of legendary mechs, almost everything is more powerful than Eclipse, if you're not counting abilities. But the simple fact that Eclipse is fast enough to use Revoker is what makes it meta. Essentially. If it wasn't faster, if it was like, and I'm not even kidding you, if it was like 3 kph slower, I don't think it would be meta. I think it barely fits the bill. I think sometimes it's a little bit too slow. Even Eclipse is like sometimes still a little bit too slow. And if it was just a little bit slower, I don't think it would be that meta. But it is fast enough to use Revoker, and it's fast enough to use them well. And that's all that matters, right? For a weapon that has 3 times the DPS of anything else. Or a tank with a close quarters. Yeah. You could do that too. Yeah, it would also have to have Revoker. But most tanks can't make good use out of it. Like, in an isolated instance, like, Vortex technically could. But then again, it's like, why is Vortex not very strong? Vortex theoretically should be able to beat all 3 of those. Revoker Vortex should theoretically be able to beat all 3 legendary scouts. And I know for a fact that Vortex isn't meta anymore. Could I tell you why? No, I'm not really sure I could tell you why. I don't know. I mean, outside of the fact that, like, Deathwalker just does the same thing but better, like, obviously. Deathwalker is also just, like, a damage sponge that you can throw in with a lot of damage output. But, I mean, Deathwalker could just resurrect and do it all over again as many times as it wants. So, like, I understand why Deathwalker replaced Vortex in terms of popularity. But, like, could I tell you why nobody uses Vortex anymore? No, not really. It's an interesting question, though.
For watching this video, if to destroy the Surge, and the Surge can fight back just fine. Thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed it or it was helpful, leave a like to support it. Subscribe to see...
Not bad. Very cool. Yeah. Link to this in pin message. Very cool. Not bad. It's like, it's probably obvious information for some of you guys, but it's also not obvious information to a lot of people. So, yeah. Parasite is just a superior vortex. Well, Deathwalker is also a superior vortex. But like, just because something's superior doesn't mean that it's the other one's not effective, right? Like, if Vortex was still effective, certainly some people would use it, but they don't. So, like, why is that the case then, right? You gotta wonder. You gotta wonder, why is that the case? If it's still theoretically useful, if it's still theoretically good, why does nobody use it? Not sure. But, anyway, yeah. Decent video. I should probably make videos more like this sometimes, bro. That just, like, just kind of explain just certain general concepts, things that I talk about a lot, but don't necessarily explain in a, like a real defined, formal way. I like the fact that he explained everything, like what meta means, what counters, like what the definition of like meta, definition of counter. He explained how like the rock paper scissors system works. Good stuff. Yeah, and BMP is a person that we react to a lot of his stuff on here, so I would recommend go watch his stuff. I don't react to everything. Go check out his channel. Again, the link to this specific video is pinned, so go check that out, see if you like anything else that he makes. It's pretty good. There's one other thing that he made. Oh yeah, his reaction. You guys want to see a reaction to BMP's reaction to the devlog? Now that's a banger idea right there. Did you miss the old Vortex? Yeah, kind of same. Can it, Nightbot? What was Nightbot saying? He's just doing his job, bro. Yeah, he's on a timer every 10 minutes. I need to up that timer, though. I'm guessing people are still using Vortex even a bit after the mod update, because they didn't know exactly how the meta was gonna be. No, I mean, honestly, the only reason that Vortex left the meta was because Deathwalker entered. Like, Deathwalker's just such a better version of Vortex that I feel like Vortex became kind of obsolete. But then at the same time, it's like, it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder, like, why? Like, just because there's a better version of something. Like, Surge is essentially a better version of Nomad. Like, let's be honest. Like, Nomad is not the best dash mag. It's not the best dash scout, right? The other two are better, I think. So, like, why is it that just because there's a better version of something means that that one thing becomes essentially obsolete? I'm not really sure. Maybe Surge EMP time is actually enough to do it. I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I think probably it has to do with Vortex's speed. My guess is that, because like I said, Vortex is still OP in Hanger Showdown. I don't doubt that, yeah. I don't doubt that. Same thing with, like, Parasite with Provoker. Very, very, very strong. But, like, the more I think about it, the more I think, like, Eclipse just barely makes the cut in terms of speed using Revoker. Again, in order to be useful, in order for Vortex to be useful, it has to be using Revoker. It's not optional. Not optional. It's not going to out DPS any of them. If it was using, like, I don't know, minigun, which is, like, in itself a stupidly strong weapon, Revoker Eclipse would probably just beat the crap out of minigun Vortex. It probably would. Or at very least, it would, like, essentially trade 1-for-1. So in order for Vortex to be a decent counter to those 3 scouts, it needs to also be using a Revoker. And maybe it's just not fast enough. I mean, like, I know that it's not particularly fast, and I know Eclipse is just barely fast enough. So maybe it is just a matter of like Eclipse's, or not Eclipse, but Vortex's duration just isn't long enough. And it's just not really fast enough to consistently be able to chase down people with Revoker. Like, you could just run away, right? You could just run away, wait out the whatever ability timer, and then go in with a Surge and kill it, or a Nomad and kill it. And it wouldn't be that difficult. Yeah, I guess it's... That would make sense. That would make sense. What do you think the next free-to-play item will be? I think that October 31st, this is my prediction, October 31st, they're going to make Dreadjaw and Solus both free-to-play. That's my prediction. I don't know if it's true, but I have a strong suspicion. Funnest weapon to use with Lacewing. I don't know, Lacewing is like not very good with very many things, I feel like. BMP should react to RuFFles reacting to BMP, reacting to the devlog. True. True. Seeker should be released before, though. Yeah, Seeker came out before, but here's the thing. There's a derby event for a skin for Solus that ends right on the 31st. As well as the fact, the more I think about it, the more I think, are they going to release a free-to-play mech in Tier 9 before they finish releasing all the mechs in Tier 8? No, probably not. I think they're going to opt to release the last two mechs for Tier 8, being Solus and Lacewing. I think they're going to do those. And then they're going to start in on the Tier 9 stuff for free-to-play players. I think that's probably what's going to happen. You want me to watch it? Alright, sure. Is there any legendary price reduction? I think there will be, but there isn't yet. I don't know, for sure. There might be, might not. Let's see.
The official mech.
Bro, what the? Come on. It's tweaking hard, bro. What the? It's ridiculous.
The official.
Okay. Are we good? My stream is tripping for a little bit too. Killshot Revoker, Disc Launcher, Lancer. There's better versions of that. If you have mods on the Killshot, then yeah, go for it. In terms of the Lancer, I think you should use either Stormrack or Podgun. Railgun Orion is also a good counter to Surge and Nomad. But only on one modded customs. Yeah, okay, well, yeah, exactly. It's not exactly, like, worth mentioning, right? It's like me mentioning that something's a good counter to something else if there's no mods involved. Like, yeah, but there is. Your voice is cutting down. Fix it. Is everything on? It was tripping a little bit. There has to be one. I have 20k coins. That's crazy, bro. I think there will be, but I think it's going to be like January. Podgun Eclipse good for mid late game. I wouldn't go for it. No, it's a safe build. Like you could do pretty good with it. But in terms of like podgun builds, I don't know if Eclipse is really like the best use of that. Okay, let me redo the audio. Okay, here we go. Could this new mech overthrow Surge? Very interesting. Yeah. There you go. Doing pinned. And probably like, yeah, there you go. Video strategy for every map. It's a nice idea. It's a nice video idea, but I don't consider myself like super good at the game. So like in terms of like competitive strategies, I don't think I could really give you accurate info. And that's what I care about more than anything. I don't want to just make like a bullshit video that's just like, oh, I know this topic's gonna do well, so I'll just make a video on this topic. Like, no. I want to make sure that like any advice or information that I give is accurate and useful to the best of my abilities. So, and I don't really think I can do that with gameplay advice, because I'm kind of average. Certain things, more niched things, more basic things, I think are fine. I could do that. I have one that's in the works. So, yeah. In terms of like general strategy for each map, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Is that a no? It's fine. I just need to know so I stop asking. So are you saying that you're gonna keep asking? What was the question? I forget what the question was. I didn't want to answer it during, like, while I was going over the other video, though. Let's just get this out of the way right now. What was your question? You were in my chat room for a while. Storm 12 and Revoker 12 and Eclipse and Surge worth their in-game price right now. Revoker 12, no, because the Revoker 10, like I said, works just as well. Stormwreck 12. Yeah. I mean, probably. If you want to use double Stormwreck builds anyway. One of the few that doesn't spam promo code videos, I know. It's, bruh. It's unfortunate, really. It's such easy content, dude. Such easy views, bro. Every time there's a new promo code, it'd be so easy. But no, I don't want to just, yeah. It's just obnoxious. It's the same reason that I don't make a whole ton of tier list videos, is because I feel like if I make too many, it's a little bit obnoxious. Even though, like, people probably enjoy them a lot, and they would watch them. My tier list videos do really well. But I don't know, I just don't want to spam them too much, because I feel like it's kind of cringe. Seeker, Deathwalker, 5% Crate Rush. I mean, maybe. It is possible, yeah. I mean, they did Parasite, but like, it could be any mech, right? Like, how, like, I have no idea. There's no way of knowing when they'd make a Great Rush for any of those things. Is there a new one? I think there's like the Spooky Shot, which came out last year. It's not a new code. It's just a code they reused since last year. I already redeemed it on my free-to-play account. Most people probably already knew about it. It was skin. It was skins for Slingshot or Killshot or something like that. I don't think it was any resources. Timeout 30 minutes. I went on like a 30-minute tangent. Not 30 minutes, like a 5-10 minute tangent. Talking about your message, and then you just continue to spam it, because like people ask questions, but they don't actually care to listen for the answer. It's wild, bro. What do I think about Viper versus Overdriver? I think Overdriver is straight up better. Like, and I've tried. Again, like I have my other account, my main account. Every single mech is maxed except for Killshot, because screw that. Every single mech is maxed. I don't know of a single mech that I would ever say, yeah, Viper's better on this mech. No, I think every single one does better with Overdriver. Oh, you hadn't redeemed it? Yeah, fair enough. There you go. August 9th, 2026, every Mech Arena content creator should make a 5 years of Mech Arena video. That was your question? I didn't see... What do you mean? That doesn't make sense. What was your question? What do I think about Viper versus Overdriver? Bro, I'm looking at the chat right now. That was my question, followed by literally nothing, bro. Okay, look. Repeat it. This 5-year escapade of I have to go search for your thing so that I could then do whatever it is that you want me to do. Bro, repeat it. Overdrivers are better for Zephyr. I mean, I wouldn't use any of them on Zephyr. Revoker or Ember Gun, maybe. Stormhammer, yeah, bro. I'm gonna end it pretty soon, though, don't worry. After this one. It's fine, okay, well, spend a lot of time just to not do anything. You're probably gonna ask again next time. Look. How'd you get the skin? Yeah, that's fair. There's also the skin task. That makes sense. Look, okay, dude. I saw that you had a question, and I didn't want to answer it when I was watching BMP's other video, because that's going up on the Clips channel, and I don't really want to have, like, I don't want to answer or address random questions, unrelated questions, during that. I'll have to, like, edit it out or something. It's just irritating, inconvenient for me. Look, you could repeat your question. I've always, not a single time I've ever said, don't repeat your question. I've always said, you can repeat your question so long as you're not spamming it, right? Repeat your question. If you have it, if you think it's important, worth repeating, go ahead. Answer my question I asked you an hour ago. Alright, well, 13 minutes. 13 minutes. Let's see what this is entailing.
The official Mech Arena YouTube channel just released a new dev vlog video which covers upcoming updates and additions to this game. This includes a new mech, a new weapon, new maps, and an update to content access. In this video, I will cover everything they talked about and give my thoughts on all of it. First up is the brand new mech, which is coming up in a couple months.
So it's not actually a reaction, it's like a summary overview of it? Yeah, it's fair enough.
This mech is codenamed Frost, and it is a new Legendary Scout mech. Legendary Scouts are notorious for running the meta. There are 4 meta Legendary Scouts right now, out of like 5 or 6 total in the game.
Yeah, there's 5. There's only one Legendary Scout that's not meta, that is Mimicker, and that is only because Mimicker is not fast enough to use Revoker. So, Frost being meta, I think, completely hinges on whether or not it's fast enough to use Revoker. I think if it's like, it doesn't sound like the ability is going to give it a speed boost whatsoever. So if the mech itself is like 24, 25 kph, then I don't think it's going to be that good. If it's faster than that, like 27 is like the absolute bare minimum, maybe. Even then, it's kind of pushing it. What is Mimicker? What is Mimicker? Is it 20? Is it 27? Sad for ESCON. True. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what Mimicker is. It's pretty fast, but it's just not fast enough to use Revoker effectively, and that's the thing. RDK, I'm not saying that out loud, brother. Mimicker's 27. That's, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, even that, like, think... And when this is what I said, like, when I mentioned that... 47, jeez. When I mentioned that Eclipse is just barely fast enough to use Revoker, like, that's what I'm talking about. 2 kph lower. Mimicker's 2 kph lower, and it can't really effectively use it. So, yeah, I don't know, man. So, yeah, if it's, I think it'd need to be... Because Eclipse also has a speed boost ability, technically. Small amount of speed boost, not a lot, but it is some, right? So I think Frost would need to be at least 29. Without, assuming it doesn't get any boost by the ability. At least 29 in order to be meta with Revoker anyway. It's kind of my guess, but we'll see.
Surge, Eclipse, Nomad, and Lacewing are all Legendary Scouts, and they're all very powerful. Here's the description they gave for this new mech. It creates an area around itself that immobilizes enemies entering the AoE, literally stopping them in their tracks. While the ability is active...
See, one of the things that, like, nobody's really covered, including myself and my reaction, essentially, to it. The thing that very possibly could really change up the Frost mech and make it, like, a lot more unique, a lot more usable, is how the AoE works. Now, as of right now, right, all of the AoE abilities are just, like, single pulse abilities. Even Redox, which has, like, the DOT. If you enter the AoE after the effect has already triggered, then you're fine, right? Even though there's still a duration going on, like Surge EMP, for example, like, you can wait for the Surge to dash and then go in afterward, and you'll be fine. Like, it still has the ability active, but, like, the EMP trigger has already passed. And this sounds like it very well could, I don't know if it will, but it very well could be the type of AoE that, like, actually lingers for a certain amount of time. For the entire duration. So it's just like a straight up, this area on the map for a certain amount of time will trigger you to stop moving, essentially. I'm not sure if that's how it works, but it could. It gets damage reduction, though? Yeah. Yeah. You think it'll have an ability like Vortex? I don't think it gets a speed boost. If it got a speed boost during the ability, then they would have mentioned that, probably. But if you just mean like a general AoE that follows around it, yeah. Yeah, you might be right. But, well, yeah, actually, Vortex is actually a mech that does the exact thing that... Not quite the exact thing, but a similar thing to, like, what I just said. Yeah, you might be right. Sounds as very plausible.
Frost receives during the AoE, literally stopping them in their tracks. While the ability is active, Frost receives reduced damage, and enemies caught in the ability won't be able to escape or use any movement-based abilities. So this is very...
See, here's the thing, though, is like, more than likely, they'll still be able to turn their heads and whatever. Like, because if it's basically EMP, but you can still shoot and use non-movement abilities, then that'd be very strong. But I think more than likely, it's not going to be that. It's just going to keep you from physically moving. But you can still turn your head. You can still turn and fire at them. And so even though you have damage resistance, sure, but how much damage resistance are you going to have? Nomad has 60% damage resistance, but even that dies pretty quickly. Especially if there's like a revoke or something on it. Like, I think it's going to be pretty pointless. It's going to be pretty pointless if enemies are able to move their heads. And it also depends on, like, the ability radius and stuff like that, right? Because, like, it being... It's... Technically, it probably will counter Eclipse, because, like, like I said, technically, a lot of things do. But if it's not fast enough to use Revoker, then it's not going to be using Revoker, and Eclipse will be using Revokers, so technically, Eclipse has way more DPS. So in that case, if it's not fast enough, then it's going to die to Eclipse. It's most likely going to lose to a Surge. Assuming, well, so long as the Frost radius is not significantly larger than Surge EMP radius. Surge EMP, like, for any amount of time. Again, if you're still able to turn your head and fire, it doesn't matter if you can't move, you're still going to kill it. And then for Nomad, it's essentially just a matter of whether or not it has more damage resistance than Nomad, and I kind of doubt it. Because I think once again, because it applies a status effect, because it has an AoE status effect ability, I don't think they're going to pair that with a super strong damage resistance. It's going to be like at most 50%, but it's going to have similar HP, base HP, to Nomad, meaning that it's going to have less effective HP, including the ability most likely. So at that point, I think it's very, very plausible that it realistically loses a trade against all three major legendary scouts. It could be good. There's a lot of things that could happen, because we don't know the ability details. But I think it would be very easy. It would be very easy and not at all unlikely for it to be pretty bad against all three of the major legendary scouts. And that, obviously, if that's the case, then it's not meta, just period. Maybe meta in like a 2v2 situation. Again, depending on how the ability works. I'm not really sure. Freezy type abilities in like Hangar Showdown are usually pretty good. But we don't know.
Very big. This mech might have the potential to somehow overthrow Surge or Eclipse or Nomad and be the new meta, which it terrifies me to think that there will be a mech stronger than something like Surge, where Surge has just been dominant in the game for 3 years now. I mean,
it's very
this
unlikely.
thing could overthrow these mechs. I'm not sure, but let's break it down. So it makes an AoE around itself that immobilizes enemies, meaning they can't move, not the stasis effect.
Yeah, because they could still shoot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they can still shoot. And if they can still shoot, then they can probably still turn. Because like if it immobilizes you, and it's essentially EMP, but it allows you to shoot, then you're essentially just, you're stuck in one place, you're aiming whatever direction, and you can only shoot in that direction. That would be really, really strong. It'd be really, that would be a very, very powerful ability. But if it just keeps you from moving, if that's literally the only thing it does is just keeps you from moving, but then you can still turn and shoot and whatever, then I think it's going to be kind of useless. But it depends. It depends on the radius, it depends on the duration, it depends on whether or not it places it down like a trap, or whether or not it's like RDK said, whether it's like Vortex, where it gains just the radius around itself. I don't know. I don't know any of that stuff. But I think it's more likely than not, in my opinion, more likely than not, going to be pretty ineffective against all 3 of the legendary scouts, or at least 2 out of the 3 legendary scouts.
But they literally can't move. It also emphasizes that, again, enemies caught in the ability won't be able to escape. So I assume you literally can't move. Now, there's potential for this to be a status effect, and I would guess that it will be, which means that Eclipse can still move. But it also says that they can't use movement-based abilities. So you can't dash out, you can't jump out, right? So Lacewing and Lancer can't jump away. Tank.
I do wonder, I don't care if it's effective or not, it would be really funny. But yeah, I don't know. Crash, system crash? I mean, yeah, if you system crash the mech, then the ability will probably go off, yeah. But it depends on how it works, right? If it is just an AoE field that it places down, then maybe you can't crash it. Maybe it doesn't go away.
You can't jump away. Nomad can't dash. Surge probably can't dash. Now the question is, can Surge dash from outside the AoE into it? And it also depends on how big the AoE is. For example, Surge stuns up to 15 meters away. Its stun radius is 15 meters. So let's say the AoE is 10 meters. Even if Surge can't dash into the AoE, if it only reaches 10 meters, if Surge dashes up to it, it'd still be able to stun Frost. But if it's a bigger radius, like 20 meters, the Surge AoE, the AoE of the stun, couldn't actually reach this mech in theory. Now,
in theory, yeah. In theory, Zephyr could counter a Surge, but like we all know that it doesn't, because somehow the Surge radius is like 3 times what it's supposed to be all the time.
Normally, Plarium does make new items at the simplest way possible, and they aren't like, they don't usually counter old stuff for the most part. So I would imagine, if I had to predict, which it's not really clear from this, but if I had to predict, Surge and Nomad will just, and Killshot and Slingshot, they'll all just dash into it, and then they won't be able to move and leave, but I feel like they'll dash into the zone. I don't know. We'll have to, it's really important how this is going to work.
Yeah,
the way it works
you'll clearly
really
be able to dash
determines
into
if
the
it
zone.
can actually counter Surge. Essentially, it would be like a shield to stop Surge, right? It says that they can't use movement-based abilities, meaning that they can't like press the button to do it. But what if Surge is outside the AoE at first, and then it dashes in? Can it keep dashing? Can it stun Frost? We'll have to wait and see.
It is a fair argument. If it's like a pulse ability, like EMP, if it's a pulse ability, then yeah, you could probably just dash inside of it, and regardless of the radius, you could just dash inside of it in EMP. It'd be fine. But if it's more of like a vortex thing, where it's just like constantly triggering, and it's like a constant area, constant effect, then yeah, it would, like, whatever dash mech would probably get cut short. They'd probably be stopped short. But I don't know. I think almost regardless, there's almost 0 chance, unless it has like 30 meters radius plus an ability radius implant, there's almost 0 chance that it's going to be an effective counter to Surge. I don't know, that's just the impression that I get.
This mech also receives resistance while it turns on its ability, which is pretty ridiculous. Legendary scouts should not have resistance, in my opinion. That's kind of not the right type of ability for a scout mech, right? Scout should be fast, which this thing also will be. Of course, is going to have high speed.
Making
it's not
some
a dash
scouts
mech, but
kind of tanky
it's the next best thing with probably 29, 28 kph of speed, of course. So yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how this works. But also, like, things like Eclipse, Shadow, they do speed up during their abilities. Deathwalker, Vortex, so those are partially movement-based abilities. They aren't dashes or jumps, which are clearly movement-based abilities. But will those things not be able to use their abilities in the air?
So here's what I think. See, he's getting caught up on the movement-based ability part. I think very plainly, it's essentially like an EMP. It keeps you in place. You're not able to move, just period. But then it also, on top of that, mentions the movement-based abilities just in case you thought, like, oh, I'm stuck in place, but I can still use my Surge dash to, you know, dash forward. I can't move my controller, my joystick, whatever thing. Like, I can't move that, but I can still use the Surge thing to, like, propel myself forward 40 meters. Like, no. It just locks you in place. That's essentially what it's trying to say. I'm pretty sure that's literally all it means by that. And it's not, it's nothing weird with, like, oh, it cancels only movement-based abilities, but everything else, you can, like, but, you know, mechs can still freely roam around the ability radius. Like, no, I don't think so. I think it's just, like, straight up, you're just not allowed to move, period. And then it adds the condition of the movement-based abilities, just to kind of, like, you know, just to kind of, in case you had any doubts about it, right?
area, we'll have to wait and see.
That's what
But
I
at the
think,
very
I
least,
mean.
this thing, to counter Eclipse, this thing will have resistance on itself, of course, so Eclipse can't counter that with its ability, but most likely this will be like an AoE status effect, and maybe it is stasis. We'll have to wait and see. We just really can't know.
It's not stasis.
They gave
would
us some
have
wording here
mentioned
that
stasis.
implies that you literally can't move, but I can't just guess based off of this.
It's a new effect,
So yeah,
and they
this
teased
mech
this
seems
new
like it
effect
might
on
be
the
really
other
strong. It has
mech,
potential to counter those dash mechs. Technically could put out counter Eclipse. Maybe Seeker can't warp in or can't warp away, right? We'll have to wait and see.
The Seeker one, I think, is going to be really interesting to find out. But the Eclipse counter, again, it goes back to like whether or not this thing is fast enough to wield Revokers. Because like technically, a lot of things, almost every legendary mech technically counters Eclipse, or theoretically would be capable of counter Eclipse, but it just doesn't because Eclipse can use Revoker, which has 3 times the DPS of any other thing that exists. And so Eclipse, just by default, has way more DPS than anything else that you have. So you'd have to have something that's, like, incredibly tanky to be able to, like, actually make up for that. So, yeah. I don't know. I think there's a very high, again, I think there's a very high chance that it just straight up doesn't counter any of those 3. And it ends up being just, like, really, really mid. But even if it is really, really mid, I still think it will be very interesting, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. A lot more fun than Silverthorn. Silverthorn is just super basic and honestly uninteresting to me. More frustrating
I
than
would
anything.
predict that it's not going to counter things, but if it was tuned to the point where it does counter a ton of stuff, movement-based abilities, all those legendary scouts, all those meta ones that I just mentioned, can't
a scout that's
like
an
run away from this
anti-scout,
guy.
yeah.
And he gains resistance, so he's going to be able to out-brawl them. If Surge can't stun him, he can out-brawl Surge. Eclipse, even if Eclipse runs in, he can out-brawl Eclipse. He probably has higher HP than Eclipse and Surge, if I had to guess. Just the way the game has been going, I mean, we're getting slower power creep over time, and this is what they've said they're going to do. They're going to power creep the game. So yeah, this mech seems like it has some really good potential. And I will say, for some reason, this is very similar to the one that was the last devlog, Earthquake. Here's what they said for Earthquake's ability, which this mech hasn't come out. They said they talked about Earthquake first, then they talked about Silverthorn. Silverthorn has obviously released. But here's what they said about Earthquake. This mech creates a zone that slows down your enemies and prevents them from using movement-based abilities. So the same, but it says slows down your enemies, which is different than immobilizes them. Earthquake also activates a shield around itself. Depending on the number of enemy mechs within the AoE, the shield's HP increases. Earthquake is a support mech also, so I assume, I mean, there's a comment.
Okay, maybe it's wishful thinking, because I would really like for both mechs to exist, because I think both of them would be interesting. But I think people are saying, like, oh, it's got similar ability detail, like a similar ability perk, so clearly they replaced Earthquake with this other thing. And maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. I kind of think that both are going to exist. They just decided to make Frost as, like, more of, like, a... something to release around the holidays as more of, like, a themed thing. Both Earthquake and Frost, or just Frost? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It could be both. It could just be one. I kind of think that it's going to be both. Because I feel like they probably would have mentioned if they... I think they probably would have mentioned if they decided to change from one to the other, right? If they essentially decided to turn Earthquake into Frost, I think they probably would have mentioned it. Maybe not. Silverthorn sucks so hard. It's so true, bro. That's so true. It's the only legendary mech that I own on my free-to-play account, and I literally never use it. Not even in Hangar Showdown. It's that bad. Did you notice Earthquake and Frost top design is similar? I did not. Okay, let's compare that with, like, this. I'm not, like, 100% gonna agree, but I'm also not 100% gonna disagree. It's an interesting statement.
Earthquake is a support mech also, so I assume, I mean, there's a comment here you can see. Somebody asked what happened to Earthquake, and RuFFles says it's a work in progress with a screw.
The work is in progress. See, this is what I said. So, like, they have 2 mechs. They have somewhat similar abilities. They don't want to release them both at the same time, obviously. So what they're probably going to do, because they essentially teased Duel, the Beam Healer mech, they essentially teased that by showing it briefly in the devlog video. It was in the second preset. The second mech slot of the second hangar preset went right at the beginning of the video if you didn't see it. So I think that's going to be the next mech. I think they delayed Earthquake because they decided, hey, we want to make something that's a little bit more, it's going to fit a little bit more for the holidays. So we're going to make something that's like a little bit more wintry themed, maybe. And so they made Frost like that whatever thing. Right, cool. And so they have the other one. I think they probably will release both of them, but it's going to take a while, right? Because they're not going to want to release the same type of ability back to back. They're probably going to have like at least 1 or 2 other mechs between them. Probably. Not 100% sure, but probably. I hope it's both. Yes, same. I'm more interested in the Beam Healer. That's crazy. You know, kinda same. Kinda same. But at the same time, I'd say, okay, look, the mech that I think I'm the most excited for out of the 3 is probably Frost. Because I think out of the 3, it is the only one that stands even a smallest chance to actually upset the meta and counter some of the Revoker Scout spam. I think it's the only one that will potentially be meta. Beam Healer, almost guaranteed no chance that's going to be meta. It'll be fun, for sure. Almost no chance it's going to be meta. Earthquake, support mech, probably not meta. Again, it's probably not going to be very fast. It's probably going to be pretty weak in terms of HP. The ability, I doubt, is going to be good. It's going to have an ability shield. Shields are notoriously really weak. Like Mech Arena, the devs never make shields as strong as they need to be. Especially like personal type shields, like you know, Seeker, Mimic, or whatever. I mean, Seekers is fine, but like, you get what I'm saying. Like a Bastion, 60k HP on a Bastion shield, like it's nothing. So yeah, no, I think out of the 3, Frost is the only one that even stands a chance. So it's kind of the one that I'm most intrigued by.
Driver, but this really feels like this is the actual Earthquake. I don't know, but that comment isn't really an official statement, so if I had to guess, we're not getting the previous Earthquake support mech, and instead it feels like they've chosen to make it into a more meta scout mech with a stronger ability where enemies can't move instead of getting stasis.
I think
obviously has the same, you know, also resistance is better than a shield, most likely, unless they really tune up the shield HP, right, or the stacking of it, right? So I assume this is the new Earthquake. It's now a scout, so it has more speed. Probably will have the same HP as a support, right? Scouts and supports have the same HP, even though scouts should be lower. So it looks like we might be getting another meta legendary scout mech, which it is exciting to see a change in the meta, but I just hope this thing isn't too overtuned to the point of like countering like Surge and I mean, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It might be a really big deal. Also, the dual mech was another support mech.
It could potentially counter multiple of them to the extent that certain ones kind of stop being used, or it's more valid to, like, you know, not use a Nomad or a Surge or whatever, right? Like, if there's a really obvious and easy counter to a mech that you currently have, then you're less inclined to be necessarily using that mech, even though it is strong. It's, you know, it's kind of like the Outlaw versus Deathwalker situation, except to a potentially higher degree. Like, if there's an Outlaw on the enemy team, then your Deathwalker's kind of cooked. So, yeah.
So we've had both Earthquake and Duel, which were both supports, be like canceled after being announced in a devlog, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, this mech seems like it might be crazy. So next up is the new weapon Tunnel, which is a beam weapon. Here's what they said about it. This weapon will release a beam that will quote-unquote tunnel through mechs, dealing damage to anyone standing in the way. the weapon will work best
essentially
up
how
close. So this is similar again to that beam healer, the dual mech, the codename dual mech, which had a beam and that would heal allies, damage enemies, and shoot through everyone in an area like a beam. I don't know. So it's a new beam weapon, which when I heard that, when I first watched it, I went, yes! I literally went, let's go! But this doesn't sound that good because one, they specify that the weapon will work best up close. And I think we all know what weapon works even better up close.
There's just no competing with it. Everything that you talk about in terms of strength, functionality, whatever, everything that you talk about has to be filtered through the lens of everyone has Revoker on everything. If it wouldn't be good, if it wouldn't be good in a situation where the opponent has Revoker, then it's just straight up not good. It's just a fact. It's just straight up not good. Because everyone has Revoker. Multiple of them, usually. So, yeah, pretty much. It'll be best used up close, but, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not effective at decent range. The perk is sort of similar to, like he said, the beam healer. So I would imagine that both of those come out at the same time. Both the beam healer and the beam weapon could potentially release at the same time, which would be really cool.
You know who I'm talking about, but I don't know. I mean, unless this is the new Revoker, which would be ridiculous for us to go into a beam close quarters meta. That would be funny, but I also don't want that to happen because Revokers are incredibly strong right now. But yeah, this thing sounds like it won't be that good. We don't really know much about it. If it's, I don't know.
Really useless because you never use it. It's not a practical effect. It's cool. I like the idea of it, but it's not really a practical effect.
Through your teammates, it doesn't really help you, right? You're still gonna get stunned by Surge, right? It doesn't really bring much benefit. But hey, it's a new weapon. It might be interesting, but it sounds pretty mediocre, like a lot of the weapons we get nowadays, which is kind of sad. I really was hoping for a cool beam weapon.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. All it has to be is better than Particle Beam, and I'll be happy. I just want like a somewhat usable beam weapon that's not Graviton Beam. That's it. All it has to be is better than Particle Beam. It's such a low bar. Certainly they can do it.
But even if the beam healed, maybe this beam will be the dual ability. Maybe it'll heal your allies.
Close quarters is something I would love. If it was as strong as Revoker. I can think of a scenario in which this would actually be a really, really strong weapon. Up close. And that is specifically if it has a really high RPM that does a lot of damage in a burst, but that burst is consistent of a lot of damage ticks, right? So it's essentially like a repeater burst, right? A lot of shots fired. It's like a beam, like a really powerful like single blast beam, like particle beam essentially. As opposed to like a sustained beam, like, you know, stasis beam, graviton beam, whatever. If it's more of like a burst beam weapon that does a lot of individual hits in a really short amount of time, it could potentially like shred multi-layered shields, do a lot of damage to like incoming scouts and stuff like that. If it can pass through shields like multi-layered shields, that would also be good, but Howler can't do that, so I'm gonna assume that it also can't. I mean, why make it useful, right? But yeah, if that's the case, then I think it actually could be pretty darn good, but I think that's a relatively unlikely scenario. Like a machine gun beam. Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of. But like, you get what I'm saying, right? You get the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Like, every beam has... Every beam... Every, like, sustained beam weapon has, like, a certain amount of ticks per second. It's just that, you know, theoretically, a beam with a lot of ticks per second, but just a really low amount of ammo, essentially. It would potentially be really good, but I don't know. I don't know. And, you know, is it likely that that's going to be what this weapon is? Not sure. Could be.
Well, I've always thought that a healing weapon to heal your teammates, obviously it wouldn't be meta probably unless it was really, really fast at healing, but it would be fun to play as a support, right? It would be a true support weapon.
A healing... Wait. What's he talking about? Healing beams? Huh?
I've always thought that maybe this is, which is kind of sad. I really was hoping for a cool beam weapon. Even if the beam healed, maybe this beam will be the dual ability. Maybe it'll heal your allies. I mean, I've always thought that a healing weapon to heal your teammates. Obviously, it wouldn't be meta probably unless it was really, really fast at healing. But it would be fun to play as a support, right? It would be a true support weapon. We have so
healing is useless. We found that out with Salver. Salver's the ultimate healer mech. Healing is not a useful thing to have, because by the time your allies' mod shields are gone, they're cooked. Like the raw HP means nothing. The raw HP means nothing. It's like half of one Stormwreck volley and they're gone. 2 Revoker shots and they're toast. It's nothing. You could heal them all day long. It's just not going to do anything. And it's basically cap. Yeah, public second. But no, I don't think this is gonna be the dual ability. He's speculating like maybe they got rid of the beam support guy and they decided to replace it with the weapon. No, I think they're gonna release both of them at the same time. They have similar effects, and like we literally saw dual the beam healer. We literally saw that mech in the devlog. Again, like right at the beginning of the video when they talked about hanger presets. When they pulled up their hanger presets, the second mech slot of the second preset had that mech in it. It is a mech that exists, and I think it'll actually be the next mech to be released. I think they'll probably release it. Will they release it between now and December when they release Frost? I think it's somewhat likely, but I'm not sure.
Suppressor, we've quantum gun, but a true healing weapon would be so cool to run on Salver. And you wouldn't have to expose
type
yourself.
weapons
It would be
are
really
just
nice,
not
but
effective.
yeah, so far
If
this
you
just
can't
sounds
kill
like
with it, then it's
a
not worth
mid-beam
using.
weapon. But at least they're jumping back into the beam category. That's something. Hopefully we can get some cool beams in the future, next year at least.
What did they say dual's ability was? It's a beam that will pass through enemies into allies. It will heal allies, damage enemies. That was essentially the concept. And they showed like their model or whatever, or like concept artwork for it in the last not the devlog that they just released, but the devlog before that. They showed like the concept artwork for that, and then in this latest one, you can actually see the mech in the hangar. Salver is helpful when a team's surge is hurting because its ability can help it survive with raw HP. That's true. That's true. There are scenarios where it's helpful, but I don't think it's like ever like. Is it more helpful? I guess the way that you have to think about it is like this. Is it more helpful to have a healer that can make one surge about like 20-30% more effective? Or is it more helpful to just have another surge? I think it's more helpful to just have another surge. Like there's no reason to have... Most support mechs are pretty useless. It's the same thing with like support type weapons. And I think the perfect experience... I was all for support type weapons, by the way. Massive advocate for those. Healer weapons, whatever. I think the idea of those is cool, but they're not practical. And the ultimate example of this was Suppressor. Extremely bad weapon, extremely good idea. It reduces enemy damage by a very significant amount, but the fact of the matter is, if you can't kill something with the weapon that you have equipped, then there's no point in using it, right? Why make somebody else deal half as much damage when you could make them deal 0 damage because you killed them, right? Most support type things are just not useful from a practical standpoint. Especially given the current meta. So. True, but I play for fun, so practicality is less important. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not everything necessarily needs to be looked at through the lens of competitive clan war meta, because basically nobody actually plays those battles. It's a fair argument.
And then, so yeah, the mech and weapon here kind of, in theory, combo together, right? It's a close quarters scout mech, right? It wants to run up, ambush people with its ability, lock them down, and then, in theory, it would combo with the new beam weapon. They try to make, like, new releases sort of work together, but usually they don't, because they're usually not
No, I don't
both
think
meta,
the beam
so
weapon's supposed to combo well with Frost. I think it's supposed to combo well with
yeah, the close quarters being a beam weapon just seems silly, because Revoker's just going to out-DPS that.
Mechanics.
Next up is 3 new maps. They didn't say this, but I can only assume they're for 5v5. There's some images here on screen. First up, we have this one with like an archway, and then there's this one with boar in the middle. The signs on these maps are pretty cool. And finally, this is by far my favorite. This one with a giant Lancer inflatable on it. I love this. It's so funny. I can't wait to do little custom matches on here, assuming they actually add it to the custom queue. But yeah, we're going to do Lancer-only customs on this map for sure with our giant Lancer inflatable in the middle of the map. I think it's so funny. It's a nice little bit of fan service here, but it's new maps. They seem pretty good. They have a lot of color in them. Like, even though they're the winter-themed maps, yeah, this is all like a winter release with the mech being Frost, and then also with the maps being like this. So I can only assume this will be like the tournament for December when these come out. These also are coming out in December, so
maybe they make it. But they probably won't. They definitely won't be 5v5 maps, or not 5. They definitely won't be free-for-all maps. But they could make one of them a free-for-all map. It would be interesting. It would be interesting. I don't know. It'd be kind of cool if they made like at least one of them a free-for-all map. I mean, there's 3 of them. They did this exact same thing last time. They made 3 winter-themed maps for 5v5 last year. So, I mean, clearly that's where this is going, but... They should make an epic mech that has high energy like Panther, but make it kind of tanky like Aegis. But yeah, I mean, there are ways of balancing that out, yeah, for sure. I mean, they should definitely make a second epic attacker mech, because there's literally only one, and that's weird.
Yeah, but,
especially
you know, these maps look fine. New 5v5 maps are not that big of a deal, but the one Lancer one is my favorite part. I'm sure these will be used for tournament, though, so if you're a tournament grinder, might be something important for you. They look fairly close quarters, which usually is how every tournament map is, but they seem fine to me, nothing wrong with them. And then finally, the last news we have is that they said soon you'll be able to test new content for free. That's the only words we got. Soon you'll be able to test new content for free. So at least that means we're gonna get, like, you know, if it's the new mech, when Frost comes out, you'll be able to hit a button and go into a bot-only custom match or custom training ground where you can just try it. Just use the ability, see what it does. So you can just see what it does without, like, having to base it off of footage from, you know, whoever has the actual weapon or mech you want to try. So hopefully they added this where you can do this with every gun, but it might just be the new ones. It says new content, but I assume it's just like we can test all the guns, which is something people have asked for a while. It's a pretty simple game feature that should be added, so this is a good update. It's not going to be like huge, major thing or anything, but
it'll be cool. Scape commented under my video, and I think he's probably correct. Scape speculated that, like, other games have, like, this like, try feature under, like, offers of the weapon. So, like, if you get an offer for a mech or a weapon, you can press a button to, like, try it in, like, a very isolated, like, tutorial type scenario where you can't really move around that much. Just big enough, and with just enough bots to, maybe, like, the Mech Arena map, right? But probably against, like, really, really weak bots, and it wouldn't be a good representation, an accurate representation of how well the thing performs. It would simply be a way for you to figure out how it functions, like, mechanically. Because obviously their goal is to sell stuff, and they don't want you to test something out and realize, oh, hey, this thing sucks. So probably it'd be against, like, really, really, really weak bots to make sure that everything seems pretty OP when they try it. And that's a fair speculation. I think he's probably right. No.
Hopefully, if it were my vision, I would want it to be like a limited time mode, so...
When was the last time a non-legendary anything was released? Fuse and Mortar. Yep. It was that long ago. That was so like a year ago, yeah. You know, the training thing where you can test changed UI, probably in there. I haven't done that in a long time. Maybe Is it like the tutorial training thing? Where it's just like that little corner that you go through, and then there's the beacon and the 2 bots that come around from around the corner? Is that what you're talking about? And it's maybe a little too isolated for certain abilities and stuff. It's more likely to be just like really, really low level bots. On like the Mech Arena Classic map. Classic Mech Arena map. Yeah, that one? Okay. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. You could be right. Still can't change keybinds. Yeah, you're right. It's wild. They give you the, like, they tell you what the options are. They're like, here, you want to customize your controls? Go to this setting. Oh, you want to customize your keybinds? Click on the customize button. Guess what? You can't actually customize it. Like, thanks, bro.
Frost comes out, and then we get a custom mode where everyone only has Frost with the, what is the new beam? I forgot. The tunnel. The beam. So it's Frost with the beam, and everyone just has one of that in their hangar, and then you just fight 5v5 deathmatch or something.
No. I don't think they're going to come at the same time. There was a missile weapon that they teased last devlog. There's a missile weapon that they teased last devlog, and I think that weapon is going to be what they release with Frost. And the beam weapon, and very clearly, the beam weapon fits perfectly with the beam mech, right? They have the, like, almost identical mechanics. They both have both have beam aspects that pass through enemies. Similar to, like, Howler, right? There's almost no chance that they release those separate from each other. Almost guaranteed they will be released together. So I think they're going to do the missile weapon with Frost instead.
Something with just that, and see how it goes. You can test the new items, have fun in an LTM, and everyone has the same level equipment, so it's a fair playground, right? This was a thing they did in War Robots, which was one of the most fun things in the game. They would do cool little custom, like, things like that, whatever, right? They've worked on PvE in both of those games, War Robots and Mech Arena. In Mech Arena, it's like pretty much nothing. They're basically discontinued it, I think, at this point. So if they would put those resources and developing resources into an LTM for this, that would be really fun in my opinion. But you know, Plarium, if you're listening, please make an LTM. It would be so much fun. That's a limited time mode, by the way, in case you don't know. But, like, yeah, basically everyone has the same hangar, and it's like a custom, funny hangar. Lancers versus Shadows or something like that. Anything they want, really. So, yeah, but this new update...
Oh, he's speculating. Yeah, he's speculating like the skirmish mode from War Robots. So, essentially, it's just, like, every week or something like that, there's, like, this new weird, like, essentially, not really custom mode, but there's this new mode that essentially comes out where everybody gets the same stuff. They have identical hangars. I would love for a mode like that. I think that's a lot more competitive than the current competitive scene is. And that'd be cool. I doubt that's what they're talking about. I doubt that's what they're gonna do. But it would be cool.
New content should be good. It's just a simple quality of life feature, but it's something they should have added, you know, at launch, and at least they're adding it now, right? So at the end, they said that the maps in the mech at least are coming early December, which is likely December 5th. That's the first Friday of the month, and usually big releases are on Fridays. So it's unclear if that's going to be...
Yeah, hold on. I want to check something real quick. December 5th. What is it? Come on. December 5th is a Friday. Yeah. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, no. 8, 7, 6. Yeah, 6 weeks. Okay. So 6 weeks from now is when that's gonna happen. When did Silverthorn release? Does anybody have a date for Silverthorn? And I think that between Volti and Silverthorn was something crazy. It was like 17 weeks or something like that. $112% Hollow Knight on mobile with touchscreen. To 11%. September 8th. Okay, thanks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. 8th. Are you sure? It was on a Friday for sure. When did everybody's videos come out? It should have been the day after that. No, I'm not sure. Okay. My video for my stream for Silverthorn was on the 5th. Thank you. That easy. Yeah. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's been 7 weeks, and I think yeah, it was like 13 weeks between 13 or 17. It was a weird number like that between Volty and Silverthorn. So I don't think there's going to be another mech between Silverthorn and Frost. I think Frost is going to be the next mech, and we're going to have to wait another 6 weeks for it. Yeah. It's kind of sad. I know some people didn't like it so much, but it was interesting for me. It was nice content. It was cool to get more mechs released. I'm not gonna
lie. Like the next mech, it could be. It's been like 2 months since Silverthorn was released, and then it's 2 months, you know, from now to December. Basically, well, it's less now. 1.5 months till the beginning of December. So I'm not sure if we're getting another mech in between. We'll probably get one weapon in between, but we'll see. I mean, we just had the what's the new weapon? The Squasher come out. So, but yeah, these are coming out early December, and then they didn't say for the new content, testing new content. That probably will be in 2026 next year. We're getting close to 2026. That is crazy. But yeah, there you go. That's the updates. The mech seems like it might be good, which is good.
I think it might be good, yeah. It could be. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Very cool. Yeah. Link to this video in the pinned message. I don't know. I think it'd be really easy for the new mech to be super OP, but it'd also be really easy for the new mech to be super weak. And I'm not sure which one I'm leaning toward, but I think it's more likely for it to be weak, I think. One month ago, Silverthorn came out. Yeah. But the thing is that they've been like really calming it down in terms of the mech release schedule. That's what AI said. September 8th. Oh, for Silverthorn. Oh, bro, Chat GPT'd Silverthorn release. That's crazy. Eclipse becoming more OP every time a new mech or weapon is released. So real, bro. Everything either requires a lock or applies a status effect, or both. It's just everything gets countered by Eclipse, dude. It's wild. Now Frost might be good enough to counter Eclipse. I don't know. If Frost is fast enough to use Revoker, then I think it will. But there's a very good chance that it won't be fast enough to effectively use Revoker. And that's the problem, right? It's not a matter of whether or not the abilities technically are better or whatever. Like, almost every legendary mech is, stat-wise, better than Eclipse. Almost every single one of them. Actually, I think legitimately every single one of them. The only one with less HP is Salver, but it has significantly more energy capacity. So it should technically make up for that. But the problem is that the energy capacity doesn't actually determine DPS. The DPS is determined by whether or not you're using a Revoker, which is determined by how fast you are. And that's the problem. That's what makes Eclipse so damn OP. And, you know, all the other scouts, right? But, yeah. I don't know. Interesting. Okay. Gray Metal, I'm finally gonna get to whatever it is that you said. You said... make a Minecraft server? Nah. I didn't find Minecraft that entertaining, I'm not gonna. After stream, can I friend your main account? It's around the same. Oh, did you send me a friend request? Did I get anything good? I did not. I spun all the tokens, I got nothing. I spawn this, 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 I got nothing. Nothing. Whole lot of nothing. They should give Chungus a Santa skin. It would suit our fat boy. You know what? That's true. I appreciate that. I approve. 100%. Only a stream crash can stop RuFFles from stream. Yeah, sure, I'll go with that. You'll do that when you... All this time, you never even sent off friend requests? That's crazy. I used all that luck on Silverthorn. Oh, bro, and I'm so glad that I got it too. It's OP. It's great. This is exactly why I didn't spin the freaking Parasite Grey Rush, by the way. I knew for a fact I'd blow all my A coins on it, and I would get absolutely nothing. I'm kind of, you know, to some extent, I'm actually kind of surprised that I didn't get Hornet, because it's the one weapon that I probably would never use even if I got it. I wouldn't. Bro, I'm gonna use a freaking Hornet 16. Are you kidding me? It's crazy. Same here. You also got nothing? That's sad, but expected. I do still kind of hope that how many more do I have? 8, 11, 16 more. Okay, 16 more is decent. I hope I get Reaver 8, because Reaver's just a really fun weapon. I like the sound of it. It didn't work. What do you mean? You used my Plarium play ID. Clearly. If you used Hornet, you'd have to invest in implants too. Yeah. Well, I'd have to get a different missile pilot, I'd have to do whatever. Like, and I wouldn't necessarily have to invest in Hornet. Actually, in terms of weapons, Hornet's like one of the least implant-heavy weapons. Hornet does not depend on implants almost at all. It doesn't even depend on a pilot, because the venom damage that it deals is a significant chunk of the damage. The venom damage that it deals is not affected by pilots whatsoever. So the only way to increase it is with the venom damage implant. And at that point, it's like, yeah, whatever. There's no generic damage implant. The reload implant's like, okay. The range implant's like, okay. It's like, yeah, it's like, it's actually one of the most freely usable weapons. But at the same time, it's crap and I wouldn't use it, right? How many blueprints to rank up a rank 5 legendary weapon? Yeah, it's 19. 12 particle beam blueprints. My brother's about to get particle beam 10. Actually, yeah, that is what I would start with. If I was going to get particle beam, I'd get the 10 first. And maybe duplicate it to compare it to, like, Graviton, right? This you? Rank 6 minigun Ares. That is crazy. That is crazy. Alright. Alright, well. Anyway. You have a feeling they might introduce mythic rarity in the game next year? I kinda doubt it. I think it's I mean, I've talked to Pasha about it specifically, right? Because we all know it's a thing that's going to happen eventually. Even they know it, right? Like, I talked to Pasha, and he's like, yeah, it's a thing that's probably going to happen, but we haven't really talked about it, and it's not a thing that's, like, you know, in their sights for the near future, really. So, yeah. And everyone knows that it's going to happen eventually. Like, they can't they can't continue only releasing legendary stuff for the next 5 years. Eventually, they're gonna have to do something, and probably at some point they're gonna introduce a new rarity. I don't think it's gonna be next year, but it might. It might. Mythic's got to be red if they do. Yeah, no, for sure they would be. You think duplicating Graviton's not worth it anymore? Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's a really good weapon for Panther. It's better than Overdriver for Panther. But Overdriver's just a better weapon on everything else, so, yeah. I'm here from the start of the stream, and I have exam in 2 days? Bro, this guy. And nah, man, you made 400 Acoins this stream. What do you mean? Maybe elite rarity. I don't know, whatever they call it. It'll probably be mythic because it's the most commonly recognized rarity, right? Above legendary, but it should have been between epic and legendary. What, mythic? Mythic is not usually under legendary, is it? I don't think so. I think mythic is usually higher. Commonly above. Yeah, that's what I thought. I've seen enough incremental stupid upgrade game, like freaking clicker games. I've seen enough of those. But yeah. Anyway, I am gonna call it for the day. It has indeed been almost 7 hours. I should not have gone for this long, but I did. But it's fine. Kind of wish MD and other light mechs got a bit energy capacity buff. I don't necessarily think that they need more energy as much as I think other things need less. But, I mean, it essentially equates to the same thing, I guess. Decided to try newly minted Redeemer and Hanger Showdown. Immediately gets dazed by a Hemlock while backtracking. Yeah, the thing that you gotta learn about Redeemer is that the ability doesn't work the way it's supposed to, obviously, because nothing does. You will be affected by status effects while you are in the process of backtracking. So, like, if a Hemlock dazes you, if they throw their daze thing at you, and then you backtrack to take it off before, like, during the trigger delay, right? Because it has, like, that 2-second delay. You'll be in the process of backtracking, but then it'll fully take effect after that 2-second delay, and it'll stop you mid-backtrack. It's really annoying, but, like, once you kind of get the hang of, like, which things you can and can't do, yeah, you start to realize, like, you have to wait until after the Sur DMPs you, and then you backtrack. You can't backtrack before it DMPs you, because it would, you know, mess you up. So, yeah, little things. It's not, like, major stuff, but it's stuff that you kind of gotta learn about it. BMP streams tonight. Oh, does he? I probably won't be there because I woke up too early. But yeah, have fun, fellas. And yeah, actually, BMP usually, by the way, BMP usually does do customs. Well, I'm not gonna say usually, but he does actually do customs. I can't at this point. There's too many people in my chat that are willing to break the rules and stuff. So yeah, I kind of can't, but BMP does actually do them every so often. He did them, I think, potentially last week. And I think he did them the week before as well. So go check out his channel. Go join his stream, whatever. That should be happening tonight, probably in like 7-ish hours. So yeah. Go check that out. Again, like link to his video anyway, the video that we just saw. Link to that video is pinned, so you can check it out from there if you're not already subscribed to him. Otherwise, yeah, appreciate y'all for stopping by. Take care.